Oh, hello my friends. Welcome back to the channel. Hope you are enjoying the videos. If so, please like the videos and subscribe the channel. By the way, guys, as you see, this video is a long one, and let me tell you why's that. Well, guys, today's my birthday, so yeah, there's that. But also, for my birthday, I got $200 collectively from my family and friends. First, I thought of buying myself a dress. But after some thinking, I decided to spend that money on credits and got you guys a long video as some you wished. You see, you guys are my family too. This family is important to me and wish to share some happiness. And also, if even 20% of you guys decided to donate me something, I might even get a dress too. Now, let's get this show on the road. The day of the ballroom party had finally come. Ethan and Nicole both wore the ceremonial clothes of a knight, which had been prepared for them beforehand. Both of them looked very good in it, especially Nicole, who was radiating an aura of a true magical knight. Sebastian and Ethan's other half whistled when they saw her, and even gave the beautiful young lady a thumbs up. Too bad Ethan only plans to have 5 wives and 1 concubine, Sebastian commented. Well, we're still not sure who the last one will be, Ethan's other half commented. But then again, Illumina might hear us, so we should drop the subject while we still can. Sebastian nodded, agreed. Ethan pretended not to hear the comments of the 2 beings inside his sea of consciousness and walked side by side with Nicole. They were waiting for their names to be called before entering the event hall, which would be happening in a few minutes. Nervous, Ethan asked Nicole, who had been silent since the 2 of them left their room. Usually, Nicole would strike up a conversation and even tease Ethan a bit like usual, so her silence now made him feel like something was wrong with her. I'm not nervous, Nicole replied without even glancing in Ethan's direction. I'm simply preparing myself mentally to receive my noble title, which I rightfully deserve. Ethan knew that the young lady wasn't telling him the truth, but since he didn't want to disturb her, he decided to keep his silence as well. 5 minutes later, Mary and Sue appeared beside them and reminded them that Lord Edmund would be calling their names soon. The minutes passed by quickly, and they heard the Grand Archmage's words spread throughout the event hall. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for everyone to see and meet our guests of honor, Edmund said. Please welcome Nicole Lestat and Ethan Gremery. A round of applause reverberated in the surroundings after the Grand Archmage announced the arrival of the 2 new honorary knights of their kingdom. Nicole, who was about to take a step forward, paused when she felt Ethan grab hold of her hand. I'm here, Ethan said as he took a step forward, holding Nicole's hand firmly and meeting her gaze. You're not alone. Nicole glanced at the hand, holding her own before shifting her gaze to the handsome young man, who had a reassuring smile on his face. Okay, Nicole replied before taking a step forward. When they appeared at the top of the staircase, Queen Evan and Princess Eva both arched their eyebrows when they saw the 2 teenagers walking down the stairs, hand in hand. Of course, the other guests also found this surprising, but for some reason, they didn't find it out of place. Ethan was very handsome, and Nicole was a gorgeous young lady. The 2 of them descending the staircase side by side was a sight as beautiful as a painting. Some of the nobles even thought that they perfectly suited each other, while a handful thought that they were a match made in heaven. People like to look at beautiful things, and the 2 teenagers weren't lacking when it came to good looks. The moment they arrived at the base of the stairs, Ethan reluctantly released Nicole's hand as both of them bowed towards the king, the queen, and the Grand Archmage of Eastshire. Nicole Lestat and Ethan Gremery, please kneel, King Austin said, and the 2 teenagers knelt in front of him. The king then reached out toward the ceremonial sword that was presented to him by his Grand Archmage and held it firmly with both hands. Be it known to all men that I, Austin Whitehall, am minded to raise Nicole Lestat and Ethan Gremery, by virtue of their honor, loyalty, valor, and skill at arms, to the high rank of knighthood. King Austin then lowered his sword and rested it on Ethan's right shoulder. Do you swear and acknowledge me to be your true and lawful liege? King Austin asked. I swear, Ethan replied. King Austin raised his sword, and this time, he lowered it to rest on Nicole's right shoulder. Do you also swear fealty to me, to defend and obey me until I depart from the throne or death shall take you? I swear, Nicole replied. King Austin raised his sword and lightly tapped Nicole's and Ethan's left shoulder consecutively as he made his own vow for his two loyal subjects. And I, for my part, do swear to defend and honor Dame Nicole Lestat and Sir Ethan Gremory as befits a true knight, King Austin stated. By the power vested on me, as the king of this kingdom, and by all witnesses here, I dub thee, Dame Nicole Lestat and Sir Ethan Gremory. Rise, and let Easter see your glory. Ethan and Nicole stood up at the same time and bowed their heads respectfully to King Austin. The king nodded and reached to take a sword from his queen, which he passed to Nicole. This sword represents the authority of the knight of this kingdom, so use it well to serve and protect its people, King Austin said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Nicole accepted the sword presented to her with grace. I swear to protect this kingdom with every drop of my blood. King Austin smiled before reaching out to take the sword that Princess Evangeline was holding. This sword represents the authority of the knight of this kingdom, so use it well to serve and protect its people. King Austin repeated what he had said earlier. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ethan bowed and accepted the sword. But it would have been better if you gave me a spear instead. A deafening silence descended upon the event hall before it was broken by King Austin's laughter. Good, King Austin patted Ethan's shoulder twice. Our kingdom needs gutsy young men like you. A spear you want, a spear you shall get. But please take good care of that sword. It is a sword that represents the knights of this kingdom after all. Ethan nodded and held the sword firmly in his hands. Suddenly, he saw something from the corner of his vision, making him raise his head towards the staircase. There, he saw the young lady, who had previously appeared in the garden and had cut his water dragon in half. There was a faint smile that could be seen on her angelic face as she met Ethan's gaze. However, a moment later, she disappeared as if she had never been there in the first place. King Austin and Edmund both glanced in the direction where Ethan was looking. But they didn't manage to catch a glimpse of the protector of the royal palace, who had come to witness the knighting ceremony, making Ethan feel as if she was there to ensure that he wouldn't run away from her sight. Congratulations, stepsister of mine, Luca said with a smile. To think that you are the first among our family whom His Majesty would recognize as a knight. This is quite an achievement. I'm very proud of you. Oh, please, Nicole replied. Both of us know that you don't mean what you're saying, Luca. Oh, but I do, Luca smirked. You know me, stepsister. I do not burn bridges with anyone who has the potential to reach greater heights. After leaving Otto City to escape the dungeon outbreak, Luca had lost his qualifications to continue the air wars. Even so, he didn't regret it one bit. For him, the air wars were only a waste of time since there was no way that he could beat the two monsters, who were considered prodigies by the Lestat family. However, after he heard the news that Nicole and Ethan had successfully defended the city, his impression of his stepsister, as well as the handsome young man accompanying her, had changed. He was certain that even the two prodigies of their family would not have been capable of fighting off a dungeon outbreak and live to tell the tale. But since Nicole had done just that, Luca, as well as the other members of the Lestat family, had no choice but to reevaluate her, making her a top contender for winning the air wars. Luca then moved closer to Nicole and whispered something in her ear. Sir Ethan is a good teammate, Luca whispered. Make sure that he isn't poached away before the air wars end. Who knows? With him by your side, you might just make it to the finals of the war. Vladimir and Constantine are both here today. I'm sure they are feeling vexed that you managed to become an honorary knight before them. Luca took a few steps back before giving Nicole a respectful bow, making the young lady look at him with a calm gaze. She knew full well what Luca was like, so she knew that he was telling the truth when he said that he didn't want to burn bridges with her. Seeing her expression, Luca chuckled before using his thumb to point at his right side. Nicole followed the direction where her stepbrother was pointing and saw two people who were also looking in her direction. They were none other than Vladimir Astaf and Konstantin Astaf, the two prodigies of the Astaf family, whom they believed had the highest chances of winning the air wars and becoming the next head of the Astaf family. Nicole looked at the oldest of the two, Vladimir, and held his gaze. The young man, who had turned 23 years old this year, looked very dashing in his black suit. His dark brown hair was styled properly, and his green eyes looked at Nicole with amusement. As someone who frequently joined the raiding teams of the Magistratus to apprehend rogue wizards and witches, his power and influence needed no introductions. Although Nicole was now an honorary knight, this wasn't a big deal to him because a Magistratus held more clout than a mere knight of the kingdom. Nicole could tell that Vladimir was still looking down on her, but she didn't mind it. She then shifted her attention to Konstantin Astaf. This young wizard specialized in gravity magic, making him an extremely dangerous opponent. Even Vladimir wasn't confident that he would win a direct confrontation with Konstantin because he was that dangerous of an individual. Konstantin had short blonde hair and gray eyes. There were rumors that he gained his expertise in gravity magic after getting his hands on a legacy. Of course, whether this was true or not, no one was able to confirm it. The only thing they did know was that he was a very competent wizard, and that he was one of the two people whom everyone believed had a high chance of winning the air wars. These two people were Nicole's competitors, but aside from them, there were other people, like Luca, within their family who had also been chosen to participate in the air wars. Although they weren't as popular and as powerful as Vladimir and Konstantin, they were still chosen to become candidates for a reason. Nicole had no intention of underestimating anyone from the Astaf family, because she knew full well what kind of rigorous training all of them had been through since they were children. After taking a good, long look at her two competitors, Nicole shifted her attention to Ethan and was unable to stop the smile from creeping onto her face. The handsome young man was currently surrounded by noble ladies, with some of them even pressing their bodies against him. But if they were hoping that Ethan would be flustered and blush due to their womanly charms, all of them were bound to be disappointed. Ethan calmly dealt with each and every one of them, keeping a smile on his face. His maturity and exceptional good looks made him more endearing in the eyes of the noble ladies, who were looking for a good partner to marry. "Sir Ethan, what kind of lady do you like?" a pretty young lady with long brown hair asked with a smile. "Someone who breaks the necks of people with a smile on her face," Ethan replied calmly, making all the noble ladies giggle. "Sir Ethan, you have a good sense of humor," a lady who was in her early 20s commented. "That's right, it was a good joke," another lady stated. "So what kind of girl do you like?" Ethan gently pried the hands of the young lady, who had wrapped her arms around his shoulder and was pressing her breasts against him, away. "I like someone who can use moon magic," Ethan replied. "Moon magic? That is a very rare magic. Does Sir Ethan plan to live his life as a bachelor? That would be a waste." "Right. Even though I can't use moon magic, I know other kinds of magic, especially magic that can be used in the bedroom at night." "I also know many kinds of magic, Sir Ethan. How about you spar with me? I'm sure that you will be pleasantly surprised by my abilities." Ethan politely rejected the invitation for a sparring match, and once again pried the hand of a naughty young lady, who had subtly touched his thighs when no one was looking, away. Lilith, who was hiding in Ethan's shadow, was fighting the strong urge to leap out and scratch the faces of the annoying ladies, who were doing their best to ingratiate themselves with her master. Just as Ethan was about to extricate himself from the noble ladies who wanted him to meet their families, the sound of music began to spread in the surroundings. "Excuse me, ladies, but I have an appointment for my first dance," Ethan said politely before walking toward Nicole, who was giving him the "did you have fun" gaze. The two of them decided to share the first dance together, as a way to escape from the people who were planning to socialize with them. Aside from Nicole, Ethan had also promised to dance with Princess Evangeline later, allowing him to escape the pursuit of the other ladies who also wanted to dance with him. King Austin, Queen Evan, and Lord Edmund looked at the young man with amused looks on their faces. All of them knew that Ethan was a commoner and wanted to see his reaction after getting swarmed by the noble ladies. However, they didn't see the reaction they were looking for. Ethan had remained calm and dealt with the ladies appropriately, not even giving them an inch despite how hard they tried to catch his attention. "Well, what do you think?" Queen Evan asked. "I think I need to observe him more," King Austin replied, making the Grand Archmage and the Queen of Easter snort at the same time. Clearly, the king wasn't being honest with them, but since he didn't want to admit it, they just let him be and continued to observe the young man, who was currently dancing with Nicole on the dance floor. As the music played in the background, Ethan and Nicole headed to the dance floor and started dancing. The ladies were paying extra attention to Ethan, wanting to see if he could dance. It didn't take long for them to notice that he was an amateur in dancing. However, his skills were still passable, to say the least. In fact, his subpar dancing skills actually made him more endearing in their eyes. The problem with nobles, especially those from high-ranking noble families, was that they tried too hard to be the perfect gentlemen and ladies. While this was not necessarily wrong since all nobles were required to lead by example, it was inevitable that they grew tired of it. All of them were nobles, so they understood the kind of training that everyone had to undergo while they were young. Singing, dancing, playing the instrument, and learning other forms of art were part of their everyday routine. This was why, in their eyes, Ethan looked very human. Someone who didn't have to hide behind a mask and could openly show the world that he wasn't a perfect individual. Lillian told him that he was far from being an expert in dancing. But she mentioned that Ethan would still charm the ladies regardless of his dancing prowess. Of course, the young man didn't really plan to charm anyone. It was just that his presence alone was enough to catch everyone's attention. His dancing skills were not of a high level, but the genuine happiness that showed on his face while he danced with Nicole was enough to tell them that he was having fun. When the dance ended, Ethan guided Nicole to the table that their king had reserved for them. However, there were two people waiting for them there. It was Princess Evangeline, whom Ethan had already met before, and a young man who seemed to be in his early 20s. He was none other than Louis Whitehall, the Crown Prince of Eastshire. "I know that you had just finished dancing, my lady, but would you honor me with a dance?" Prince Louis pressed his hand over his chest and bowed respectfully to Nicole. "It will be my pleasure and honor, your highness," Nicole replied. Princess Evangeline also made a curtsy to Ethan before inviting him to dance as well. "Since this is a good opportunity, would you like to dance with me, Sir Ethan?" Princess Eva asked. "I hear and obey, your highness," Ethan replied as he placed his hand on his chest before bowing to the princess of the kingdom. With their partners holding their hands, Ethan and Nicole once again returned to the dance floor. "Your highness, I'm not very good at dancing," Ethan said in a volume that only Princess Eva could hear. "So I hope that you forgive me if I accidentally step on your foot." Princess Eva giggled after hearing Ethan's warning. "As long as you don't purposely step on my foot, it's fine," Princess Eva replied. "Besides, I would also like to step on you before you return to Brynhildr Academy." Ethan felt like the princess meant something else when she mentioned stepping on him. But he didn't bother to put this to heart and danced with her to the best of his abilities. Lillian stressed that the men should take the lead in dancing. However, when he noticed that the princess wished to take the lead, he decided to let her have her way. The moment Princess Eva noticed that Ethan had silently understood what she wanted to do and played along with what she pleased, the smile on her face widened. Taking the lead, the princess guided the young man like a teacher, teaching her student how to dance. Unlike Lillian, who patiently danced with him, Princess Eva was like a wild horse, who wanted to run full speed in the open plains. Because of this, their dance was more lively compared to the others, and the two moved alongside the music, traveling around the dance hall as if they were the only people dancing in it. Even so, the princess showcased her amazing dancing skills while still making sure that they didn't disturb the personal space of the other dancers. It was an incredible experience, and Ethan, who liked challenges, didn't disappoint her as he held the young lady's hand firmly from start to end. The moment the music ended, a round of applause reverberated inside the event hall, with Ethan and Princess Eva taking the center stage. They then bowed to each other before Ethan guided the princess to her table. But before he could take a break, Queen Evan appeared in front of her with an amused smirk on her face. The young man tried to step aside in order to walk past her, but the beautiful woman once again blocked his path. She didn't say anything and only looked at Ethan with expectation. Princess Eva giggled after seeing her mother's antics, while King Austin sighed and rubbed his forehead. He knew that his wife had a mischievous side to her, and seeing that she was intent on teasing Ethan, the king almost felt sorry for him. Seeing that the queen was determined to dance with him, Ethan relented and knelt before Queen Evan. "Your Majesty, will you honor me by dancing with you?" Ethan asked. "Since you want to dance with me so badly, I will humbly accept your invitation," Queen Evan said as she placed her hand on Ethan's palm. There were a lot of things the young man wanted to say, but he kept it all in. Everyone was paying close attention to his actions, so even though he wanted to tell the queen that it was she who wanted to dance with him so badly, he held his tongue and escorted her to the dance floor. Nicole was asked by other noblemen for a dance, but she politely rejected some of them, especially the ones who couldn't even hide the lust in their eyes. The only ones she agreed to dance with were the patriarch of the Estaf family, Oscar, and the Grand Archmage, Edmund. After that, she no longer accepted any dance invitations, telling everyone that she planned to rest for the time being. While she was seated at her table, two young men approached her with smiles on their faces. They were none other than the two prodigies of the Estaf family, Vladimir and Constantine. One look was enough to tell her that the two of them hadn't come to her with good intentions, which became apparent the moment Vladimir opened his mouth to speak. "It seems that you made quite a name for yourself, cousin," Vladimir said with a smile. "Although the title is only that of an honorary knight, it is still a position that not many are able to acquire in the kingdom. You must be very proud of your achievement." "I am very flattered and honored that you think highly of me, cousin," Nicole replied. "Don't worry. Perhaps in the future you will also be given the title of an honorary knight." Vladimir chuckled, but his eyes weren't laughing. "I have no interest in such lowly titles," Vladimir stated. "What I aim to become is a magistratus. We're not on the same level." Nicole nodded. "You heard him, Constantine. You're not on the same level as him." The corner of Constantine's lips curled up in disdain after Nicole redirected Vladimir's jab in his direction. "It doesn't matter if I'm facing an honorary knight or a magistratus," Constantine commented. "In the end, both of you will kneel in my presence. That is where you belong, on the ground, kneeling and accepting your inferiority." Constantine was a very arrogant person, but he had the power to back his arrogance. With the power to effectively wield gravity magic, he was a force to reckon with. The rumors of him obtaining a legacy weren't mere rumors, but the truth. It was also because of this newfound power that his name spread within the family, making the patriarch pay extra attention to him. A legacy holder was no ordinary wizard or witch, because their powers transcended what others could wield. The three rivals amicably smiled at each other as if they were all the best of friends. But deep inside their hearts, they only had disdain and contempt for each other. The three of them were so busy sizing each other up that they didn't notice that the dance had already ended. "Nicole, are these your friends?" Ethan, who had arrived back at their table, asked as he sized up the two individuals whom he was seeing for the first time. "Ethan, let me introduce to you my two cousins," Nicole said. This is Vladimir Asta and Konstantin Asta. Both of them are part of the Air Wars. Ethan Gremory. Ethan gave the two young men a brief nod of acknowledgement. Perfect timing. Vladimir clapped his hand once as he looked at Ethan with a smile. The dancers will be taking a break, so the dance floor will be open for some entertainment. Why don't the two of us liven things up with a sparring match? Vladimir then pointed at Ethan as he announced his challenge. Sir Ethan Gremory, I challenge you to a spar, Vladimir said in a volume that was enough for the people standing nearby to hear. Will you accept my invitation? King Austin and Queen Evan, who were seated not far from Ethan's table, had heard Vladimir's challenge. Since the young man came from the Asta family, the king knew of him and his talent. All the nobles gazed at Ethan with excited looks on their faces. Sparring matches and even duels were very common during these kinds of gatherings. In fact, they were usually the main source of entertainment for the attendees. Ethan knew this as well, but since he wasn't a noble, he didn't care about their expectations. I'm sorry, but I have to decline, Ethan replied. Oh, are you scared? Vladimir asked as the smile on his face widened. The great honorary knight is scared to fight someone like me. Vladimir made sure that everyone heard his question, fueling the expectations of the nobles around them. Yes, I am scared, Ethan replied. I am scared that I might accidentally kill you. It's quite hard for me to hold back my powers, you see. Or have you forgotten what happened a few days ago when the Knight and Seek game was cancelled because of me? Vladimir frowned, because this was something that he couldn't refute. He felt that it was beneath him to join such a game, so he simply waited for the event to finish. However, unlike the ending that everyone was expecting, several things happened, which forced the Grand Archmage of the kingdom to intervene. Still, thinking that Ethan was just doing his best to reject his challenge, Vladimir pressed on. Sir Ethan, just admit that you are afraid to face me, Vladimir stated. No need to make excuses. Everyone thought that Ethan would finally give in to the challenge, but the handsome young man did something that they weren't expecting. Ethan chuckled, and it wasn't just a simple chuckle. It was a disdainful chuckle, which made the corner of Nicole's lips rise up. Tell me, can you stop a dungeon outbreak by yourself? Ethan asked in a teasing tone. No, Vladimir replied. Since you can't, what makes you think that you can beat me, someone who managed to achieve it? Ethan inquired. I don't spar with nobodies. However, if you really insist on sparring with me, I am willing to accept your challenge on one condition. Ethan paused before raising his hand to point at Konstantin. Defeat him first, Ethan stated. Only if you beat him will I allow you to challenge me. Like I said, I don't spar with nobodies. So, Vladimir Asta, let me ask you this, are you scared? I'm letting you fight a weaker opponent as a warm-up before you fight me. But if you're too afraid to lose face, then you can forget about challenging me. The Asta family is known for producing brave, magical knights. I fought alongside Nicole during the dungeon outbreak, so I am inclined to believe that the rumors I heard are true. However, she is the only member of the Asta family that I've met. Looking at you now, it seems that I might have greatly overestimated the descendants of the Asta family. So, since His Majesty is here to witness this momentous moment, how about you two fight with each other? I would love to see the prowess of the prodigies of the Asta family. Or are you all bark and no bite? Ethan's words were filled with contempt, making Princess Evangeline giggle and Prince Louis frown. Now that he had thrown the challenge back at Vladimir, it was up to him whether he would accept his challenge or not. Oscar Asta, who was observing this from a distance, had a calm expression on his face. Whether he was upset or not for having his family name dragged into the limelight, he made sure not to show it on his face. Konstantin, whom Ethan had called a weakling earlier, also looked calm. However, deep inside, he was very angry and was doing his best to stop himself from using his magic to put Ethan in his place. Using magic to harm others in front of the king and the Grand Archmage without permission was a grave offense. Because of this, he was raring to vent out his frustration, and duke it out with Vladimir if the latter really decided to challenge him in a duel. "That's my boy." Sebastian smiled from ear to ear inside Ethan's sea of consciousness. "You tell them who's boss." "Small fries," Ethan's other half snorted. He felt that it was completely beneath Ethan to fight against these two insects, who didn't know that the young man in front of them had still not discovered his true powers. Powers that would make him feel as if the world was dancing in the palm of his hand. Vladimir looked at Ethan, who was also looking at him with a bored expression on his face. Similar to Constantine, he would have already attacked the annoying honorary knight if he were not in the king's presence. The nobles, who were watching this exchange from the side, all smiled in their hearts. Dramas like this were one of the things they enjoyed seeing during gatherings. Ethan, who had the situation under his control, decided to give Vladimir one last push to see how he would react. If he backed down, then good. But if he didn't, well, that was fine with him as well. "Look, if you're not going to prove that you're worth my time, then just back off and shut up," Ethan said in the most arrogant tone that he could muster. "I guess this is only what a staff family amounts to, a knight family who is only brave when facing off against ladies. What a prime example of how to be a noble. I'll forever remember you as the weakling who only knows how to bark. Now, if you're done, kindly go back to the doghouse where you came from. I have no time for small fries." After saying those words, Ethan sat down on his chair. He gestured to one of the waiters who were watching the commotion from a distance. Ethan picked up 2 glasses of champagne and handed one to Nicole. He no longer paid attention to Vladimir, whose eyes had turned bloodshot after hearing his words. "Cheers to you in advance for winning the air wars." Ethan raised his glass. "After seeing your competitors, I am 100% certain that you already have it in the bag." Nicole, who didn't know if she should giggle or cry after hearing Ethan's taunts, clinked her glass with Ethan before taking a small sip from it. She had to remain sober because the night was still young. Ethan also only took a small sip of the champagne before placing it on top of the table. Right now, the gazes of the nobles were shifting between the freshly appointed honorary knight and Vladimir, who was still standing in place with his hands clenched into fists. The prodigy of the Astaf family knew that if he backed down, he would no longer be able to raise his head again after being humiliated by Ethan. He would also become the favorite gossip of their circle for the next few weeks, the idea of which weighed heavily in his mind. However, if he accepted Ethan's challenge, then he would have to fight against Constantine, who was also a very dangerous opponent. Vladimir was not confident that he would be able to beat Constantine in a duel, which was the main reason why he was hesitating. Forget about fighting Ethan. If he lost to Constantine, then the humiliation and ridicule he would face would be doubled. Constantine kept his silence, but he was far from calm. He was only waiting for Vladimir to challenge him so that he could beat the crap out of him. The handsome boy with short blonde hair and gray eyes was more than ready to make Vladimir, and Ethan kissed the floor with his gravity magic. Such a move was like hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, and if he succeeded, his fame would spread within the circle of the noble families. While everyone was waiting with bated breath on what decision Vladimir would make, a clap reverberated in the surroundings. Ethan arched an eyebrow as he gazed at the head of the Astaf family, Oscar, who was walking toward their direction. "I apologize for my family member's rudeness, Sir Ethan Gremory," Oscar said. "The young are hot-headed, and there are times when emotions get the better of them. I do hope that you forgive him for his lack of manners, but worry not. I will make sure to sufficiently compensate you for his transgressions and discipline him at a later time." Sebastian, who was inside Ethan's sea of consciousness, laughed because he suddenly had an idea. "Ethan, switch with me for a bit," Sebastian stated. "I'll give that old fox a lesson he will not forget." Ethan couldn't help but smile after hearing Sebastian's words. The Guardian of Zentris often played a supporting role inside his head, and this was the first time Sebastian asked to temporarily switch with him, which ignited his curiosity about what the Guardian was planning to do. "Okay," Ethan agreed. "I'm curious to know what you are cooking." Oscar glanced at the young man, who remained silent after hearing his words. As someone who held a very high position among the noble families of Eastshire, not many people would dare to offend him. In fact, even the ducal families would avoid antagonizing Oscar if possible, because he was known to be one of the most brilliant military strategists in the realm. Those who dared to offend the head of the Astaf family would suffer in the end, so the nobles believed that Ethan would take a step back and let this incident slide. "Well, look who's here," Ethan said with a devilish smile on his face. "The old dog has come to save his little puppy. Old man, you're the head of the Astaf family and you can't even educate them properly. What are you feeding them? Weeds that grow in your front lawn." Pfft. Princess Eva quickly covered his lips to prevent herself from laughing out loud. However, since the event hall had turned silent after the exchange, her small laugh didn't escape the noble's ears. There were many families who didn't like the Astaf family, so seeing the patriarch get slapped in public was a very refreshing experience. Soon, the adults who hated Oscar's guts all smiled and looked forward to what was going to happen next. "Sir Ethan, don't you think that you're a bit too harsh?" Oscar commented. "It is very rude to address your elders in such a manner. Have your parents not taught you anything?" Oscar, who was a military genius, was also eloquent when it came to sparring with words. Since Ethan had decided to play with him, then he would play his game and make sure that the other party understood who he was facing. Unfortunately for Oscar, he wasn't dealing with a 17-year-old boy. He was dealing with Sebastian, the guardian of Zentris, who had lived for hundreds of years and had seen the multiple faces of humanity. "My grandma raised me with love and care, and she taught me a very valuable life lesson," Ethan replied. "She said that there are two types of old people in the world, those who have become wise with age and those who regressed and turned senile after they've grown older. She also said that it is very easy to set apart the smart ones from the idiots. For example, the smart ones will never use their age, background, or title to win an argument. Only idiots do that." Sebastian then smirked as he looked at the old man in front of him. "Do you know what smart old people do in situations like this?" Sebastian asked. "No," Oscar replied. "Do enlighten me." Sebastian nodded before a devilish smile appeared on his face. "Then that's your assignment," Sebastian replied. "Don't worry, I believe in you, old fart, old man. You'll find the answer if you try hard enough." This time, Queen Evan wasn't able to hold back and laughed out loud. Her laughter was like a spark that ignited the room, making everyone laugh alongside her. King Austin and Lord Edmund, on the other hand, couldn't help but grimace. A single glance was enough to tell them that the old fart of the Astaf family had now labeled Ethan as an eyesore. Oscar Astaf was hailed as the genius of the Astaf family from a young age. Because of this, he had been chosen to become the next patriarch of the Astaf family as early as the days when he was still in his early 20s. Ever since he had assumed the position of the head of the family, their reputation and influence grew by leaps and bounds. There was no one in Eastshire who didn't know who the Astaf family was, for they were the knights of the kingdom. Whenever there was a battle, their family would always be at the front line, further increasing their prestige. However, this had a side effect that Oscar hadn't foreseen. The younger generation of his family had grown very arrogant and often used their family name to intimidate others and get their way. This was fine if they were dealing with commoners. But when they were using their prestige against fellow nobles, this was where the problem started. Vladimir didn't like the fact that a commoner like Ethan had gained the title of an honorary knight. What pissed him more was that Nicole, whom he didn't even take seriously, had achieved the same thing. As someone who was being trained to become a future magistratus, Vladimir had started to think that his peers were beneath him. He believed that no one in the same age group could achieve the things that he had done, making him feel superior and special. Because he was indeed talented, Oscar turned a blind eye to some of his actions. Unfortunately, He chose the wrong person to antagonize, which forced Oscar to step into the fray and try to defuse the situation. Unfortunately, Sebastian decided to also join the fray, even making sure that the old dog of the Estaf family understood that there were some people whom he couldn't offend, just because their ranks were lower than him. "Sir Ethan, I think this talk has gone too far," Oscar said, ignoring the laughter around him. "Can we all both take a step back and start anew?" "Sure, we can do that," Ethan replied, "but I have one condition." "And that is?" Oscar questioned. Before Sebastian could answer, Ethan's other half whispered something in his ear, making the smile on his face widen. "Slap him and him," Sebastian said as he pointed at Vladimir and Constantine. "They were being rude to me and Nicole. As their elder and the head of the Estaf family, isn't it normal for you to discipline them? Of course, you can also choose not to. That's also fine with me. However, from this moment onwards, the Estaf family should never again raise their heads, voices, fingers, or even feet in my direction. A second-rate wizarding family should know their place." The laughter and smiles earlier completely stopped. Among noble families, there were words that must not be spoken no matter what. They could play their silly games and talk behind each other's backs, but directly attacking the prestige of a noble family in such gatherings was taboo. Even Queen Evan, who was laughing earlier, frowned after hearing Ethan's remark. King Austin and Lord Edmund glanced at each other and nodded at the same time. The Grand Archmage stood up and teleported between Ethan and Oscar, making sure that the boy would not be targeted by the old man, whose eyes had now become as sharp as a sword. "Ethan, I'm afraid that you have gone too far," Edmund said softly. "I think it is best that you cool yourself for a while. Oscar, please take your people and make sure they behave. I also ask everyone to be on their best behavior until this party ends. Please, we are all civilized people here. There's no need to make things difficult for the stars of the night, right?" Murmurs of agreement spread in the dining hall as the people returned to what they were doing earlier. However, there was a subtle change in the surroundings. The ladies who were fawning over Ethan earlier now looked at him with contempt. Those who had good impressions of him earlier also lost their interest, thinking of him as an arrogant prick whose head had become too big after receiving an honorary title. Even Nicole's face turned solemn as she looked at the young man, who had a faint smile on his face as he sipped his drink. King Austin and Queen Evan both sighed in their hearts because they were very disappointed about Ethan's earlier outburst. Similar to the other nobles, their good impression of him disappeared after he had shown his immaturity. At least, that was what they were thinking. They thought that Ethan was an immature brat who had become too conceited after becoming an honorary knight. What they didn't know was that Ethan's other half had done that on purpose in order to lure a being who had been paying close attention to Ethan since he arrived at the castle. While everyone was giving Ethan sidelong glances and ridiculing him in hushed whispers, a young lady wearing a plain white dress walked down the staircase. No one had noticed her until she arrived at the base of the stairs and walked in Ethan's direction. King Austin, Queen Evan, Lord Edmund, Oscar, and the other high-ranking nobles of the kingdom, who knew who the young lady was, couldn't help but look at her in shock. This young lady wasn't even beautiful. In fact, she looked very plain. She had a face that one would typically not remember if she were to mix with the crowd, never to be seen again. But those who knew her understood that she was the most powerful being in Eastshire. No. Perhaps she was the most powerful being in the entirety of the Shire continent. For she was the embodiment of the sword of Clayam Saleh, whom everyone calls the Sword of Light. The young lady, who seemed to be in her late teens, sat opposite Ethan and picked up a fork and a steak knife. She then elegantly cut a small piece off the steak in front of her. "Say-ah," the plain girl said as she held the fork with the piece of meat on it. Ethan blinked once, then twice, before doing what the girl said and ate the food that she had given him. "Is it good?" the plain-looking girl asked. "Yes," Ethan replied honestly, because the steak was indeed good. The girl then smiled and nodded her head with satisfaction. The people in this castle are all small fish in the grand scheme of things, the plain-looking girl stated. They are not like the salmon who travel the rivers of the world to go to the wide open sea. You should not take them seriously. Ethan didn't know why, but the plain-looking girl in front of him felt like she knew things about him that even he didn't know about. "Can I ask you a favor?" the young lady asked. "What kind of favor?" Ethan asked back. "Just a small one." "Okay, I'm all ears." The plain-looking girl then pointed at King Austin before shifting her gaze at Ethan, who was waiting for what she was going to say next. "Austin is a good boy," the plain-looking girl said. "Although he is a henpecked husband, he is a good boy, so look after his family, okay?" "He is the king," Ethan replied. "He can look after himself easily." The plain-looking girl shook her head. "You are a big fish, but he is a small fish," the plain-looking girl stated. "When the time comes, you will understand." The young lady then shifted her attention to Nicole and held her gaze. A moment later, the plain-looking girl stood up from her seat and whispered something in Nicole's ears, making the latter's face turn solemn. After that, the young lady walked toward Ethan and cupped his face. She then planted a kiss on his forehead before looking him straight in the eye. When the old ones return, it will be a time when symbols will be more real than the things they represent. When people no longer have thoughts of their own, and their minds are stronger than their instincts, come and find me. I will lend you my strength once. Her words were soft and yet firm at the same time. It reached the ears of everyone in the room, making those who knew of her identity shudder. A moment later, she walked back up the staircase, uncaring of the countless gazes that were looking in her direction. The moment her foot stepped on the last step of the stairs, she vanished completely, making everyone who was paying attention to her gasp in shock. Ethan, who only knew the girl as the protector of the castle, had no idea of the significance of her actions. However, the king, the queen, the grand archmage, and all the high-ranking nobles of the kingdom all thought of the same thing. No matter what happened in the future, they must make sure that Ethan would not ever become their enemy. The will of the Sword of Light had spoken, and only fools would dare to not take her words seriously. "Hey, are you sure you should be drinking that many glasses of champagne?" Ethan asked. "Shut up," Nicole replied as she continued to sip from the champagne glass in her hand. Her face was flushed, but the scarlet hue only highlighted her natural beauty. If not for the fact that there were 8 empty glasses right in front of her, anyone who saw her would think that she was blushing after being looked at by Ethan for a long time. After downing her 9th glass, Nicole called out to the waiter so that he could give her another glass. "She has already drunk enough," Ethan said when the waiter got close. "Don't give her another glass." The waiter nodded in understanding and left to go to the other tables. Nicole glared at Ethan for getting in the way of her drinking. "Nicole, what's going on?" Ethan asked. "You're not usually like this." Nicole didn't answer as she closed her eyes. Truth be told, her vision was starting to turn blurry, and she was feeling a bit drowsy. Ethan was right. She wasn't being herself. This was actually the first time she had drunk more than 2 champagne glasses during a gathering. Of course, she knew that doing so was a bad idea. But after recalling what the plain-looking girl said to her earlier, she just felt like drinking until she passed out. Ethan thought that she was drinking like this because of what Vladimir, Constantine, and the patriarch of the Astaf family, Oscar, had said earlier. Because of this, he didn't stop Nicole when she asked for a 4th glass of champagne. It was only after she finished her 6th glass that he realized that something was up. However, Nicole ignored his words and kept on drinking. She just wanted to get completely knocked out so she could stop thinking for a while. "You should probably take her back to her room before she makes a mess of herself," Sebastian commented. "A lady's reputation is important, so you have to act now before things get out of hand," Ethan's other half commented. "Also, just to be on the safe side, let her sleep in your room tonight. I don't trust any of those estab brats and that old man. They might do something while Nicole is knocked out. Ethan knew that his other half was over-exaggerating. There was no way that Vladimir, Konstantin, and Oscar would make a move against them while they were guests in the palace. But he didn't disregard the advice of his other half. It was better to be safe than sorry, after all. "Let's go, Nicole," Ethan whispered in Nicole's ears, making the latter open her eyes. "I'll listen to what you have to say. I believe that you understand that you can't make a scene here or it will reflect badly on you, so don't resist and come with me." Although her mind was hazy and her vision was slightly blurred, Nicole knew that Ethan was right. Because of this, she didn't resist and allowed him to take her back to her room so that she could prevent herself from making a scene. Although drinking this much might reflect badly on her later, it didn't mean much to Nicole since she was still able to walk somewhat properly while using Ethan's arm as support. Only when they were no longer in sight of other people did her steps falter, but that was fine. Ethan was there to catch and support her. Mary and Sue followed closely behind them. The two honorary knights were their responsibilities, so they would assist them in whatever way they could. "Just change her clothes and don't let her take a bath," Ethan ordered. "After that, bring her to my room. She will sleep with me for the night." Mary's and Sue's faces turned beet red after hearing Ethan's orders. The two of them originally thought that the pair were only good friends, but Ethan was now taking the initiative to take a drunk lady into his room to sleep for the night. The two maids were not innocent ladies, and they could easily connect the dots for what the young man wanted to do. "Understood, Sir Ethan," Mary said. "What kind of nightwear do you prefer?" Sue asked. "Black, white, or completely transparent?" "Make her wear pajamas," Ethan answered. "Bring her to my room afterward." Ethan didn't know what the two maids were thinking as he returned to his room. He wasn't aware that Mary and Sue thought that he had a pajama kink, so they made sure to make Nicole wear pink pajamas to highlight her natural beauty. "Lady Nicole, your skin is so smooth and beautiful," Mary commented. "Even as a girl, I can't help but be attracted to you like this." "Indeed," Sue commented. "Also, she's lean and toned and her flesh went to the right places. Just look at these abs. I feel a little envious." As a magical knight, Nicole trained her body properly, and her discipline was very high. This was why Ethan felt that something big must have happened for her to recklessly get drunk, making her vulnerable in the process. Nicole was barely awake as the two maids worked together to change her clothes. Although they originally wanted her to wear pajamas, it was too troublesome to do that. Also, the two maids were feeling mischievous, so they made Nicole wear a silky one-piece black nightgown, which highlighted their features. When they were done, Mary went to knock on Ethan's door, telling him that they had finished changing Nicole's clothes. However, they also said that she was too heavy to carry, so if possible, he should carry her himself. Ethan didn't find any problems with this arrangement. However, when he saw that the young lady was wearing a black nightgown, he eyed the two maids who met his gaze back without even blinking. A sigh escaped Ethan's lips as he carried the sleeping beauty in a princess carry. Mary and Sue opened the doors of his room for him and followed the young man to the bedroom, where he deposited the lady in his arms onto the bed. "The two of you may retire for the night," Ethan said. "I'll be locking the door to ensure that no one will bother us later." "H, how many rounds?" Sue asked. "Huh," Ethan blinked. "What rounds?" "And nothing," Sue stuttered as she hastily retreated. "Good night, Sir Ethan," Mary said respectfully. "Please, do things in moderation. Young people these days tend to lose control of themselves when they get into the mood." "You're right," Ethan replied. "Next time I'll make sure that she will only do it 4 times. "4 times," Sue, who was about to leave, exclaimed. Mary dragged the other maid outside of the room and closed the door behind her. Ethan wondered why Sue was feeling excited, but he decided that it wasn't that important. After firmly locking the door, the young man headed towards the washroom to take a quick shower. Unlike Nicole, He only drank 1 glass of champagne and was perfectly sober. A few minutes later, he dried his body and pulled on the pajamas that were inside his closet. Nicole was now sleeping peacefully in his bed, and he didn't want to disturb her. Fortunately, the bed was big enough for 5 people, so he didn't need to sleep on the couch. While the 2 knights were preparing to sleep, the party was still in full swing. The moment they left, the nobles started to gossip with each other and even said mean words behind their backs, like they weren't fit to become nobles and such. Those in positions of power, on the other hand, were also talking to each other. But the content of their discussion was very different from the noble ladies, who only liked to gossip about those within their circle. King Austin, Lord Edmund, Oscar, and 4 more middle-aged men gathered at a table to discuss what just happened half an hour ago. That was the 2nd time she interacted with Ethan, Lord Edmund said in a solemn tone. The first one can be brushed off as an incident because she might have moved to eliminate the threat on the castle grounds, but her next appearance seems to be done of her own volition. Don't forget that she also took the initiative to feed him, King Austin commented. And she also told the boy not to bully you, Lord Edmund said as he looked at his close friend with an amused look on his face. Imagine, a boy who is not even 20 bullying the King of Eastshire. Your father would rise up from the grave to give you a good smack if that were to really happen. King Austin pretended that he didn't hear Edmund's side remarks and focused his attention on Oscar, as well as the 4 other men sitting at their table. Oscar, make sure that Vladimir doesn't provoke Ethan again, especially while he is still inside the castle, King Austin stated. In fact, it will be best if you tell him not to provoke Ethan ever again. Tell that to Constantine as well, Edmund stated. I can see that boy challenging Ethan to prove that he is superior to him. Constantine may win in a spar against him, but if they were to fight a battle of life and death, I don't have high hopes for your prodigy to last even a minute against Ethan. And what makes you so sure about that? Oscar asked with genuine curiosity. He didn't seem annoyed that the Grand Archmage didn't believe that Constantine would win in a real fight against Ethan. He was asking purely out of interest because, after having a verbal argument with the boy, he had the strong urge to give Ethan a good spanking for talking back to him. I have sparred with him once, Edmund replied. Let's just say that he didn't even use his magic when he fought against me. He only used his weapon, but it was more than enough to make me take him seriously. Are you referring to that spear that he used during the Knight and Seek game? One of the middle-aged men, who watched the battle from a distance, commented. The one that attacks autonomously. Yes, Edmund replied. That one. I saw it in action, the middle-aged man smirked. And I can confidently say that I can easily block it without fail. The Grand Archmage smiled faintly at the middle-aged man and didn't bother to argue with him. When Ethan fought against him, he didn't hold back, and the spear moved with the intent to kill. Although it had killed some of the young nobles who had tried to attack Ethan, the scope of its performance wasn't even close to what it could do at its peak. Clearly, Ethan had still held back because, deep inside, he didn't want to kill people. He only went all out against Edmund because he acknowledged that the Grand Archmage was indeed strong. If Ethan were to fight for real, the spear of Ariadpair would not stop until its target had died a mortal death. In short, the young man had many trump cards that he kept hidden. He also had Illumina, who could move on her own once he activated his partial resonance. The young man even had an ancient Wendigo, which was just as sinister as the spear of Ariadpair. It was a very vile and malicious creature, who loved to devour its foes piece by piece as they screamed in fear and desperation. There was also Sebastian. Ethan always used his sea god's trident when fighting others. And since Sebastian and the trident had formed a symbiotic relationship, the Guardian of Zentris could also take control of it and move autonomously, similar to Ariadpair and Illumina. Last but not the least was Ethan's other half. His mysterious other half, who was more dangerous than Ariadpair and the ancient Wendigo combined. An existence that Ethan had learned to live with, but was still unable to fully understand. In fact, he still wasn't aware of how strong Sebastian and his other half really were. Currently, the two of them were his staunchest allies and his harshest critics. If there ever came a time when he would need to wield their full powers, he would understand why the plain-looking girl had told him not to bully King Austin, who ruled the kingdom of Eastshire. That girl said that she would lend that boy her power once, another middle-aged man commented. What could she mean by that? Is he perhaps the one written in the records, the one who can wield Clayam Saleh? These people could talk freely, because the Grand Archmage of Eastshire had placed a powerful soundproofing spell around them. He had also cast illusion magic, making it so that anybody who tried to read their lips from afar wouldn't be able to get anything substantial, because all they would see were 7 middle-aged men drinking and laughing with each other. It's still too early to tell, King Austin answered. Personally, I don't think he is the next owner of the Sword of Light, but the fact remains that the will of the sword seems to be interested in him. This alone raises his importance, especially since she had promised that she would help him, once. As long as we don't know when she will give him this help, we can assume that it will only happen in a situation that is more dangerous than a dungeon outbreak. Oscar crossed his arms over his chest before narrowing his eyes. Are you perhaps talking about the threat similar to that of the Fomorians? Are you really going to believe that, Chessmayer Cat? Yes, King Austin replied. It is better to believe that a threat that can wipe our kingdom is starting to awaken than to pretend that it isn't there. Very well, the third middle-aged man nodded. For now, it is in our best interest that we do not antagonize our honorary knight. However, if he steps a single toe out of line, I will be one of the first to teach him a lesson. Just make sure to prepare your coffin in advance if you were to do that, Edmund commented. I'll make sure to send flowers to your grave. HMPH, you'll be the first to kick the bucket, Edmund. The middle-aged man snorted. But on a different subject, is he still single? You see, my daughter has just come of age. King Austin and Edmund shared a knowing glance at each other before nodding their heads at the same time. He's already taken, Edmund said. He has at least 3 lovers that we are aware of, King Austin stated. There could be more, though. The king and the Grand Archmage decided to prevent anyone from bringing up marriage talks with the boy, who had caused a commotion half an hour ago. The 2 most powerful and influential people in the Kingdom of Eastshire had both decided that, for the sake of their nation's stability, letting the old foxes drag Ethan into their political battles wasn't the right thing to do. Meanwhile, while all of this was happening, Ethan had just finished taking a shower. He entered the bedroom with just a bath towel wrapped around his waist while holding a hand towel to dry his hair. The young beauty, who was dead drunk and wearing a seductive one-piece nightgown, was currently sleeping on the bed and snoring loud enough to wake up the dead. Ethan looked at the snoring girl on the bed with amusement. His image of Nicole was of a fine young lady who acted like a tomboy most of the time. She was very good when it came to fighting and was also a very talented witch. Among the ladies surrounding Ethan, her fighting ability was on par with Lily, who was a very dangerous opponent in one-on-one and group battles. Part of him wanted to see the 2 fight seriously against each other, and the other part of him didn't want to see it happen. Ethan was certain if the 2 girls were to really duke it out with each other, there was a high possibility that one of them might get seriously injured or, worse, die in the aftermath. After using his water magic to completely dry his hair, Ethan took his pajamas from the closet and pulled them on. He didn't have to worry about Nicole peeking at him, because she was down for the count. And even if she did take a peek, Ethan wouldn't be too bothered by it. He was no longer the innocent and naive boy who would blush if a girl saw his naked body. Lily and the rest of his lovers had raised his immunity to womanly charms. Even if Nicole wasn't wearing any clothes in front of him, he would simply nod his head in admiration of her beautiful body before going to sleep. For him, the young lady was a very close friend, sparring instructor and advisor. He would not do anything to break her trust, for her friendship was important to him. After he finished putting on some clothes, Ethan laid down and slept at the edge of the bed, giving Nicole all the space she needed. Since he was also tired from the festivities, it didn't take long for him to fall asleep, despite the fact that his roommate was snoring loudly. Half an hour later, the young lady, who was snoring loudly, stopped snoring and opened her eyes. The lamp in the room was dimly lit, allowing her to see her surroundings. A glance was enough to tell her that although familiar, the room she was in wasn't hers. A moment later, she noticed that she wasn't wearing the clothes she had worn earlier. The only reason why she didn't panic was because she recognized the young man sleeping on the other edge of the bed. Just like how Ethan trusted Nicole, she also trusted him and knew that he wouldn't do anything that would make her hate him. As her gaze landed on the handsome young man's sleeping face, the words of the plain-looking girl suddenly echoed inside her head. You will not live long enough to accomplish your goal. At most, you will only be able to live up to 3 years. You already know what to do, so why are you hesitating? Those ominous words spoken by the plain-looking girl caused Nicole to break out of character and drink until she got drunk. It was as if the girl had seen right through her soul, and it vexed her because the girl confirmed what she already knew about herself. Just like the plain-looking girl said, Nicole didn't have long to live. According to the girl, she still had 3 more years before her body perished, because it wasn't strong enough to handle the load of the power that she had unknowingly stolen from the Estaf family. Of course, none of them were aware of what she had stolen, because even the patriarch of the Estaf family, Oscar, wasn't aware of the secret that was hidden in one of the rooms of their main residence. When Nicole was only 9 years old, she was running away from the children of the Estaf family, who wanted to bully her and had entered that room by accident. Do you want power? Those were the words that the being inside the room had asked her long ago. Yes, I want power. That was what she had said back then. As a child, she wanted power so that she wouldn't get bullied by the members of the Estaf family, who had treated her as if she was a bastard child of the family. She was still too young to understand the consequences of her actions, but even if Nicole was given the opportunity to travel to the past, she still wouldn't change a thing. Because of the power she gained. The patriarch of the Estaf family recognized her potential. The bullying had also stopped, but her relationship with the Estaf family remained cold. Nicole was strong and perfectly healthy, but this was all due to the power that she had acquired. Behind that facade, her life force was slowly being eaten up by the power that wasn't meant to be held by an ordinary human child. 3 years, Nicole thought, so just after graduating from the academy. The young lady sighed internally, but her mind was already sober. The power inside her prevented her from being intoxicated for a long period of time, and drastically cut down the period of time that she was under status effects like paralysis and petrification. She was also immune to poison, which was why those who had tried to poison her when she was young were surprised when none of their tricks were working on her. One of them even died after they tried the poison on themselves when checking why it didn't work on her. I feel so cold inside, Nicole thought as she placed her hand over her chest. Although her skin was warm, just like an ordinary human on the outside, deep inside, she was feeling very cold. She didn't always feel this way, but she would feel this cold sensation once or twice a week. This only happened during the night, and it would be gone when morning came. Even so, at times like this, she wished that she could hold onto something warm that would help her get through the night. Nicole looked at Ethan for nearly half a minute before making up her mind. The young lady then moved closer to the young man and hugged him like a pillow. Suddenly, the cold she was feeling slowly faded, as if it was being absorbed by something. The young lady wasn't able to stop herself from sighing in relief, because the cold that was making her uneasy disappeared, as if it didn't exist in the first place. Ethan, whom she hugged, suddenly shifted his body and sleepily wrapped the young lady in his arms. He then lightly patted her head and mumbled something. "Are you feeling homesick again, Lillian?" Ethan said softly. "Don't worry, I'm here. I'll hold you until you fall asleep tonight." After saying those words, Ethan kissed her forehead and remained still. He was still fast asleep, and what he did was like an automatic reflex, similar to a muscle memory. Nicole, who had been wrapped in a loving embrace, almost forgot to breathe because of what just happened. When she regained her composure, she didn't know if she should push Ethan away or remain in his arms. His warm embrace, which had pushed the coldness out of her body, was very soothing. In the end, she just lightly hit his chest before closing her eyes. "At least don't call out the name of another girl when hugging me," Nicole thought. Stupid Ethan. A few minutes later, she, too, fell asleep and woke up the next day feeling as if she had taken the most refreshing sleep in her lifetime. Ethan blinked once then twice as he looked at the young lady, whom he was hugging and was also hugging him back. When he woke up a few minutes ago, the first thing he saw was Nicole's beautiful pink hair. The next thing he saw was her bare shoulders, as well as the side of her breast, which was pressing against his chest. It seemed that the string of her nightgown had gotten undone when Ethan's hands wrapped around her when he hugged her in his sleep. Perhaps Mary or Sue didn't tie the strings properly and kept it loose on purpose, assuming that something like this would happen. But regardless of the reason or circumstance of how he ended up hugging Nicole and the latter hugging him in return, he felt as if he was in a very tricky situation. Of course, he had tried to extricate himself from the young lady, but her hold on him was surprisingly firm, and it felt like she had locked him in a vice grip. While he was thinking of a way how to get out of his situation without hurting his friend, Nicole started to stir, making Ethan's body stiffen. "Oh boy, here comes the fun part." Sebastian chuckled from inside Ethan's sea of consciousness. "The suspense is terrible," Ethan's other half commented. "I hope it lasts." Ethan silently cursed the two members of the peanut gallery as he resigned himself to his fate. When Nicole opened her eyes, he looked at Ethan still half asleep. "Ethan?" Nicole asked before she sleepily freed his body, propping herself up into a sitting position before rubbing her eyes. At that exact moment, the other string of her nightgown loosened, exposing both her breasts in front of the young man, whose eyes automatically locked onto them. "Nice shape," Ethan muttered. After saying those words, Nicole's body stiffened as her eyes widened in shock. She then looked at Ethan's face before looking down on her bare chest, before raising her head once again to look at him. The two stared at each other for a few seconds before Nicole sighed and unhurriedly tied the strings of her nightgown back up. If it were any other young man who had seen her body, she would have definitely smacked them to oblivion. But Ethan was different. She knew that he didn't see her in a romantic or lustful way, and that he also wasn't ignorant about a woman's body. "Did you like what you saw?" Nicole asked after she had properly tied the strings of her nightgown. "I want the honest truth." "I like them very much," Ethan answered honestly. "You have well-shaped breasts. They are very beautiful." Then I'll forgive you because you are honest." Nicole then moved away from the bed. "I'll just change into something more comfortable so that we can have breakfast together." "Okay," Ethan nodded. The moment Nicole opened the door, two maids fell on the carpeted floor. "What are the two of you doing?" Nicole asked with an amused expression on her face. "We're just guarding the door to make sure that no one would disturb the two of you," Sue answered. That's right," Mary replied. It's not like we're trying to eavesdrop or anything. We're just making sure that both of you are safe." Nicole said nothing and only shook her head helplessly before moving past the two maids, who were still collapsed on the carpeted floor. When the young lady had firmly closed the door of her room, the two maids looked behind them, only to see Edahan looking down on them with his arms crossed over his face. Mary and Sue glanced at each other before giving the handsome young man their sweetest smiles. "How many rounds?" Sue asked. "Did you practice moderation?" Mary inquired. Ethan narrowed his eyes at the two eavesdroppers before saying what was on his mind. "Get out," Ethan ordered. "Now." The two maids sighed before standing up at the same time. They then bowed their heads at Ethan before closing the door firmly behind them, leaving the young man alone. "Smooth," Sebastian commented. "Very smooth." I don't mind adding Nicole to the family tree," Ethan's other half commented. "She's a great young lady, better than most. She'll give birth to strong kids." Ethan rolled his eyes at the two bastards inside his head and went to the closet to change his clothes. He was thankful that Nicole didn't blame him for what happened. Otherwise, it would have caused a strain on their relationship as friends. The young man wasn't aware that the young lady in question was currently humming happily as she picked out what clothes to wear. Her head was no longer hazy, and her body felt so relaxed that it made her wonder if sleeping beside Ethan had a soothing effect on her body. Nicole very rarely managed to get a good night's rest because she would often toss and turn on her bed during the night. After she finished pulling on her clothes, he asked Sue to deliver their breakfast to Ethan's room. Since they didn't have any appointments to dine with the royal family, they would just eat by themselves. Also, they would be returning to the academy tomorrow, so she planned to ask Ethan to go with her to check out the capital city while they were there. A few minutes later, "Buy souvenirs in the city?" Ethan asked. "I think that's a great idea." "Right," Nicole nodded. "I'm sure that your lovers would want some gifts from the capital as well, and since we're already here, let's go shopping." Ethan didn't find any problems with this proposal. But before he accepted her invitation to go shopping, he shifted his attention to Mary and Sue, who were standing beside the table and waiting for them to finish breakfast. "Did His Majesty or Lord Edmund mention anything about meeting us today?" Ethan inquired. "Not that I know of," Mary replied. "I'm sure that they will be waking up a little late today because the party lasted until dawn." Ethan nodded his head in understanding. Since they were free from scheduled meetings today, he decided to accompany Nicole around the capital in order to buy souvenirs for the members of his manor, as well as his lovers in the academy. The capital city of Wisteria was truly a sight to behold. It was more bustling and lively than Otto City, and its size was also massive. "Where should we go first?" Ethan asked. "Since this isn't your first time in the capital, do you know of good places we could visit?" "I know a few," Nicole replied, "but I still haven't explored everything this place has to offer. I also doubt that we'll have enough time to see all of them before we need to return to the castle. So, what do you suggest?" "Let's visit stores for women first. Are you loaded with money?" "I have enough." Ethan was carrying riches with him that could make even a duke's jaw drop wide open. That was the extent of the wealth he gained from the lands of Alester and the Magdar Kingdom, which he had temporarily visited in the past. Nicole, who understood women the most, visited the stores that were catered to women. She even helped Ethan pick out the latest fashionable dresses for Lily, Luna, Lillian, Emma, and even Chloe, who still wasn't talking to Ethan until now. Even so, Luna told him that his cousin always asked about him whenever she visited her in the Jaeger manor. Technically, the two of them didn't really break up. They only decided to have a cool-off period between the two of them, giving both of them time and space to better understand their true feelings for each other. "Ethan, what's on your mind?" Nicole asked after seeing that the young man had zoned out after asking her to help him choose which dress he would give to Chloe. "I'm not really good at choosing which one she should wear," Ethan admitted. "What do you recommend?" Nicole pondered for a bit as she looked at the two dresses on display. "Maybe the one that will show off her back," Nicole said in a teasing tone. "I'm sure that the boys in the academy would love it. Chloe is gaining popularity with the men as of late." "Rejected." Ethan crossed his arms in front of him, vetoing the dress that would show his cousin's skin. He didn't want anyone ogling Chloe's body, especially if the dress she was going to wear was one he bought for her. "You're overprotective as always," Nicole snorted. "Then how about this green dress? It matches her eyes." Ethan looked at the fashionable green cocktail dress in front of him and imagined Chloe wearing it. He then nodded his head in appreciation because he liked what he imagined. Although it would show off his cousin's shoulders, It wouldn't reveal anything else, which was a good thing in Ethan's book. "Okay, this is good," Ethan replied. "I'll buy it." "Good," Nicole nodded. "With this, we've bought all your girlfriends some dresses, but aren't you forgetting someone?" "I forgot someone," Ethan blinked in confusion. "Who else did I forget?" "Me, of course," Nicole replied. "Since I helped you buy clothes, don't you think you should buy me one too?" A faint smile appeared on Ethan's lips before nodding his head in agreement. "You're right," Ethan replied. "Let's pick out a dress for you. Which one would you like to have?" "Pick one for me," Nicole replied. "I am confident that anything I wear will look good on me, even if I wear tree leaves." Ethan eyed Nicole from head to foot as he imagined her wearing only tree leaves. In the end, he had to admit that she was right. Beautiful people would look good in anything they wore, even if they were just wearing tree leaves. The young man then scanned the dresses that were on display and stopped at a frilly pink dress, which would make whoever wore it look like a fairy. "How about this one?" Ethan asked Nicole as he pointed at the pink dress, making the young lady arch an eyebrow. "You want me to wear that?" Nicole asked back. "Yes." "Fine." Ethan smiled as he waved at the saleslady to carefully wrap the dress that he chose for Nicole. Although he didn't know if there would ever be an opportunity for her to wear the dress that he bought for her, he still thought that he would like to see her in that dress at least once. The young man thought that they were now done with their shopping trip, but it seemed that he had greatly underestimated Nicole. After buying clothes, they went to the accessory shop to buy several accessories for Ethan's lovers. Of course, Ethan was more than willing to buy these kinds of gifts for his girlfriends, so he made sure to pick the best ones that he could find. Truth be told, he wanted to buy them rings, but since they wouldn't be able to wear them in school, he chose to look for other accessories that they could wear without standing out too much. He knew that his lovers weren't really the materialistic kind of girls, so he didn't even bother looking at the expensive jewelry for sale. Ethan wanted to buy something that they could wear on a daily basis, so he chose simple accessories. For Lily, he bought her a silver bangle with a single green gem embedded in its center, which was the same color as her eyes. Luna, on the other hand, would receive a pair of earrings with a crescent moon design. Lillian would be receiving a heart-shaped silver locket. Emma would get a golden pocket watch that she could carry inside her robes. As for Chloe, Ethan decided to give her a hairpin and a comb, knowing that she cared for her hair a lot. Of course, since he knew that he couldn't leave Nicole out of the equation, he decided to buy her a gift as well. Now, what should I get her? Ethan pondered as he looked at the other accessories in the shop. Then, his eyes landed on a plain-looking silver bracelet that didn't have any sort of design whatsoever. But for some reason, Ethan was quite attracted to it, which prompted the two people inside his sea of consciousness to take a better look at the accessory that caught Ethan's attention. "Oh, this sure is a surprise," Sebastian commented. "You would not have felt it if you hadn't purposely focused your attention on it." "True," Ethan's other half commented. "To think that something like this could be found in a store like this, what a stroke of luck." Ethan, who heard the two's exchange, frowned as he picked up the bracelet from the display. He gave it a closer look, but aside from that good feeling he was getting from it, he couldn't discern what the bracelet could do. "Just buy this bracelet, Ethan," Sebastian suggested. "We'll explain what it is later." "That's right," Ethan's other half commented. "Buy it, but tell Nicole that you will give it to her tomorrow. We still need to do something to it to make it extra special." Knowing that the two wouldn't do anything to harm him and Nicole, Ethan decided to buy the silver bracelet. Nicole, who had expected that the gift would be given to her, made the "give it to me" gesture, but Ethan only shook his head. "I will give this to you tomorrow," Ethan stated. "I'll keep it for now." The young lady gave Ethan a weird look, but she still nodded her head in the end. Since she would receive it in the end anyway, it didn't really matter if Ethan held on to it for a bit longer. The two then went to have lunch together at one of the fanciest restaurants in the city. Although the taste wasn't as good as the dishes in the royal palace, it was still good enough for the two teenagers to appreciate the taste. A few hours later, both of them returned to the palace, feeling satisfied with what they had bought during their shopping spree. They didn't know that the Grand Archmage of Eastshire was waiting for the two of them, because they still hadn't received their rewards from the Knight and Seek game, which would be presented to them by the king in his private treasure room. As promised, the two of you are granted the chance to take one artifact from my collection, King Austin said, as he opened the door that led to his personal treasury. Before inviting Ethan and Nicole to check his collection, he made sure to hide all dangerous and cursed items in his collection. As Ethan entered, the first thing that caught his attention was the lone spear displayed in the corner of the room. King Austin had purposely left this spear behind, knowing that Ethan liked to use spears. Navigator's spear, Ethan muttered as he checked the information in the display case of the weapon. Navigator's spear. This adamantine spear will always return to its owner once it is thrown. It also has a secondary ability that, if activated, will force the spear to point north. This spear was once used by a famous explorer when he was still traveling the world. The Navigator's spear is perfect for those who like to go on long adventures. Ethan assumed King Austin had personally written the description that was plastered on the casing. The king's penmanship was very elegant and easy to read. Edmund, who was also inside the treasury, thought that Ethan would choose to take the spear. However, after the young man read the information, he didn't even give it a second glance. At the moment, Ethan did not need another spear that would return to him once it was thrown. He already had Arihad Pear and the Sea God's Trident, and both could do that. As for its second ability of always pointing north, Sebastian had a similar ability, so the spear's function was simply redundant, even if it was made from adamantine. The young man checked all the artifacts one by one until he saw what looked like a black collar with a golden gem on it. However, what made this particular accessory quite interesting was that the gem had a whitish color at its center, forming a split, similar to a cat's eye. Eyes on me. The body of this collar is made from the scales of a black dragon, and the gem that has been used to decorate it is a Helioder gem. This collar was commissioned by a dragon slayer witch as a gift to her pet cat. It has two unique abilities. The first ability allows the creature that wears it to be immune to any and all mind-affecting magic. The second ability allows the creature to pinpoint the exact location of its master, as long as they have marked the gem with a drop of their blood. Although this artifact was said to have only two abilities, there were reports that the gem was imbued by some kind of life magic, ensuring that its wearer would retain their health and rarely get sick. As to whether these reports were true or not, no one really knows. However, this gem would be a perfect gift for your pets, allowing them to get closer to you. P.S. This can be worn by demi-humans as well. Just make sure to not call it a pet collar or they might beat you up. Ethan chuckled after reading the information about the artifact called Eyes on Me. Truth be told, he felt a bit bad about not being able to buy a souvenir from this trip for Lilith, who was always with him. Since there was now a perfect artifact in front of him that he could gift his protector, he didn't hesitate to ask the king to give it to him as a reward. "Are you sure that you want this?" King Austin asked. "Yes, your majesty," Ethan replied. The king then glanced in Nicole's direction, who was still looking for a treasure that she would be bringing back to the academy. After making sure that the young lady was a good distance away from them, King Austin whispered something in Ethan's ear. "Are you planning to give this to one of your lovers?" King Austin asked. "Just know that this is meant for pets." "Don't worry, your majesty," Ethan replied. "I plan to give it to a cat." "A cat? Well, that cat must be very special then." "She is very special." Lilith, who was hiding inside Ethan's shadow, couldn't help but feel her cheeks burn because she had seen and heard everything. She was quite happy that this accessory could also be worn by humans, because she would be extremely sad if it broke once she had transformed into her demi-human form. A few minutes later, Nicole had finished choosing an artifact. But her choice not only surprised Ethan, but also King Austin and Edmund. What Nicole chose was a pair of shoes that would allow her to walk on any liquid surfaces or bodies of water. This meant that she could walk on rivers, lakes, and the sea if she wished. There was a secondary effect to the shoes as well, which would allow her to skate on the water's surface as if she were skating on ice. Although finding it unusual, since Nicole had chosen this pair of magical shoes, the king awarded them to her without any questions asked. After they had received their rewards, the king invited them to eat dinner with his family. Since the two teenagers would return to Brynhildr Academy in the morning, he decided to spend a little more time with the two people who had been marked by the will of the Sword of Light. Also, knowing that a few people might target the two of them on their return trip, Edmund planned to accompany them back to the academy to ensure their safety. He was certain that Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett would give him an earful if something were to happen to their two precious students, who had ditched their studies for a few days in order to attend their ballroom party. Inside Ethan's room. After making sure to lock the door, Ethan called out to Lilith to give her the pet collar that he received from the king. The black cat jumped out of Ethan's shadow and obediently sat in front of him. However, she was unable to hide her excitement, her tail quivering behind her. Ethan gently placed the collar around her neck, enjoying the smoothness of her fur. Since the collar was imbued with magic that automatically adjusted itself to fit its wearer, it shrank itself into a perfect fit. "Thank you, Master," Lilith said in a very sweet voice. "I promise to take care of it for the rest of my life." "I'm glad you like it," Ethan replied before picking up the black cat and walking towards the couch. Once there, he sat on top of it and placed Lilith on his lap. The young man then pricked his finger, drawing a drop of blood from it before wiping it on the gem on Lilith's collar, activating the magic imbued on it. The black cat immediately felt a strong connection to her master, which made her feel that she had taken one more step to becoming closer to him. After activating the effect of the collar, the young man lightly patted Lilith's body, eliciting a purr. Sebastian and Ethan's other half gave each other a knowing glance, but didn't say anything. Ethan was still not aware that Lilith could transform into a catkin because she asked the girls, who had seen her true form, to keep it a secret. She didn't plan to tell Ethan about this for the time being because she believed that Ethan wouldn't casually touch her like this if he knew that she wasn't a pure cat, but a catkin in disguise. Still, she wished that day would soon come so that she would be able to hug him to sleep and feel his warmth, just like his lovers did. "Come visit us again, Nicole," Queen Evan said as she hugged the young lady in her arms. "Also, don't worry too much about your mother. I'm making sure that she receives the best care possible." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Nicole replied. "I'm truly grateful for your continuous support." "'Tis but a trivial thing, my dear." Queen Evan held Nicole's hand on her own. "Just don't do anything reckless while you are in the academy. Make sure to study properly and stay out of trouble, okay?" "I'll try, Your Majesty," Nicole nodded. The two ladies then shifted their attention to Princess Eva, who was hugging Ethan. "Visit us again when you're free," Princess Eva said. "Also, if you cheat on your lovers, I'm going to punish you personally." The princess then took a step back, pulling away from the hug, and winked at Ethan playfully, making the young man smile. "I'll remember, Your Highness," Ethan replied before bowing respectfully to the princess. "Should I cheat on them, please deliver the hammer of justice." Princess Eva nodded. It's good to know that you understand." Prince Louis shook hands with Ethan and gave the young man a reminder. "Please do your best to not make enemies out of noble families, Ethan," Prince Louis said in a solemn tone. "They are the pillars of the kingdom, and although you might be protected behind the walls of Brynhildr Academy, you cannot stay there forever." "I understand, Your Highness," Ethan replied. "Please take care of yourself as well. Some nobles can't be trusted." A faint smile appeared on Prince Louis' face as he nodded his head in understanding. He knew that what Ethan was saying was the truth, As a prince, he had already experienced it in the past. "One last thing, Ethan," Prince Louis said before moving close to whisper something in Ethan's ears. "Avoid conflicts with the Raylight family. They are not ordinary members of the nobility." After saying those words, Prince Louis gave Ethan a brief nod before moving towards Nicole in order to say goodbye to her properly. Ethan frowned as he looked at the back of the crown prince of the kingdom. It took him a few seconds to understand what the prince was talking about. He knew of two people who bore the family name Raylight. They were none other than Cedric and his newest lover, Lillian, who had come to Brynhildr Academy just to be with him. Of course, he didn't plan to have conflicts with the Raylight family, but that didn't mean that the Raylight family didn't plan to have conflicts with him. Driving away these thoughts inside his head, the young man's gaze then landed on the patriarch of the Astaf family, who had also appeared uninvited. Oscar and Nicole were discussing in hushed tones a distance away from Ethan. He had no intention of eavesdropping on them, so he simply walked toward Lord Edmund, who would escort them back to the academy using his flying ship. "Done saying your goodbyes?" Edmund asked with a mischievous smile on his face. "Yes, Lord Edmund," Ethan replied. "Ethan, if you ever find yourself in need of help, and my two friends, Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett, are unable to help you, please don't hesitate to contact me," Edmund said as he handed Ethan a crystal ball. "As long as I am not busy, I will try to help you in any way that I can." Ethan gratefully accepted the crystal ball and bowed at the Grand Archmage respectfully. "Thank you, Lord Edmund," Ethan stated. "I'll be sure to contact you if I face a problem that I am unable to solve with Professor Reinhardt's and Professor Barrett's help." Edmund wanted to have a closer relationship with Ethan, especially after hearing the will of the Sword of Light. Since the plain-looking girl promised Ethan that she would help him once, he wanted to be there when it happened. A few minutes later, Nicole walked toward their direction with an unreadable look on her face. "Done?" Ethan asked. "Done," Nicole answered. Seeing that the two teenagers were ready to go, Edmund waved his hand, and a flying ship descended from the sky. He saw a handful of people on the ship, manning it, whom Ethan believed to be part of the Archmage's personal crew. "Climb aboard the Mary Celeste," Edmund stated. "She will take you back to the academy safely." Ethan and Nicole didn't hesitate as they boarded the ship and stood on its deck. They then gazed at the people on the ground, who were waving in their direction. Nicole and Ethan waved back, while Lord Edmund gave the orders to set sail. Soon, the flying ship rose from the ground and flew towards the southeast, where Brynhildr Academy was located. Ethan watched as the capital city became farther and farther away. After the incident with the Astaf family, he wished that he wouldn't have to see Vladimir's and Konstantine's faces again. But he knew that this was impossible. As long as Nicole was still participating in the air wars, he would inevitably cross paths with the two wizards sooner or later. Ethan intended to support her and let her become the winner of the war, who would decide who the next patriarch of the Astaf family would be. He didn't need to know Nicole's reason for taking the air wars seriously. As long as she wished to participate in it, Ethan would make sure to fight alongside her, even if he had to face the entirety of the Astaf family. "We will arrive in Brynhildr Academy after a day," Edmund said as he approached the two teenagers. "If nothing unusual happens, like crossing paths with a dragon, we'll arrive at the academy by sunrise, just in time to have breakfast in the dining hall. So, how was your first trip to the capital, Ethan? Did you have fun?" Ethan nodded. "I had fun." "Good," Edmund smiled before patting Ethan's shoulder. "Because I have a feeling that you will visit the capital city again, sooner than you think." The young man groaned internally, because he really didn't plan on going back to the capital anytime soon. But the mischievous smile on the Grand Archmage's face was making him feel as if he knew something that he didn't plan on telling him. While Ethan and Nicole were on their way back to Brynhildr Academy, two people from the capital arrived at the Oswald barony. "To think that His Excellency would send us to the countryside. Talk about bad luck, a skinny-looking man in his mid-30s said with a sigh. It is His Excellency's orders, a middle-aged man with sharp eyes replied. So stop complaining. I don't want to smell like cows, chickens, and goats. The countryside is the worst. You're free to grumble for now, but make sure to not say such things when we arrive at the Oswald residence. If they have a bad impression of our visit, I'll make sure that His Excellency knows that it's your fault. The skinny-looking man clicked his tongue, but no longer said anything. When they arrived at the train station, they were expecting to see undeveloped land, with not even a proper road. However, to their surprise, the path they were taking had proper roads. Although it wasn't as grand as the roads in the capital city, it was still quite different from what they were expecting. They came here thinking that they would be met with undeveloped land, but as they traveled through the Oswald barony, they noticed that it wasn't as bad as they thought. Spring was right around the corner, but the air was still chilly. Even so, they could feel a sense of warmth as they looked at the happy expressions of the people that their carriage had passed by. I thought that the Oswald barony had suffered last year, with its people not having enough food to last for the winter because of the bad crop yield, the skinny man commented. But they don't look as if they had just suffered a hard winter. Did our informant give us the wrong information? Impossible, the middle-aged man replied. You know that they have no reason to lie. Perhaps the Oswald family dug deep into their pockets to buy food for the people in their territory to help them make it through the winter days. The skinny man pondered this a bit before nodding his head. A smile then appeared on his face when they thought about their purpose for coming. If that is the case, then I guess that their family will welcome us with open arms, the skinny man said. After all, we bring them good news as well as gold coins. The middle-aged man smiled as well, because they could already see them succeeding in their mission. If they handled this perfectly, then they would be properly rewarded, as well as praised by their master. A few hours later, the carriage they rented stopped at the gates of the Oswald residence. The two men stared at the house of the ruling noble and almost shook their heads helplessly. The house was a mere 2-story building, and it looked more like a warehouse than a noble's residence. Remember what I told you earlier, the middle-aged man said to his companion. Don't say anything to mess up the negotiation, or I'll slap you silly. Don't worry, the skinny man replied. I'll behave. After getting his companion's assurance, the middle-aged man opened the gate and approached the door of the residence to knock on it. All it took were 2 knocks before the door opened, revealing an old man who was holding a newspaper in his hand. Good morning, Sir Oswald, the middle-aged man said as he bowed respectfully to the old man. I came here to deliver good news from the capital. My master has entrusted me with this letter to pass on to you. The middle-aged man took a letter from his pocket and offered it politely to Luna's grandpa, Philip. A look of surprise appeared on Philip's face when he saw the seal on the letter. The two of you have traveled a long way, Philip said as he accepted the latter. Please, come in to warm yourselves. We thank you for your generosity, Sir Oswald. Thank you for your generosity, kind sir. The 2 men entered the house and were allowed to sit in the dining room to have something hot to drink. Irene served their guests some hot coffee to help warm their bodies. They rarely received guests from the capital, and whenever it happened, they would always bring important news with them. A frown appeared on Philip's face as he read the letter. When he was done, he placed it on top of the table before lighting his pipe in order to smoke. Luna's father, Bruce, was curious about the contents of the letter, so he picked it up and began to read it. Similar to Philip's reaction, a frown appeared on his face, making the ladies wonder what the contents of the letter were. What does it say? Luna's grandma, Rhea, asked. It will be best if you read it yourself, Mother, Bruce asked as he handed the letter to Rhea. His 2 other wives, Irene and Brianna, stood behind their mother-in-law to read the letter as well. When the 3 girls finished reading its contents, Brianna placed it back on top of the table and smiled sweetly. Philip, I hope you are not going to say something silly, Rhea said in a tone that made her husband feel chills running down his spine. You already know what I mean, right? Irene and Brianna also looked at their father-in-law with solemn looks on their faces. Seeing that the ladies of their families were practically glaring at him, Philip sighed before emptying the contents of his pipe and putting it down on top of the table. I'm very sorry, but my granddaughter is already promised to someone, Philip stated. She also loves that person, so I cannot agree to have her marry someone else. The middle-aged man with a sharp look on his face nodded in understanding, but clearly he had no intention of backing down. Having someone to love is a wonderful thing, but you need to look at the bigger picture, Sir Oswald, the middle-aged man replied. In the end, the Oswald family is just a low-ranking member of the nobility. If you agree to this proposal, I'm sure that not only will your rank of nobility rise, but you will also have a strong backer for life. Isn't this marriage alliance the perfect opportunity to help your family and your people prosper? Before Philip could even reply, Rhea snorted as she glared at the middle-aged man, who still hadn't given up. Tell that old fool that if he plans to play matchmaker, he should have done it years ago, Rhea stated. My granddaughter already found someone she loves. We won't let you get in the way of her happiness. Irene, who was Luna's birth mother, and Brianna, who treated Luna as her own, glared at the middle-aged man, who wanted to butt into their daughter's life. Seeing that the ladies of the family were strongly opposed to the proposal of having Luna marry the grandchild of their employer, the middle-aged man smiled and took out a magic pouch from his coat and placed it on top of the table. This pouch contains 100,000 gold coins. This is the dowry for your daughter. If you think it is lacking, please tell me, so I can inform my master to raise it. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Rhea couldn't help but look at their guest with disdain. If they had come several months ago, then the possibility of this marriage proposal pushing through would have been high. Rhea wanted to laugh out loud, but knowing that her waist would hurt if she did that, she refrained from doing so. However, she used her walking stick to push the magical pouch away from the table with a sneer on her face, which made the middle-aged man and the skinny man, who was accompanying him, think that the Oswald family was simply playing hard to get. Only 100,000 gold coins, Rhea sneered. Do you think my granddaughter's dowry is only worth a measly 100,000 gold coins? Before Ethan left, he had left them a fortune enough to make a mere 100,000 gold coins look like pocket change in their eyes. The gold coins the young man had given them were enough to fill up their entire living room. He also gave them countless precious stones, as well as pearls the size of an adult's fist, which would fetch a high price if they were sold to collectors or auctioned in the capital city. Please, Lady Rhea, we didn't mean to offend you, the middle-aged man smiled. If 100,000 gold isn't enough, then I'm sure the master will not mind doubling or even tripling it. This shows how serious he is to make this marriage proposal work. Heth Tilda, it seems that we're not even speaking the same language, Rhea chuckled. I'll make it simple so that even someone like you can understand. Even if you offered me 300,000 gold coins right now, the answer would still be the same. We're not marrying Luna off to that old fart's grandson. Philip, who was busy smoking on his pipe, started coughing because of Rhea's choice of words. Perhaps she alone, within the entirety of Eastshire, had the guts to call that person an old fart. Even if the person in question was the one sitting in front of her right now, he would not be able to do a thing because he perfectly knew Rhea's temper. This was also why he asked his two subordinates to visit the Oswald residence instead of coming in person. Lady Rhea, if there is something that you're not satisfied with, please feel free to tell us. The middle-aged man was doing his best to keep a smile on his face. He was very tempted to start cursing the old woman for being narrow-minded, especially when the one instigating the marriage proposal was that person. Do you really not understand the human language? Rhea was also fighting the strong urge to start beating the middle-aged man with her walking stick, pissed at how the other party was still persisting to continue the discussion. Look here, Lady Rhea. The skinny man, who had been holding himself back, decided to interject. My master has given your family a great honor. We know that your daughter is in a relationship with someone, but since the two of them haven't married each other yet, we decided to come and offer your granddaughter a better man who will love and care for her. According to our investigation, this Ethan Gremory already has other lovers. Do you really want your daughter to fight for this man's affection when there is someone who has promised to love her and only her? Also, the young master's lineage is impeccable. You will not find anyone in the kingdom, with the exception of the crown prince, to be better than him. This is the chance of a lifetime, so it will be best if you think over this matter carefully. My master also wants to strengthen the bond between your two families. Won't you reconsider? Before Rhea could even reply, Philip lightly tapped the table with his knuckle to catch everyone's attention. I am truly honored that a daughter of our family was chosen to become your young master's fiancé, Philip stated. But we Oswalds don't really care for fame or fortune. We love who we want to love, and we live the way we want to live. We may not be the richest, noble family out there, and our lands are at the very corner of the kingdom, causing it to fall behind in development. But it's also because of this that we learned to appreciate the simple joys of life. Philip paused as he looked at their guests with the look of a person who had seen some of the tougher hardships of life. Go back and tell His Excellency that my granddaughter is already happy with the partner she chose, Philip said. Although she needs to share his love and affection with other ladies, I'm sure that this isn't necessarily a bad thing. We are nobles, so it is very normal to have more than one wife. So, I hope that you understand that we respect her decision and choose to stand by her side until the end. The middle-aged man frowned, but no longer said anything. The skinny man, however, was clenching his fists tightly. He was finding it hard to believe that a noble family living out in the sticks had the audacity to turn down the very generous offer of wealth and prestige. Seeing that his comrade might lash out at the family, he decided to take the initiative to take a step back and thank the Oswald family for their hospitality. He didn't want to burn bridges before they had a chance to inform their master about the current situation. Because of this, he firmly grabbed his comrade's shoulder before the latter did something that might put future negotiations in jeopardy. A few minutes after their guests had left, Rhea sighed deeply and asked her daughters-in-law to massage her shoulders. I'm sure they will come back, Rhea stated, and that person might personally come to handle the negotiations. I'm telling you now that we're on Luna's side. If you try to sell my granddaughter away, I'll clobber you. Philip chuckled after hearing his wife's threats. I already said it earlier, right? Philip replied. We stand by Luna's choice. Also, both you and I know that the amount of wealth that we received from Ethan is more than 300,000 gold coins. How can I possibly kick away such a wealthy grandson-in-law? It's good that you understand. Rhea nodded before glancing at her son, Bruce, and his grandsons, who all stayed quiet. From start to finish, they didn't say anything and allowed Rhea to handle the negotiations. Spill it, Rhea ordered. What are you boys thinking? Bruce looked at her mother with a bitter smile on his face. I'm just thinking that if they made this proposal before we had met Ethan, we definitely would have accepted it, Bruce replied. Don't lie, Mother. I'm sure that you were also tempted by their proposal. Not because of the money, but because of who that person is. Rhea nodded. You're right, but there are no ifs in this world. Since Ethan was man enough to come to this place, knowing that all of you intended to bully him and try to make him break his relationship with Luna, he is a good grandson-in-law in my book. Don't worry, Mother, Bruce stated. I have already approved of Ethan, albeit reluctantly. Since Luna loves him, we will definitely support her choice. Also, I think his purpose for coming to us was to prevent something like this from happening. It seems that he already knew that someone was planning to propose to Luna, so he made sure that he got our approval before any competitor arrived. Rhea nodded. You're right. I'm sure he also gave us that much money as a bribe to make us think that he is wealthy enough to support Luna. Still, I would be lying if I said that I wasn't moved by that skinny man's words, Bruce admitted. Ethan has many lovers, and Luna has to compete for Ethan's affection. I didn't have a problem with this because I have Irene and Brianna with me. Rhea shrugged. Things can change, especially in noble households. Don't forget who his grandson is. Although he might say that he will love only Luna now, he might sing a different tune once he grows older. At least with Ethan, we know how many lovers he plans to have, so we know where Luna stands. Lastly, I don't believe that someone who is willing to challenge our entire family to get our approval only has superficial feelings for her. This is why I believe that Ethan will continue to love and care for Luna, even if he were to have more than one wife. Irene and Brianna both nodded their heads at the same time. They really liked Ethan, and since their daughter liked him as well, they were willing to support her love. Well then, I guess we better prepare to meet that person soon, Philip commented. Should I buy one of those comfortable couches in the next town? It will be bad if that person's back aches after sitting on our hard couch. Good idea, Irene clapped her hands. How about you get other stuff like those new bed mattresses that will make us feel as if we are sleeping in a pile of cotton? I'd love that. That sounds like a great idea, Mother, Irene commented. Get new pillows as well, Brianna added. Soon, the Oswald family was deeply involved in a discussion about renovating their house by the time spring officially arrived to make their home more comfortable to live in. Also, they would like to surprise Luna on her next visit, which would be happening once the school year officially ended. I can see it, Nicole said as she looked in the distance. I see it too, Ethan replied softly. We're finally back. The two of them had woken up just before sunrise, and together, they gazed at the beautiful scenery in front of them. The sun rising from the east showed them a picturesque sight of Brynhildr Academy in the distance. Had the two of them traveled alone, it would have taken them 2 to 3 days in order to get back to the academy, and by then, both of them would be dead tired from their traveling, with no energy to admire anything. However, since the Grand Archmage of Easter decided to accompany them, they were able to rest properly and didn't need to worry about the long journey back home. We'll be landing very soon, Edmund said as he stood behind the two teenagers. I'll also be staying in the academy for a few days because I need to discuss something with Reinhardt and Barrett. Also, Ethan and Nicole, I will ask the two of you to accompany me on my expedition in a few weeks. This is part of your duties as honorary knights. Can I not go? Ethan asked. I'm sure Nicole will be enough to serve as your bodyguard, Lord Edmund. Hey, Nicole lightly punched Ethan's shoulder. You better come too. Lord Edmund chuckled before shaking his head. Like I said, you need to come, Edmund stated. This is your first official performance of duty this year. Don't worry. At most, you'll only have to do 2 to 3 missions for the kingdom every year. All of the expenses and accommodation will also be shouldered by the king, so you won't have to worry about the bill. Really? Ethan smiled evilly. He planned to splurge a lot in the expedition, to make the king and the Grand Archmage reconsider sending him out on a mission for the kingdom again. Knowing what the boy was thinking, Edmund just laughed. Even if Ethan were to spend a lot, he didn't believe that a teenage boy would be able to make the king cough up a fortune. Of course, he would regret these words in the future. But for now, he returned Ethan's smile with a smug smile of his own, making Nicole shake her head helplessly and say "men" under her breath. A few minutes later, the flying ship descended into the northern part of the academy, where Brynhildr's statue was located. Ethan and Nicole also noticed the two figures that seemed to be waiting for their arrival. Naturally, they were none other than Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett, who had been notified in advance about their arrival. As soon as the ship landed, the two teenagers disembarked and bowed respectfully to their two professors. Did the two of you have fun, Professor Reinhardt? I heard that Ethan certainly did. The young man lightly scratched his cheek in embarrassment because he had no excuse for the things he did while he was in the palace. Nicole, on the other hand, just smiled because it was truly a memorable experience in more ways than one. Well then, how about we go to the dining hall while it's still early, Professor Barrett said. Ethan, Nicole, you are excused from all your classes today. However, if you feel like going, you're encouraged to do so. Studying is important. Yes, Professor. Professor Reinhardt, Professor Barrett, and Edmund led the way while chatting casually with each other. Ethan and Nicole were only a few steps behind them, walking side by side. I'm sure your lovers will be happy to see that you are back, Nicole said in a volume that only Ethan could hear. I'm glad I'm back as well. I missed them, Ethan replied. Are you still not talking with Chloe? Ethan sighed because his cousin was a sensitive topic for him. If he were to have his way, he would kidnap her from Jaeger Manor and force her to have a heart-to-heart talk with her in bed. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that, so he only sighed, making Nicole feel bad for even asking this question. Cheer up, it's not like she hates you, Nicole commented. I've talked to her a few times, and in all the conversations we had, she always asked about you. I swear, the two of you only need to get a room to get it over with. If only it were that easy, Ethan replied bitterly. Anyway, let's not talk about this. Okay, Nicole nodded in understanding. When they arrived at the dining hall, Ethan was pleasantly surprised to see that Luna and Lillian were already there. When their eyes landed on him, both girls almost ran toward him to give him a hug. However, both of them controlled their impulses and stayed seated. Lillian, who was seated beside Luna, stood up from her chair and sat on the chair next to hers. She then lightly patted the chair where she left a while ago as an invitation for him to take his seat between her and Luna. Ethan found this arrangement perfect, so he didn't hesitate to sit beside his two lovers, who immediately held his hands under the table as soon as they could. I missed you, Luna whispered in Ethan's ears. I missed you too, Ethan replied. If they weren't in front of the students of the academy, Ethan would have already kissed her lips. But since that wasn't the case and he didn't want to cause a riot, he held back and settled with hushed whispers, which made Lillian pout beside him. I miss you too, Lillian, Ethan whispered in Lillian's ears after his short chat with Luna. Not as much as I missed you, Lillian smiled. Did you have fun in the royal palace? A bit, Ethan answered. I'll tell you and Luna all about it after classes. Lillian nodded before cutting a small piece of pancake. After that, she spoon-fed Ethan, making George, who was also sitting at the Dud Manor table, whistle. It's nice to be young, George said. You're still young yourself, George, Henry replied. Stop acting like an old man. George chuckled and resumed eating his breakfast. Ethan ate his food happily before shifting his gaze to the Jaeger Manor table, where Lily and Chloe were located. The two young ladies were seated beside each other and chatting with each other. Perhaps Lily sensed Ethan's gaze because the former looked in his direction. Naturally, Chloe also looked in the direction where Lily was looking and met Ethan's eyes. The two stared at each other for a while, but the young lady averted her gaze first and continued to eat. Lily, on the other hand, winked at Ethan, making the latter smile. Emma, who was watching all of this from the side, ate quietly. However, she was also happy that her master was finally back in the academy. She had felt very lonely while he was gone, which made her realize that Ethan had now become a bigger part of her life, more than she cared to admit. The sound of spells clashing against each other reverberated inside the magical training room. Chloe panted for breath, but her eyes remained firm as she unleashed a meter-wide fireball from the tip of her wand. Her opponent was a pretty lady in her late 30s, with golden eyes that glowed in the dark like a cat's. Her silver hair fluttered as she made a slashing action with her wand, slicing Chloe's fireball in half. Magna Ventus Vulnus, Professor Nicola chanted, sending countless wind blades flying in Chloe's direction. The young lady didn't back down and also pointed her wand in front of her. Magna Ignis Hesta. Countless fire spears appeared around her and sharply shot forward like arrows, colliding with the wind blades. Loud explosions took place inside the room as the spells canceled each other out. Chloe then crouched on the ground as she panted for breath after destroying the last wind blade that flew in her direction. Let's end today's lesson here, Professor Nicola said as she walked toward Chloe. She took out a hand towel from her storage ring and dropped it over Chloe's head. Good job! Your reaction time is better when compared with before. But it's still not good enough, right? Chloe asked. Practice makes perfect, Professor Nicola replied. Even so, you're making great progress. What you lack is actual battle experience. Don't worry. When the mission hall opens, I'll send you to dive in a dungeon. That will give you plenty of battle experience. However, you're not allowed to go alone. Let's see, you're close friends with Lily and Nicole, right? Choose one of them to accompany you. As long as they are with you, I can rest easy. The young lady nodded before wiping away her sweat with the towel that the professor had given her. Thank you, Master, Chloe replied. Professor, Nicola nodded before leaving the room. Since she had decided to take Chloe under her wing, she made sure to spend a few hours a day training the latter. To her surprise, Chloe was a very fast learner, which made the professor very satisfied with her decision to take Ethan's cousin as her disciple. Although Professor Nicola didn't want to admit it, she was very eager to see how strong Chloe would become in the future. The professor even believed that Chloe would surpass Lily and Nicole, whom many believed were the most powerful witches among the first years. With this thought in mind, she planned to train her carefully while Chloe was still in the academy and guide her properly as her master. Meanwhile, in another private training room in the academy, a white mist permeated the surrounding air as a young lady with long silver hair panted for breath. Her silver eyes glowed faintly with power as a giant crystal golem stood behind her back, holding a sword and shield. Good, Professor Ophelia said with a satisfied smile on her face. You've done well, Alice. Alice didn't reply as she wiped away the blood that seeped from the corner of her lips with the back of her hand, making her look like a vampire that had just feasted on the blood of others. A moment later, she stood up and pointed her wand at her aunt, whose smile widened after seeing her determination. You plan to continue? Ophelia asked. Yes, Alice replied, until I surpass you, Aunt. A giggle escaped Ophelia's lips after she heard her niece's reply. The professor was one of the youngest witches to attain the rank of a magistratus. Anyone with this title was considered to be the cream of the crop, the strongest among the wizards and witches of their generation. You have lofty dreams, Alice, Professor Ophelia said, but that's fine. You can continue to dream. After all, dreaming is free. Alice had kept a low profile after she was defeated in the Clash of Manners. Since then, she had trained hard under the supervision of her aunt, who was hailed as a genius among the magistratus. Knowing her reason for wanting to be stronger, Professor Ophelia didn't reject her request and put the silver-haired beauty under a very harsh training regimen. At first, she didn't think that Alice would be able to endure her hellish training. But after several months, Professor Ophelia understood one thing. Alice was very stubborn. Perhaps more stubborn than she had been when she was her age. Even so, the young lady's dedication never wavered in the face of adversity. Failures are just stepping stones that will allow you to reach greatness, Professor Ophelia thought, as she once again took a fighting stance in preparation to teach her stubborn niece another lesson. As long as you can stand back up, anything is possible. A pair of icy angelic wings materialized behind Alice's back as she and the Ice Knight under her command prepared to attack the youngest magistratus in the history of Eastshire. Come, Professor Ophelia grinned as the spirits of earth, water, wind, and fire circled around her body, creating a pressure that made Alice feel as if a giant was stepping on her shoulders. Glacies Regini Imperium. The Ice Knight behind her suddenly transformed into an Ice Queen bearing a scepter. She had trained harder than anyone else. She had suffered more than anyone else. All for the sake of making her mark in history, and to prove to her father that she was not a vase that would break easily under pressure. As the two clashed with each other, faint magical ripples expanded throughout the academy. Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett, who were both at the headmaster's office, exchanged a knowing look with each other. "It seems that two monstrous talents have emerged this year," Professor Barrett commented. "Isn't that great, Reinhardt? The young generation is showing great promise." "Indeed," Professor Reinhardt nodded. "But I am also worried. More heroes appear when great calamities are about to descend upon the land. The rise of these powerful wizards and witches is a sign that the era is changing, and the world will once again see the flames of war." Professor Barrett smiled and patted his friend on the shoulders. "Don't be so pessimistic," Professor Barrett said. "Aren't we still alive? As long as we're here, the young ones don't need to head to the battlefield so soon. So make sure to not slack off, Reinhardt. They are still young, and we need to provide them time to grow." "You don't have to worry," Professor Reinhardt replied. "I won't be kicking the bucket anytime soon, so make sure you don't go before me." Professor Barrett smirked, but he didn't say anything. He could feel it in his bones that a time of strife was nearing the Shire continent. In order to ensure that the seeds of the current generation would grow to their fullest, it is up to old people like them to hold the front lines and ensure that there would be a bright future ahead, waiting for all of them. "All of that really happened?" Lily asked with an amused tone as she looked at her lover, whose head was currently lying on Emma's lap. "Yes," Ethan replied. "It is quite an experience." Emma, who was busy cleaning Ethan's ears, didn't say anything and quietly listened, while her master told them everything that had happened in the royal palace. She was quite interested in his story, so she carefully cleaned his ear and didn't interrupt him even once. Luna, Lily, and Lillian, who were all seated on the opposite couch, calmly sipped their tea as they, too, listened to Ethan's story. So she appeared in front of Ethan, Lillian thought. How unexpected. As a high-ranking noble, Lillian knew the secrets behind Clayam Saleh and its will, who goes by the name Zia. Lily and Chloe had no idea who the plain-looking girl was, but they believed that she played an important role in the kingdom of Wisteria. "Well then, did anything else happen?" Lily asked. "You only talked about yourself. How about Nicole? What did she do after the Astaf family made a scene? Did she challenge them to a duel or something?" "No," Ethan shook his head. "She didn't challenge any of them. She just drank a few glasses of champagne to vent her frustration." "Oh," Lily arched an eyebrow after hearing that the person, whom she considered her rival, had resorted to drinking. "Did she get drunk?" "She did," Ethan answered. "But in order to prevent her from doing something reckless, I took her back to her room and asked the maids to get her changed." "That's it. You left her alone while she was dead drunk." "No, after she got changed, I took her to my room and locked the door. I wasn't going to let her sleep alone in that state, especially since the Astaf family might come to find her later." Luna, Lily, and Lillian placed their teacups on the table and eyed Ethan, waiting for him to continue his story. "Sorry to disappoint the three of you, but nothing happened," Ethan said with an amused look on his face as he looked at his lovers, who seemed to be waiting for some juicy gossip. Lilith, who was hiding inside Ethan's shadow, knew that something happened, but she didn't plan on telling anyone about what she saw. Also, she was very happy with the gift Ethan gave her, so she didn't plan to expose the minor things that happened that night. Lily looked disappointed, while Luna and Lillian both looked amused. Emma remained silent as she lightly tapped her master's head, telling him that it was now time to clean the other side of his ear. Ethan obeyed and turned around, making his back face the three girls, who resumed drinking their teas. "Still, Lord Edmund said that you will be accompanying him on an expedition after a few weeks," Lillian commented. "Did he tell you where?" "No," Ethan replied. "If possible, I don't want to go, but he told me that I needed to go no matter what. I think he is going to ask me and Nicole to come with him at the same time as when the mission hall opens up." Lily, who had suddenly remembered something important, decided to share something interesting with Ethan. "Today, Chloe approached me and asked if I could accompany her to dive in a dungeon," Lily shared while leaning on the couch. "I don't think that she's on the list of first years who would be allowed to take missions from the mission hall." When I told her this, She only said that Professor Nicola would give her permission to leave the academy on the condition that she would not dive in a dungeon alone. Should I come with her? Please accompany her, Lily, Ethan replied in a heartbeat. Make sure that she's safe. The young man had almost raised his head after hearing that Chloe would be diving into a dungeon. However, Emma had already anticipated that he would react in this manner, so she hurriedly placed her hand over Ethan's head, firmly holding him down, while she took the earpick out from his ear. Fortunately, Ethan's control over his body was strong, so he was able to fight the impulse of raising his head and possibly poking his ear in the process. It was also thanks to Emma's quick action that allowed him to regain his composure before it was too late. Thank you, Emma, Ethan said apologetically. It's fine. Emma lightly patted her master's head to assure him that she didn't mind it. Lily also felt apologetic because it completely slipped her mind how Ethan would react to her news. I see, so that's the reason why Chloe isn't always in the Jaeger manor after classes. Luna nodded her head in understanding. Maybe Professor Nicola is giving her personal coaching. Ethan remained silent because he didn't expect that their spell-casting professor would suddenly give his cousin private training. It must be because of that incident long ago, Sebastian commented. Do you remember that practical lesson with the silencing spell? Maybe Professor Nicola took a liking to Chloe when she succeeded in silencing Lord Edmund. To silence a wizard of that caliber is no easy feat. Ethan's other half nodded in agreement. Maybe Professor Nicola saw Chloe's potential and thought that it would be a waste to not polish such a rough gem. Ethan didn't know if he should be happy or not after discovering that his cousin had caught the eye of one of the most powerful witches in the academy. Half of him wanted to cheer Chloe on, while the other half felt anxious because he had a feeling that he understood what the professor was thinking. He could only think of one reason why Professor Nicola would send his cousin to a dungeon, and that was to gain battle experience. Perhaps Lily knew this as well, which was why she decided to share this news with Ethan. This way, he would be informed that Chloe would be doing something dangerous. However, since Lily would be by her side, she would ensure that one of the people who was close to Ethan's heart would be safe from harm. The next day, Ethan was called to the headmaster's office after his classes ended. There, he found Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett waiting for him with solemn expressions on their faces. Ethan couldn't help but wonder if something terrible had happened. Did something happen? Ethan asked after sensing the tension inside the headmaster's office. Whenever he saw Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett with serious looks on their faces, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Nothing happened yet, Professor Barrett replied, but something will happen in a few minutes. The young man's face turned serious as he looked at the ex-magistratus, who was holding his wand with his right hand. Ethan, originally, I planned to do this when you're in third year, but I can't afford to wait any longer, Professor Barrett stated. So I'll cut to the chase. Will you become my disciple? Ethan, who thought that he was going to embark on a new mission, momentarily froze and gave the retired magistratus a confused look. Disciple, Ethan asked. Me? Yes, Professor Barrett nodded. You. The young man didn't know how to react because Professor Barrett's invitation was too sudden. Professor Reinhardt calmly picked up the cup of coffee on the side and sipped from it as he waited for Ethan's answer. Professor, why do you want me to become your disciple? Ethan inquired. There are many other talented wizards and witches here, so why me? Professor Barrett patted Ethan's shoulder while smiling evilly. You'll soon find out. A moment later, the young man and the retired magistratus disappeared from the headmaster's office, making Professor Reinhardt chuckle. He knew the reason why Professor Barrett suddenly decided to take Ethan as his disciple. He was sure that the latter was feeling competitive with Professor Nicola and Professor Ophelia. But aside from that, Professor Barrett was indeed the perfect mentor to teach Ethan the ways of magic. Right now, the young man might be strong, but he was still ignorant about many things. Truth be told, The original plan was for Professor Barrett to take Ethan as his disciple during his 3rd year in the academy. But just like what the ex-magistratus had mentioned earlier, they could no longer afford to wait. Dangerous foes would be making their way to the Shire continent soon, and they needed the seeds who would fight alongside them to increase their strength before these ancient monsters made their appearance. Ethan suddenly found himself submerged in water, which caught him completely by surprise. However, since this was his domain, he didn't panic and summoned his wand. Immediately, he rose toward the surface as he manipulated the water around him. A few seconds later, he broke out of the surface of the water and coughed out the seawater that he had accidentally swallowed earlier. After coughing up a few times, he looked around his surroundings and saw Professor Barrett standing over the surface of the sea, with one of his hands tucked into his pocket. "How's the water?" Professor Barrett asked in a teasing tone. "Are you in the mood to swim?" "Nice joke, Professor," Ethan replied as he rose up to stand above the water. "Where are we?" "Where we are is not important," Professor Barrett answered. "Why we are here is the question that you should be asking." Ethan could sense that the middle-aged man in front of him seemed to be in a good mood. "Why are we here, Professor?" "So that you can better understand the true power that is inside your body." Ethan immediately tensed because he thought that Professor Barrett was referring to Sebastian and his other half, who were currently staying inside his sea of consciousness. "Calm down, he's not referring to us," Sebastian commented. Ethan's other half remained silent because this sudden development might become a variable in the plan he had for Ethan. However, he didn't say anything. As much as possible, he didn't want to interfere with Ethan's life. Even so, he was quite worried. As a powerful being, he could vaguely guess the reason why the professor brought Ethan inside a special domain. If this training that Professor Barrett wants to implement is the same training that I am thinking, then there's going to be a problem when Ethan undertakes his coming-of-age trial, Ethan's other half thought. This can either be a blessing in disguise or a one-way trip to a world of suffering. I just don't know if I should put a stop to it or not. Ethan's other half was truly conflicted. On one hand, he wanted Ethan to become stronger. On the other hand, Ethan getting stronger would make the coming-of-age trial harder, because its difficulty would adjust itself depending on how strong Ethan was. If Ethan suddenly gained a major boost in strength, then the trial he might undertake would be nearly unbeatable. This was what his other half was worried about. I just hope that he doesn't plan to train Ethan's origin magic. Ethan's other half clenched his fist due to worry. Sebastian, who had no idea what his partner in crime was thinking, looked at the professor with amusement. The guardian of Zentris knew that Ethan's strong point was his control over the sea. If Professor Barrett were to train Ethan in this environment and even spar with him, then Sebastian was confident that the former would find himself stuck between a rock and a hard place. "Ethan, do you know what the two kinds of magic are?" Professor Barrett asked. "Professor, are you talking about origin and core magic?" Ethan answered. Professor Barrett nodded. "Yes, there are two kinds of magic, origin magic and core magic." The ex-magistratus raised his wand and showed it to Ethan. "Core magic are all external forms of magic," Professor Barrett explained. "Your wands, your weapons, your clothes, your artifacts, and any other magical items that you possess that are imbued by magic is what we call core magic." The professor then raised his right hand, which was not holding a wand, and lightly tapped his chest. Origin magic, on the other hand, lies in the strength of a person's heart. Professor Barrett smiled. But that is not all. Origin magic also depends on a person's will. As long as they believe in magic, it will manifest itself according to the power of their imagination and will. Ethan listened attentively to Professor Barrett's explanation, because he felt that this was a good opportunity to learn more about the laws of magic. "It is our heart that gives magic its strength," Professor Barrett said as he once again tapped his chest. A moment later, he raised his hand and tapped the side of his head. "And the mind that gives it form. Magic is imagination personified. As long as you can imagine it, you can make it happen. Just like how wizards and witches dreamed of flying in the sky. Even without brooms, they will be able to soar in the sky like birds if their heart and will are strong enough to manifest this miracle. Professor Barrett then pointed his wand at Ethan and smirked. This was the first time that he was going to fight seriously against a student of the academy. And frankly, he was looking forward to teaching the young man a lesson or two about the secrets of magic that Ethan didn't know. "Let's fight, Ethan," Professor Barrett declared. "Fight me using the magic you are most confident in, and you'll realize just how little you know about the world of magic." "Professor, you want to fight me in the sea?" Ethan asked. "Are you sure about this?" Professor Barrett chuckled. "Ethan, my boy, you must be really confident if you think you can beat me easily just because we'll be fighting on your home turf. Do you perhaps think that having the power of the Tide Bringer guarantees your victory?" Ethan didn't answer right away and stared at the professor, whose wand was still pointed in his direction. "Ethan, the lands of Alester and the city of Zentris might be far from the Shire continent," Professor Barrett said with a mischievous smile on his face. "But that doesn't mean that we don't have friends in faraway places." "Did you or the headmaster tell the royal family about it?" Ethan inquired. Back when he was in the royal palace, he was quite surprised when Princess Evangeline asked him out of the blue if he had acquired the Tide Bringer's legacy. Now, he was hearing the same thing from the professor, who had suddenly asked him to become his disciple without any kind of warning. "We didn't," Professor Barrett replied. "But it will be best if you don't underestimate their information network. After all, your travel to the past was properly documented when you were interviewed by the ministry, who handle the research on Nexus and Legacy gates." Ethan and Lily did get interviewed after they managed to return, causing an uproar among the researchers in the Magical Bureau. "Also, it doesn't help that yours and Lily's statues are standing at the plaza of the city of Zentris," Professor Barrett added. "How odd. It's said that the statues have been there for hundreds of years. If that is true, it means that you and Lily were fated to return to the past. Otherwise, those two statues wouldn't have come into being." Ethan had also pondered about this fact after returning to the academy. However, since things became hectic after he returned, he decided to put this topic at the back of his mind for the time being. Anyway, it's safe to assume that the royal family, Edmund, and probably a few high-ranking nobles who serve as the pillars of the kingdom are suspicious of you, Professor Barrett stated. "But as long as you don't admit or confirm anything, their suspicions will remain as suspicions. Now, let's set this history lesson aside and start fighting. I believe that you think you're invincible in the sea, right? How about you put that belief to the test? Oh, before I forget, let me tell you one more thing. If you beat me, then this means that you can beat Lily's father. So this is like a preparation for your battle with your future father-in-law." Ethan still had many questions, but he decided to postpone asking these questions until his fight with Professor Barrett had ended. The last thing that the professor said caught his attention. If he could beat him, then he could also beat Lily's father. This was all the motivation that Ethan needed in order to fight. The sea god's trident appeared in Ethan's left hand, while he held his wand in his right. Seeing him take a fighting stance, Professor Barrett waved his wand casually, sending countless fireballs in Ethan's direction. The young man thumped the butt of his trident over the sea, and countless giant water snakes materialized to clash with the fireballs that the professor had unleashed. "Not bad," Professor Barrett commented, "but you need to do better than that if you want to win." "On it, Professor," Ethan smirked as he waved his wand, creating countless giant water snakes that rose up from the sea and charged in the professor's direction. Professor Barrett stood casually with his left hand still tucked in his pocket, while his right hand held his wand and pointed it on the sea beside his feet. "Most wizards and witches live their lives while only using their core magic," Professor Barrett said, as if he were inside a classroom and not in the sea, with water that had risen up to swallow him whole. A wand can easily help someone channel magic and manifest their desires into reality. The reason why most wizards and witches need to chant the name of the spell they are going to cast is to allow their minds to imagine what kind of spell they are using. Words have power, and saying these words strengthens the image in their mind. For example, Leviticus. Professor Barrett pointed at Ethan, but instead of using the levitation spell to make him levitate on the ground, all the water snakes that were about to descend on him froze completely. Ethan's mouth hung wide open because the professor had clearly cast the levitation spell. But what actually happened was that all of his water snakes had been frozen in ice. You see, Ethan, a high-level duel between powerful wizards involves a few tricks. Professor Barrett chuckled because he found the young man's reaction quite amusing. Sometimes, all it takes is a blink of an eye for a battle of such magnitude to end. The ex-magistratus then spun his wand around his head, and the frozen water snakes shattered into countless ice shards, which all flew in Ethan's direction like homing missiles. Ethan remained calm and held his ground. When the icicles were only a few meters away from his body, all of them shattered, turning into an icy mist that spread in the surroundings like a sea of clouds. This immediately lowered his visibility to up to a meter in front of him, making him frown. When wizards use an element that they aren't proficient in, the effectiveness of their spell drops down to more than half. Professor Barrett's voice, which made it sound like he was lecturing students in a classroom, reached Ethan's ears. The reason why most wizards and witches stick to the magic they are proficient in is because it allows them to save up their magic reserves, allowing them to last longer in a battle of attrition. Most of the time, this is the best thing to do. However, this limits their flexibility when it comes to facing foes that serve as a hard counter to their abilities. Even I am not exempted from this rule, so what do you do when facing an opponent that directly counters your element? The answer is really simple. You should study that element as well. Suddenly, Ethan heard a familiar sound, which made him raise his guard to its highest. The sound of clinking chains reverberated in the surroundings. The young man knew that this was Professor Barrett's core magic, his well-known ability to create unbreakable chains to bind his enemy, allowing him to capture the rogue wizards and witches when he was still active as a magistratus. All the magistratus knew of him, for they considered him as the strongest among them. He also gained a title when he was still in service, and his comrades and acquaintances knew him by his other name, which was the Chained Paragon. Since the visibility was low, Ethan decided to distance himself from the icy white mist that blocked his vision. But as he was retreating, dozens of chains emerged from the mist all around him, forcing Ethan to dive into the sea to escape their pursuit. However, he clearly underestimated what Professor Barrett's chains were capable of. Even when he was underwater, the chains followed him like they had a life of their own, eager to capture the young man who was planning to finally get serious in his battle against his professor. Ethan's eyes glowed bright blue from under the sea, finally unleashing the power of the Tide Bringer. The chains that were swimming in his direction were all sucked up by a whirlpool he had created, preventing the chains from coming anywhere near him. The young man then rose to the surface of the water and pointed his trident toward the sky. Immediately, dark clouds covered the heavens. Thunder and lightning roared together, answering their master's call. The wind picked up, and it started to rain heavily, making the sea turbulent, as giant waves started to manifest like sea monsters, intending to drag their master's foes to the darkest depths of the sea. Professor Barrett hovered 3 meters above the sea as the chaos around him manifested. Rain fell on his body, but not a single drop of water stuck to his skin or clothes, falling harmlessly to the side as if the professor was wearing a raincoat. Obtaining a legacy is equal to obtaining a power that allows you to bend the rules of the world, Professor Barrett stated. Not all legacies are equal, and some of them are stronger than the others. However, it doesn't change the fact that those who have legacies tend to grow more powerful compared to those who don't have them. Ethan could still hear the professor's words, despite the fact that thunder was booming in the heavens, and the giant waves of the sea were causing a ruckus. But having a legacy doesn't make one invincible, Professor Barrett said. Even if they are fighting in that person's domain. You are still too green if you think that something of this magnitude would defeat someone like me and Lily's father. The young man pointed the sea god's trident at the professor, who seemed unaffected by the thunderstorm around him. Grand Arya. The moment Ethan muttered those two words, the sky lit up as countless lightning bolts descended upon the professor, making it look as if the end of the world had come. Professor Barrett finally took out his left hand from his pocket, which was holding a golden pocket watch, and laughed out loud. A blinding flash of light covered the world in white, followed closely by the roar of thunder, which was like the explosion of countless bombs detonating at the same time. When the light finally receded, Ethan slowly lowered his arms, which he had used to shield his eyes from the blinding brightness earlier. The sea was still in a frenzy, as giant waves rose and fell. But at the center of it all, something enormous and shiny stood, unmoved by even the waves that were hitting it from all sides. Ethan couldn't help but frown when he saw an enormous figure, which was standing above the sea as if it was solid ground. This 10-meter-tall giant had a black blindfold covering his eyes and 10 arms spread wide, holding a chain in each hand. The chains in the hands of the giant were glowing, as tendrils of lightning snaked around their bodies, making Ethan wonder if these chains had absorbed his deadly attack. The young man's gaze then landed on Professor Barrett, who was hovering near the chest area of the giant with both of his hands behind his back, looking as carefree as ever. Once a wizard or witch fully comprehends their core and origin magics, a power that won't lose to a legacy is formed, Professor Barrett said softly. A little pop-up quiz, Ethan. What do you call this phenomenon? Ethan didn't even need to think about what the answer to this question was, because a single glance was enough for him to identify the giant behind the professor. However, he was too stunned to speak, because if what he was seeing was true, it meant that the information that the wizarding world knew about Professor Barrett was false. It took him a few minutes to regain his composure and finally manage to regain his voice to answer the professor's question. Resonance, Ethan stated. A perfect resonance. Professor Barrett nodded. That's right. Once someone fully comprehends their core and origin magic, a resonance is created. But I can tell that you are having a very big misunderstanding, Ethan, my boy. What you're seeing isn't a perfect resonance. It is just my partial resonance. No, it can't be, Ethan replied. Your partial resonance looks complete, Professor. It's not like my partial resonance. Professor Barrett shook his head. Ethan, your partial resonance isn't complete. This means that you still haven't fully understood the power of your core magic. Have you noticed that when you use your partial resonance, the mermaid you summon is nearly transparent, and her facial features are indiscernible? That's because you can't fully manifest her image into reality. Your understanding of your partner is not enough to make her show her true form in the world. What you see here is the chained paragon. He is my origin magic, and this is my core magic. Professor Barrett threw his wand high up in the air, making it shine brightly. A moment later, it transformed into a 5-meter-tall black wrecking ball with spikes on its surface, hovering above the chained paragon's head. The blindfolded giant then raised one of its hands, which was holding a red chain. This red chain then connected itself with the spiked wrecking ball, changing the wrecking ball's color to red. Lightning bolts snaked around the chains and the wrecking ball, making it look more deadlier than it already was. Ethan, this is what a perfect resonance looks like, Professor Barrett said, and I will let you experience what this power is capable of doing. After saying those words, the chained paragon swung the chain that was connected to the wrecking ball and threw it. The spiked wrecking ball suddenly ignited, covering its entire body with flames, making it look like a meteor that hungered for destruction. Facing this kind of terror, Ethan raised his hand and shouted with all of his might. Illumina. The mermaid princess appeared before him, and used her powers to protect Ethan from the powerful attack that even she was incapable of blocking in her current form. Illumina, who had stood between Ethan and the spiked wrecking ball, used her tail to send Ethan flying out of the wrecking ball's range. She quickly figured that she wasn't strong enough to perfectly block the attack, so she did the next best thing, which was to make sure that she and the young man would avoid the wrecking ball at all costs. After hitting Ethan with her tail, she immediately dove down into the sea in order to mount a counterattack. But before she could even touch the water, a blue chain wrapped around her body and started to drag her toward the chained paragon. "Strike one, Ethan," Professor Barrett said in a teasing tone as he gave the captured mermaid a sidelong glance. No matter how much Illumina struggled, she was unable to break free from the chains that were binding her. Seeing this, Ethan shouted her name. "Illumina," Ethan roared before summoning Ariad Pair. The moment the spear materialized, Ethan immediately gave it the order to attack Professor Barrett. He believed that as long as he defeated the professor, the chained paragon would disappear, freeing the mermaid princess from her grasp. Ibar. After hearing Ethan's command, the spear shot toward the professor like a missile covered in flames. Professor Barrett then snapped his finger, making the chained paragon swing the chain in his hand, leading the spiked wrecking ball to collide with the flaming spear, which was targeting its master. The moment the two sides collided, an explosion erupted, sending both the spear and the wrecking ball flying backward. However, before Ethan could even call his spear back to him, an orange chain wrapped itself around Ariad Pair's body, holding it in place. "Strike two," Professor Barrett commented, making the young man's face turn grim. He wanted to teach Ethan a lesson and make him understand that sometimes brute force couldn't solve everything. "Ethan, be careful," Sebastian said in a solemn tone. Professor Barrett specializes in restraining and capturing his targets. His offensive power might not be as explosive as the other wizards, but his defense and ability to bind his enemies is the real deal. The young man could only watch helplessly as his flaming spear was pulled away by the chained paragon, keeping it bound by its chains. Seeing that the young man seemed to be at a loss for what to do, Professor Barrett decided to go on the offensive this time. Once again, the chained paragon swung the red chain and tossed the flaming wrecking ball toward the teenager, who was still thinking of a strategy for how to overcome his opponent. "Dodge for now," Ethan's other half ordered. "You can't let any of his chains hit you." Ethan nodded and was about to fly away when he found himself unable to move from his location. He failed to notice that while he was looking at the chained paragon, a white chain had already coiled itself around his foot, holding him in place. Looking in the direction where the white chain came from, Ethan noticed that it was connected to a small white portal behind him. "That chain holds the power of space," Ethan's other half frowned. "It means that it can attack you anywhere and anytime. However, I believe that it has a fixed range. As long as you are out of its range, it will not be able to attack you." With a flaming wrecking ball resembling a meteor flying toward him from the front and a white chain coiled around his foot from behind, Ethan had no choice but to go all out in order to escape his dilemma. "Come, Daneslave." The ancient Wendigo, which was one of Ethan's trump cards, appeared in front of him. The Wendigo then summoned a flaming purple sword and charged toward the wrecking ball, granting Ethan the chance to use his sea god's trident to destroy the white chain that bound his feet. Just as he had freed himself from the white chain, an explosion blew him away from where he was, making him fall towards the sea. Daneslave, on the other hand, managed to repel the wrecking ball, but he soon found himself bound by purple chains, which he was unable to break free from. "Strike three," Professor Barrett said with confidence and made a tugging gesture, pulling the ancient Wendigo toward the chained paragon. Ethan knew that enough was enough, so the moment he dived deep into the water, he raised his power to its limit. The entire sea churned, turning into a whirlpool amidst the thunderstorm that was raining down from the sky. Seeing the changes in his surroundings, Professor Barrett raised his hand, and the chained paragon slowly rose 20 meters above the raging sea under him. "Ethan, I know you're angry, but don't try to force opening the 4th level of your legacy," Sebastian cautioned. "Your body and mind are not yet ready to take the brunt of its might." There were 5 levels to using the power of a legacy. The first stage was the adept stage. In this stage, the owner of the legacy would be able to gain a boost in their body's physical performance. Whether it be speed, strength, agility, or intelligence, the first level of a legacy could enhance the body's performance, making it superhuman. The second stage of Ethan's legacy was the ability to summon a thunderstorm. This power allowed him to manipulate the rain, as well as use the power of thunder and lightning to his advantage. The third stage of his legacy was his grand aria, allowing him to unleash the power of his domain. Ethan was currently at this stage, making use of the power of the storm and the sea to fight against his opponent. The next stage of Ethan's legacy was summoning a guardian beast that was closest to his element. Sebastian was telling him not to unlock this stage, yet because summoning a guardian was not an easy thing to do. It would require Ethan to be at his peak strength, as well as a vast amount of magical power to safely make this happen. Right now, he was simply using his power over his domain, and his magical reserves were already dwindling at a rapid rate. Summoning a guardian in his current state would cause him a backlash, which Sebastian didn't want to happen. "Don't worry, I won't," Ethan replied. He knew that this wasn't a battle to the death, and Professor Barrett wouldn't really kill him. So he didn't plan to take any chances and cripple himself by unlocking the 4th level of his legacy. After summoning the whirlpool, Ethan summoned dozens of water tornadoes that circled around it, moving closer to the chained paragon, which was at its center. Ethan also called out thunder and lightning to unleash a barrage of lightning bolts towards Professor Barrett's perfect resonance. The young man didn't believe that the professor would remain unscathed by his attacks, which were empowered by his domain. When the water tornadoes and the lighting bolts were about to hit the professor's body, the chained paragon took off the blindfold covering his eyes. A moment later, countless chains erupted from its back, forming a dome of chains around its body, protecting itself and its master from Ethan's onslaught. "A battle of attrition, I'm in," Professor Barrett laughed. "Let's see who outlasts who." Sebastian and Ethan's other half glanced at each other and sighed at the same time. They already knew the outcome of this match, making them pity the young man, who was throwing everything he had at his adversary. Due to the limitations placed on Ethan's body, a battle of attrition was something very disadvantageous to him. However, he didn't have a choice because his enemy was fighting like a turtle. Not only was the barrage of lightning bolts unable to pierce the chained paragon's defenses, but the water tornadoes also couldn't make it budge. However, there was one more annoying part about Professor Barrett's fighting style. While the chained paragon had taken a pure defensive stance, covering its body with countless chains, the spiked wrecking ball was still very much a threat and was attacking Ethan remotely. But that wasn't all. The white chain, which could pass through space, would always pick the right moment to grab his foot, leg, arm, hand, and even neck, which almost allowed the flaming meteorite to hit him several times. Fortunately, Lilith was there to cut off the annoying white chain that would attack Ethan from his blind spots, allowing the teenage boy to dodge the wrecking ball in the nick of time. The rogue wizards and witches that Professor Barrett has caught must really hate him a lot. Sebastian couldn't help but shake his head helplessly after seeing how the ex-magistratus fought. "True," Ethan's other half nodded. "I almost feel sorry for them." Lilith, who was perched on top of Ethan's shoulder, was paying close attention to her surroundings. Since the surroundings were dark, she could only jump back to Ethan's shadow if a light source was present. Although the young man had managed to fix this problem by making the sea god's trident's glow cast a shadow behind him, she was still hard-pressed to jump over and over again. Aware of this inconvenience, she decided to decrease her size so that she could perch on Ethan's shoulder. allowing her to react quickly every time the white chain made an appearance. 10 minutes later, the sun above their heads reappeared, and the sea returned to its calm state. Ethan knelt above the sea, leaning on his trident as he panted for breath. While this was happening, a shadow loomed over his body, making him raise his head. The dome of chains opened up, revealing the chained Paragon and Professor Barrett, whose robes were still completely dry despite how wet their battle was. "Hello there, Miss Cat, Professor Barrett. What's your name?" Lilith didn't answer and even hissed at the professor, who was bullying her master. "Her name is Lilith," Ethan answered on her behalf. "She's my familiar." Wizards and witches could have familiars, so this was nothing new. Ethan introduced his protector so that Professor Barrett wouldn't kick her out of the academy, especially now that she had made her presence known. "A familiar." The corner of Professor Barrett's lips curled up into a smile because he had long been aware of Lilith's existence. He just found it funny that Ethan would use the term familiar towards a catkin who was in disguise. In short, Professor Barrett knew that Lilith was actually a catkin, yet the young man didn't know about it, which he found funny. But since he didn't plan on saying anything, he just nodded his head in understanding. "Okay, so Lilith, it will be best if you just sit tight." Professor Barrett snapped his finger, and a black chain wrapped itself around the black cat, holding her in place. Ethan, who thought that the battle was already over, didn't expect that Professor Barrett would still capture his protector when the outcome of the battle was already decided. It was not only Lilith that the chains had bound, but Ethan's sea god's trident as well. Of course, the young man refused to let it go, but this wasn't a problem for Professor Barrett. He simply swung the chain that had coiled around Ethan's weapon, making both the trident and the teenage boy spin around. "Damn, this guy is a sadist," Sebastian grimaced. "My boy is already down for the count, but he still kicks him when he's down." Ethan's other half remained silent because his greatest fear was becoming a reality. "He is truly stripping Ethan of his core magic," Ethan's other half thought. "Should I step in or not?" Right now, he was truly in a dilemma. On one hand, he knew that this training would not only strengthen Ethan, but it would also allow him to learn more about his origin magic. On the other hand, he was afraid that if Ethan understood the secret of his origin magic, he would come face to face with a progenitor who held one of the powers that was hidden in his bloodline. Should I stop him, or should I allow him to make the pact? Ethan's other half truly couldn't decide easily. After all, this was a turning point in Ethan's life. Stopping it would be a sin, but not stopping it could lead to consequences that even he couldn't fathom. Suddenly, he was broken out of his daze when he heard a loud splashing sound. Ethan had lost his grip over his sea god's trident and was sent flying towards the sea, where he crashed heavily into its surface. Perhaps due to the impact of his crash, or due to the exhaustion he received from the battle, Ethan lost consciousness. His body then slowly descended on the water, with no one to stop its fall. Lilith, who was bound by the chains, screeched loudly as she tried to call out to her master, who was slowly but surely getting farther away from her. Professor Barrett simply hovered above the water, with his hands placed behind his back. His eyes were locked onto Ethan's body, but he didn't do anything to stop his descent. Illumina, who had already lost her power long ago, had returned to being a wand. However, her connection with Ethan was still very strong, allowing her to monitor his current state. Just as the last bubble of air escaped Ethan's lips, the bloodline of the tide bringer inside his body worked in overdrive. Since the young man obtained this powerful legacy, it was impossible for him to drown in the sea, even if he were to lose consciousness and descend to its deepest parts. Professor Barrett understood this very well. If there was even a sign that Ethan's life was in danger, he would not hesitate to use the white chain to bring him back to the surface in an instant. But seeing that his body was becoming stable, the professor decided to wait and see if the young man would be able to grasp the power of his origin magic, which would allow him to take that next step. in unlocking the mysteries of his body and soul. As Ethan sank deeper into the sea, he felt himself being pulled into a very distant place. Since he was physically powerless to offer any resistance, he gave up on trying to move and allowed himself to go with the flow. That was the last thing he remembered before his world got covered in darkness. Suddenly, he felt something poking his cheek repeatedly, waking him up from his deep slumber. He wanted to move his hand to swat the annoying thing poking his face like a button, but his body felt as heavy as lead. No matter how much strength he tried to muster, he was unable to even lift his finger. Seeing his attempts fail, he switched to forcing his eyes to open. But even doing that was a very hard thing to do. Even so, he persevered, and after what seemed like forever, his eyes slowly opened. His vision was a little blurry at first, but after a minute, he saw a familiar person looking at him with an amused smile on his face. "Well met, Ethan," the extremely handsome man said with a mischievous smile on his face. "It seems that we are meeting quite often these days. I just met you in chapter 429, and here you are again. Did Chloe finally get serious and ravage you?" Ethan blinked once and twice as he looked at Vincent, who was grinning at him. "Vincent." Ethan tried to say the man's name, but even that was too troublesome for him to do. "Looks like you're really down for the count this time, huh?" Vincent chuckled. At that moment, Ethan started to hear the sound of waves coming to the shore. In fact, he could feel the water brushing up on his body, up to his lower half. Seeing his reaction, Vincent sighed and picked up the boy like a sack of rice, letting him hang on his shoulder. "Let's go to a more comfortable place to talk," Vincent said. "Ah, you're in luck today. My wife is here with me. I will introduce you to my wife, the most beautiful woman in the world." Ethan, who was slumped on Vincent's shoulder, had once again fallen asleep and didn't get to hear the handsome man's ramblings. A few minutes later, when Vincent arrived at the small camp near the beach, a beautiful woman with long blue hair glanced in his direction with surprise. Is he?" the beautiful woman asked. Vincent nodded. The boy seems to have suffered a lot of grievance, and his spirit is a bit weak at the moment. The handsome man laid Ethan down on one of the bedrolls and checked his condition. Vincent's wife felt her heart ache after seeing the young man's current state. Ethan's face was very pale, and his lips had nearly lost their colors. His pulse was also weak, and if not for the fact that she was certain that his life wasn't in any danger, she might have already performed a ceremony to transfer some of her life force to him. "Do you know what happened to him, Cleodna darling?" "Hush, Vincent. I'm trying to help stabilize his bloodline." Cleodna took off Ethan's robe, revealing his upper body. Her delicate hands then moved to draw runic symbols over his body, allowing the boy to harness the spiritual power in the surroundings. While all of this was happening, a symbol glowed faintly on Ethan's forehead. It was a trident with 6 angelic wings spread wide to its sides, making Vincent sigh when he saw it. "Thrice blessed," Vincent muttered. "The old man really did it this time." Cleodna nodded before she started singing. It was the song of the sea, which made Ethan slowly open his eyes to look at her. "Mother?" Ethan asked with uncertainty. For some reason, Ethan was feeling a very strong sense of familiarity, which he could not explain. Cleodna continued to sing while lightly caressing the side of Ethan's face, making him feel drowsy. Half a minute later, he once again closed his eyes to sleep. When the beautiful woman's singing ended, color had once again returned to the young man's face. The symbol on his forehead had long disappeared, and the only thing that could be heard in the surroundings was his deep sleeping breaths, which made the beautiful lady sigh in relief. "Well, I don't mind having this boy as my son," Vincent chuckled. "Too bad, he is already my nephew. Well, I can still adopt him if my brother suddenly kicks the bucket." "That's a funny way to tell someone to go die while they are fighting in the lands of Sarakale," Cleodna said with a disapproving look. "Also, my sister is still alive. Do you dare to adopt her son?" Vincent lightly cleared his throat after hearing the mention of Cleodna's sister, Catherine. The two sisters had something in common. They were both very fierce. Unfortunately, Catherine had lost most of her powers after giving birth to Ethan, so she was having a hard time fighting alongside her husband in the lands of Sarakale. Well, since you don't want to give birth because you will lose a lot of your powers like your sister, can't we just make him our half-son or something? Vincent, you are already his godfather. What more do you need? Vincent scratched his head. I knew I should have made love with that bartender back on Midgard before I met Yoawawa. The extremely handsome man immediately regretted speaking out loud about other women in front of his wife, who was overly possessive of him. Did you say something, darling? Wife, I was just spouting nonsense. I just had too much to drink earlier. But you haven't touched any alcohol since 3 weeks ago, remember? Vincent, who could easily cut monsters and deities in half with a single swing of his sword, was truly helpless in front of the beautiful woman, whose blue eyes were now faintly glowing with power. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, the young man between them started to stir, prompting Cleodna to stop pinching her husband's waist. For the third time since he saw Vincent, Ethan once again opened his eyes. This time, his gaze was no longer hazy as he stared at the beautiful woman, who was looking at her with worry. Mother, Ethan asked once more, making Cleodna shake her head. I'm not your mother, Cleodna replied with a smile. But we are indeed part of the same family. You still haven't completed your coming-of-age trial, so I am not allowed to answer any of your questions. But know this, Ethan, I am very happy to finally meet you. I'm sure that if she is here with us, she would not hesitate to hold you in her arms and tell you how much she loves you. Vincent, who was listening from the side, lightly cleared his throat to catch the attention of the two. Well then, Ethan, can you tell us what happened? Vincent asked. I don't know how you ended up here, but I'm sure that you didn't come here with your own free will. We are actually very near a battlefield, you see, and your astral spirit shouldn't have traveled in such a dangerous place. So tell me, boy, how in Yggdrasil's name did you end up in your current state? Cleodna was also very curious, because when she sensed that a spirit had suddenly appeared in their location, she immediately asked her husband to investigate. Little did he know that she would finally be able to meet her nephew, whom Vincent had mentioned a few times after the two of them had met in a similar incident, just like now. Vincent couldn't help but scratch his head as he looked at his wife, who gave Ethan a lap pillow, and the young man who was telling them about everything that he had experienced since the last time he had met Vincent. An amused smile appeared on Cleodna's face when Ethan admitted the heartache he felt after distancing himself from Chloe. He told them about his worries in regard to his lovers and the people who seemed to always get in the way of their relationship. When he mentioned what happened to the royal palace of Eastshire, Vincent's and Celiodna's faces turned solemn as they eagerly listened to his story of meeting the will of Cleom Sale, whom others simply referred to as the Sword of Light. After his story about the royal palace and what happened at the ballroom party, he finally told them about his battle against Professor Barrett. Both Vincent and his wife didn't disturb Ethan's storytelling and listened from beginning to end. When he was finished, a sigh escaped Cleodna's lips as he lightly patted Ethan's head. It must have been hard for you, Cleodna said softly. I now understand why your spirit felt so weak. That person is purposely trying to awaken your origin magic by pushing you to your limits. Well, his approach isn't wrong, Vincent commented. In fact, this is actually the safest and least harmful way of trying to train your origin magic. If it were me, I would have forcefully tortured your body and soul, forcing you to dig deep within your heart and unlock the power within. Unfortunately, this method isn't safe, and there is a high chance that the person will die in the process. Only the demon lords, the Balors, and the Fomora use these cruel methods. Of course, the archangels do it too, but only in times of desperation. Cleodna nodded. Your professor's method would have worked for ordinary mortals, but you are a bit special, Ethan. You do not possess just one origin magic. You have 3 of them. Because of this, instead of one power emerging, the 3 powers canceled each other out, weakening your astral spirit. That is the blessing as well as the curse of one who is thrice blessed. However, I am certain that one of those three powers, which hold deep connections to your heart and soul, has brought you here to us so that we can heal your spirit. That is the only explanation I can think of as to why you appeared in one of the battlefields where angels, demons, deities, devils, demigods, and other powerful beings that came from other dimensions fight for their beliefs. Ethan felt like he understood and didn't understand Cleodna's explanation at the same time. He understood that Professor Barrett was drawing out his origin magic, but instead of succeeding, it failed because he didn't have one but three origin magic inside his body, which was something he never thought possible. But since Cleodna's words sounded firm and certain, he believed that she wasn't lying to him. Then what should I do? Ethan asked. How can I awaken my origin magic? The two adults glanced at each other before nodding at the same time. I think I understand the second reason why you were brought here, Vincent smirked. This world where we currently are has a very high amount of spiritual power, allowing beings from different dimensions to manifest themselves and fight in battle. This realm, where many worlds intersect, is the best place to have your three origin magic manifest, allowing you to better understand them. But let me give you fair warning. I am certain that one of these origin magics you possess would appear to you like a purple or black mist. This guy is a bit grumpy, sadistic, arrogant, malicious, perverted, and cruel. If there is one good thing about him, it's that he likes women very much and cares for them deeply. He will try to entice you, seduce you, and promise you many things. But trust me on this one, Ethan, that guy should be the last person you form a pact with. After saying those words, the extremely handsome man winced before an expression of pain appeared on his face. Vincent, Cleodna looked at her husband anxiously, but the latter only raised his hand and gave her a thumbs up. That grumpy fellow is now mad at me for exposing his kinks, Vincent said, as he rubbed his forehead in an attempt to decrease the pain he was feeling. I can't say anything more because the pain is not worth it. I'll probably suffer a migraine for 3 to 4 days after telling these things to you. Darling, please take over. Cleodna nodded and lightly patted Ethan's chest with her delicate hand. I don't know what your third origin magic is, but I know the second one, Cleodna stated. He is our ancestor, and you know him as the Tide Bringer. Ethan, his bloodline is already running in your veins. However, it became dormant and seemed to have fallen into deep sleep after. The beautiful lady managed to stop herself in time and shut her lips tightly. She almost said that the Tide Bringer's bloodline had gone into dormancy after her sister had destroyed Ethan's magic circuits, which allowed these bloodlines to flow freely inside his body, granting him unimaginable strength. When Ethan gained the blood essence of the Tide Bringer, it was like a small spark that lit a drum filled with gasoline. His bloodline was now starting to awaken, giving him the power of the Tide Bringer. But since his magic circuits were still not fully healed and still leaking his magic reserves, the power that his bloodline could give him was very limited. Ethan knew that the beautiful lady was carefully finding the right words to tell him what he needed to know, so he waited patiently and didn't rush her. After organizing her thoughts, Cleodna smiled and continued her explanation. The Tide Bringer's legacy isn't really a legacy, but something that you were already born with. It is an integral part of your being, allowing you to surpass the limits of mortals. Unfortunately, this origin magic cannot help you right now until you are fully healed. It is very easy to distinguish it from your other origin magic because it is blue in color. With that said, there is only one last origin magic left. I don't know what kind of origin magic it is, but it is safe to say that you should choose that one first and make a pact with it. The purple or black mist should be chosen as second or last, and the Tide Bringer's power should become available to you the moment your magic circuits undergo a perfect recovery. The beautiful woman then glanced at her husband, who firmly nodded his head. Ethan, we are now going to perform a ceremony, allowing these 3 origin magics to manifest. Cleodna patted the boy's head, as if assuring him that everything was going to be all right. Talk to them and get to know them better, Vincent commented. "Make a pact with one that would help you with your current level of strength." Ethan nodded his head in understanding. Vincent had already told him that he shouldn't choose the purple or black mist that would appear in front of him, while Cleodna told her that the Tidebringer's power would not fully manifest itself while his magic circuits were still not fully healed. This left only one choice, and that was for him to better understand his third origin magic that neither Vincent nor Cleodna knew about. "Are you ready, Ethan?" Vincent asked. "Yes," Ethan replied. The young man was currently lying in the center of a magic circle, which Cleodna had drawn using ancient magical runes. Ethan had recovered enough soul power to undertake this ceremony that would allow him to see the 3 sources of origin magic inside his body. "Remember, do not be tempted by you-know-who," Vincent stated in a serious tone. "It is very easy to choose the easy path that will make you stronger, Ethan. However, being strong also requires a strong mind. If you allow yourself to get drunk with power, you might end up treating those around you as inferior beings that you could use as tools or stepping stones to allow you to reach greater heights. Right now, you still don't have the willpower to resist its temptations. Actually, this origin magic has already rooted itself deep inside your soul. The fact that thing is inside your sea of consciousness is proof that it is now an inseparable part of you. But you are a bit lucky, because the one inside your head doesn't plan to harm you. It is even helping you build a stronger resistance against you-know-who for when the 2 of you finally meet." Cleodna waited for her husband to finish talking before she started the chant. As the words of power left her lips, the magic circle came to life, making the young man lying at its center feel drowsy. "Remember, Ethan, don't lose your way," Vincent warned as the young man was slowly falling into a deep sleep. "Be strong and shield your heart from temptations." After hearing those words, Ethan's eyes finally closed as he once again fell into a deep sleep. Cleodna motioned for her husband to cast a dome of invisibility around them so that their enemies wouldn't find them while they were keeping watch on Ethan's spiritual body. When the young man opened his eyes, he found himself staring into a world of darkness, which made him wonder if his eyes were still closed. However, after confirming that his eyes were open, he immediately raised his guard as he tried to look around him, hoping to see something or anything that would give him the slightest clue as to where he was currently at. A moment later, a purple flame appeared several meters away from him. This flame became bigger and bigger until it turned into a 3-meter-tall blaze. From within the purple flames, Ethan could see a pair of golden eyes, which were looking at him with amusement. "Well, hello there, young man. It pains my heart knowing that Vincent slandered me before I could even properly introduce myself to you. That brat has always been ungrateful even after I gave him the power he wanted. You shouldn't make him your role model. You hear me? Although he could have as many women as he liked, he became a henpecked husband. Like, seriously, isn't that lame? He can't even mention anything about other women for fear that his wife will castrate him. He is such a pitiful fool, but nevertheless still amusing. Just make sure to not be infected by his henpecked genes, or it's game over for you, Ethan." The voice coming from the purple fire was very friendly, as if he had known Ethan for a very long time. Even Ethan, who had been told to raise his guard towards this being, couldn't help but feel attracted to him because his words seemed to resonate within his very soul. Suddenly, a bluish light appeared on the left side of the purple flame. It then transformed into a blue crystal trident with 4 angelic wings spread wide. "Well met, my descendant. I'm glad that you have finally awakened my power inside of you. Also, before anything else, I would like to tell you that I am very happy with your approach to relationships. Although your magic circuits can recover faster if you ignore your feelings and just do the deed with your lovers, I greatly advise that you prioritize mutual love and respect for them. Unlike my friend here, I am not in a hurry to make a pact with you. Before anything, I want you to grow, experience many more things in life, and get to know life's happiness, sadness, loneliness, and madness. All of this would help you grow to become a better version of yourself, which would allow you to wield greater powers in the future. I am already looking forward to that day to arrive, and I hope that you will not rush to reach that goal." The purple flame chuckled after hearing his comrade's words, because this meant that he only needed to contend with the third power that lay in Ethan's body. As if waiting for that cue, a white orb of light manifested between the purple flame and the winged trident. This white orb of light grew in size until it became 2 meters tall. Unlike its two counterparts, the white orb of light didn't say anything and simply hovered in place, making the trident and the purple flame wonder if the third power hiding inside Ethan's body was mute. "It seems that our friend here is the silent type," the purple flame said in a friendly manner. "He's not even trying to make a sales pitch to make Ethan pick him instead of me. Friend, you should put a little effort, you know? I mean, it's not like I'm worried about you or anything. Don't get the wrong idea, okay?" The white orb of light remained silent as it continued to hover in place. Even after it received a few more encouragement from the purple flame, it remained unresponsive, making the trident and the flame sigh at the same time. "Very well, since you don't want to talk, I'll start the negotiations," the purple flame said. "Ethan, I know that Vincent and his wife talked smack about me earlier and are even painting me as the bad guy. But know this, that ungrateful brat, Vincent, and your father are currently wielding the power I bestowed upon them. If my power is as bad as Vincent has claimed to be, then why is he perfectly fine? Also, you know this already, right? Although that ungrateful henpecked husband is annoying, it doesn't change the fact that he is very strong. He only became that strong after making a pact with me, so before you decide, let me tell you the benefits of making your first pact with me." Ethan reluctantly nodded, as he listened to the friendly voice who began to list the benefits that he would gain if he were to form a pact with him, which would allow him to become a stronger version of himself. "My power focuses more on strength, domination, and trickery," the purple flame stated. "If you make a pact with me, you will be able to create illusions that look very real. You can even send your enemies into an illusionary world, where they will live the rest of their lives unable to tell between illusion and reality. You can even create clones of yourself and see the world in their eyes. They are perfect for scouting missions, which is something that Vincent and your father always use in battle. With your current strength, you will be able to create as many as 4 copies of yourself. I don't want to brag, but when it comes to strength, the power you will gain from me is stronger than the boost you get by holding your sea god's trident. Not only that, your stamina will increase by leaps and bounds, allowing you to tumble with your lovers on the bed from morning till night, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In fact, even if you don't rest, you will still be able to function normally because of your increased stamina. Also, the duration of how long your magic power lasts will increase, allowing you to retain and absorb more power from the people that you kiss. Even if your magical circuits are destroyed, it is possible to recharge your magic power indefinitely. Just think about it. As long as you have one witch by your side, you can just kiss them when you run out of power and fight again, using them as a rechargeable battery. Isn't that fantastic? Lastly, these benefits that I am telling you are only the first 3 stages of your origin magic. Just like legacies, origin magic also has 5 stages. As for the 4th and 5th stages, you are still not strong enough to handle them, so it is still too early to discuss them right now. Ethan pondered for a bit after hearing the purple flame's offer. Just like Vincent had told him earlier, the offer was simply too good to be true. All of these benefits that the purple flame mentioned were all very helpful to Ethan. If not for the fact that Vincent greatly advised him to not listen to temptations, he would have definitely made a pact with the purple flame right there, right now. "What's the catch?" Ethan asked out of curiosity. "These powers are too good to be true. There must be some kind of downside to it, right?" "Downside?" the purple flame chuckled. "I don't know about this downside you speak of. However, you're right. My offer is simply too good to be true, so there are restrictions and limitations. But I assure you that you won't have a problem with them." First and foremost, once you gain my power, you will need to regularly absorb the essence of your lovers, the purple flame stated. You will be able to do this whenever you embrace them. They will feel a bit lethargic, but it is something that can easily be solved by a good night's rest after you make love to them. Also, my power is different from the magical reserves you have. In short, you can use my magic even if you run out of magical power because it's reliant on life essence, which means that this power will not run in your magical circuits, but in your heart. With this said, you don't have to worry about leakage problems. If you don't have a lover then, yes, this power of mine is quite troublesome. But this is not a problem for you, right? You have not one, not two, but 4 lovers. The downsides of making a pact with me are already eliminated. Ethan crossed his arms over his chest and pondered. This lethargic state that my lovers will experience once I embrace them, how bad is it? Maybe you're just downplaying it and saying that it can easily be fixed by a good night's rest. Ethan, my boy, you will not turn into a vampire, you know, the purple flame replied. It's not like your girls are losing the blood inside their bodies, but I guess life essence is similar to blood essence in that regard. So, to answer your question, they will feel tired, which can be fixed by rest or by drinking rejuvenation potions. As to how severe their lethargy would be, it will depend on how many times you embrace them. 2 to 3 times is good, but more than that is bad. So split it up between your lovers so they won't be sleeping like a log for an entire day or 2. But I assure you, there are no lasting side effects on their bodies. In fact, they will even thank you because my power also provides beautifying properties to the ladies. The winged trident chuckled, because the purple flame was now starting to come clean after Ethan pressed it for answers. Is there anything else that you are hiding from me? Ethan inquired. No, the purple flame replied. So, would you like to sign the contract now? I'll even throw some freebies if you sign up today. Ethan thought about the purple flame's offer before shifting his gaze to the white orb that had remained silent until now. Although the purple flame's offer was truly exciting, he felt that it also held an equivalent danger that he might regret later after he made a pact with it. After thinking a while, Ethan walked towards the white orb of light and pressed his hand over it. Can you tell me what benefits you can give me if I form a contract with you? Ethan inquired. The white orb of light suddenly glowed brightly, illuminating the entire world in white. It was so bright that Ethan was forced to cover his eyes to shield himself from the light. He didn't know how long it took before the light finally receded, but when it did, Ethan lowered his arm and slowly opened his eyes. There, hovering at the center of a lake, was a severed giant's head, which made Ethan feel as if time had stopped completely. A few seconds later, he covered his lips with his right hand as tears started to fall from his eyes. He didn't know why, but after seeing the severed giant's head, the only thing he felt was extreme heartache. It was as if something very important from him had been taken away, making him cry out loud, even howling in pain and despair. This sadness and heartache came from the very depths of his soul, making him cry uncontrollably. This was the first time he was seeing the severed giant's head, but something inside of him was certain that he knew who it was. That giant was someone very dear to him. Extremely dear to him. Within that spiritual world, Ethan's cries of pain and sadness echoed across the sky. He was mourning the loss of that very important person, who cared for him deeply and dearly thousands of years ago. As the boy cried in front of it, the giant's eyes, which were closed, also shed a tear. This single tear fell on the surface of the lake, resulting in a faint ripple that transcended through time and space. Ethan didn't know how long he had been crying. It was as if he was crying a lifetime's worth of tears, and there was no sign of it stopping anytime soon. He tried to call out to Sebastian and his other half from inside his head, but the two were nowhere to be found. They were not there to give him some advice or tell him what was happening to him. At first, he thought that he was under some kind of spell, one that forcefully flipped his switch to feel extremely sad. But Ethan knew that he wasn't under any spell. He knew this with every fiber of his being. The person in front of him wouldn't do such a petty thing, for he didn't need to do something like that. So the young man did the only thing he could at that moment. He cried. Ethan didn't know if he had been crying for hours, days, weeks, or even years. But at some point, the tears did stop, and with it, clarity returned to his mind. As he wiped the last stream of tears from his face, he stood up to look at the giant's severed head in front of him. Although the giant had his eyes closed, he looked very peaceful, as if he was just sleeping. Taking a deep breath, Ethan started to walk towards the giant with steady steps. He walked over the surface of the lake and only stopped when a sigh escaped the giant's lips. Slowly but surely, the giant's eyes opened and gazed at the young man, who was gazing back at him with uncertainty. "Have we met before?" Ethan asked before the giant could even say anything. "I feel like I've known you all my life, and yet I can't remember who you are." "Yes and no," the giant answered softly. "We've met before, but this is our first meeting in this lifetime." Ethan wanted to say that he didn't understand, but he decided to not say anything and only held the giant's gaze. "I'll introduce myself first," the giant smiled. "My name is Mimir." "My name is Ethan," Ethan replied. "Ethan Gremory." Mimir nodded. "A good name that means firm, enduring, and strong, traits that you will need when you face a future that is filled with uncertainty. Now, since you've come to ask me what I can offer you, I'll give you the answer that you are looking for." The giant head gave Ethan a mischievous gaze before continuing his words. "What I can give you is wisdom, but do not think that signing a pact with me will make you incredibly smart. No, that is not how my blessings work. If you make a pact with me, you will be able to read, write, and speak all the known languages in the world. When seeing a creature for the first time, you will gain the information about that creature inside of your head. You will also be immune to any spell or abilities that will affect your mind and decrease the effect of those that can affect your body by half. That is the first level of my blessing. As for the second, once activated, you will be able to learn and remember things very easily. For instance, if you want to learn how to dance, you will learn it in less than an hour. The same can be said for cooking, martial arts, and any other skills that can be learned through physical training and mental memorization. Speaking about memory, you will be able to remember everything perfectly. Humans call this eidetic memory or photographic memory. Simply put, once you have mastered the second level, you will be able to recall everything with vivid clarity. Mastering the first and second levels of my origin magic is important because it will help you unlock the third level of its power. The third stage of my magic will allow you to cast rune magic. By writing symbols on the ground, on air, on water, or anywhere, you will be able to cast rune magic, which is a different branch of magic. Understanding how each rune works can amplify your magic spells. If you will it, you can make a feather as heavy as a boulder and an egg as hard as steel. It has many applications, but you first need to understand the power of words. On this level, you will also learn how to shapeshift. Unlike the Tidebringer's third level, which consumes a lot of magical power, the transformation doesn't drain you of any magical power. Simply put, you can transform even if you don't have any magic reserves inside your body. However, you can only transform into 4 forms, into a wolf, a raven, a mouse, and a salmon. Know that these transformations are not simple transformations. All of them will be 10 times stronger than their regular counterparts. Mimir paused before explaining the abilities of each creature. As a wolf, you can fight against even the strongest of griffins. As a raven, you can fly against a raging storm. As a mouse, you can bite through steel chains. And as a salmon, you can swim against the currents of the world. Ethan crossed his arms over his chest as he listened to the giant Mimir. The powers that he would gain from making a pact with him weren't really combat-oriented. However, they were also very useful. Professor Barrett once told him that there were very ancient tomes and manuscripts inside the forbidden area of the Academy's library. Unfortunately, some of those languages were already lost, so no one was able to decipher them. Also, Ethan was very interested in using rune magic. He wanted to know if there was a big difference between the magic he was using and rune magic. The 4th and 5th levels of my origin magic are still too early for you to know, Mimir said with a smile. But perhaps, after a year or two, you will be able to learn them as well. Ethan nodded in understanding. Unlike the purple mist, who was very friendly, Mimir was soft-spoken and mild. He wasn't like a salesman trying to sell his wares, and only told Ethan what he needed to know about his pact. Also, for some reason, he trusted Mimir very much. This was something that he couldn't explain, especially since this was his first time meeting the giant's head. "Can I ask you a question?" Ethan asked. "Why not?" Mimir smiled. "Are you alive, or is the you that I am seeing now just a will of your former self? Due to circumstances outside of my control, I was killed and beheaded, but a powerful being reanimated my head. Even as I speak to you now, I am in a very faraway place, out of reach of ordinary mortals and even the deities of the 9 realms. Since I hold vast knowledge, I am deemed too important to fall into dangerous hands, for I know the truths about the world, the secret entrances that lead to the different realms. I know the things that are about to happen in the not-so-distant future, as well as the answers to almost all questions. If one asks me how to become immortal, I will not be able to resist their inquiry. If one asks me how to become a god, then that person will become a god. However, one can only ask me these questions once they find my head." The giant who held all the wisdom of the world looked at the young man, who was looking back at him with worry etched across his face. Ethan didn't know why, but the mere thought of Mimir being targeted by dangerous individuals worried him very much. The giant felt like kin to him, so hearing that he could be used for misdeeds didn't sit well with him. "Isn't that dangerous?" Ethan inquired. "What if someone found you? What can stop them from becoming a god?" The giant felt touched at the sight of the genuine concern on the young man's face. It reminded him of the good old days when he and the salmon he raised would bicker with each other just to pass their boredom. "Fret not, Ethan. I am in a very safe place," Mimir replied with confidence. "I am protected by 3 powerful beings, namely the old bandit of Lant, the half-elf who is known as the God Slayer, and another half-elf who is the necromancer of heaven. So, worry not about my safety. Unless someone can get past these 3 individuals, no one in the multiverse can find me." Seeing Mimir's reassuring expression, Ethan reluctantly nodded his head. "How do I form a pact with you?" Ethan inquired. "It's rather simple," Mimir answered. "All you need to do is bind your soul to me." "Does that mean that if I die, my soul will belong to you?" "No, this is just a way for you to gain my powers, but there is a side effect if you form a pact with me." Ethan felt a little anxious about the side effects of the pact, but he still waited for Mimir to tell him what he needed to know. "On the first day of the new moon, you will be forced to take on the form of one of the creatures that you can shapeshift to," Mimir explained. "This forced transformation lasts for an entire day, and you will return to your normal form the moment the clock hits midnight. The bad news is that the animal form that you will transform into is totally random. The good news is that you will be able to talk to others using telepathy in your animal forms. Also, don't worry. If you happen to turn into a salmon while you are asleep, you will not die because of lack of water. Your salmon form does not swim only in the water, but in the air as well. However, you cannot swim above 3 meters in the air. That is your limit. Your animal forms are also protected from miasma and similar environments that would otherwise be harmful to people, animals, and monsters. Just make sure to tell your lovers about this side effect so that they can care for you during those times. Also, don't hesitate to inform Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett about this side effect. They know how to keep secrets, and they are always on your side." Ethan nodded his head in understanding after hearing Mimir's words. Although transforming into an animal for an entire day seemed troublesome, it was a small price to pay to gain wisdom and a new set of powers that would help him become stronger. "I will ask you one more time," Mimir stated. "Do you still wish to make a pact with me?" "I do," Ethan replied in a heartbeat. "Well then, keep your eyes open and accept my pact," Mimir ordered. "Look into my eyes." The young man did as he was told and stared at the giant's blue eyes, which reflected his image. A moment later, a beam of light shot out from Mimir's eyes, passing through Ethan's own eyes. The giant, who held the wisdom of the world, engraved his mark on the young man's soul. During this ceremony, Ethan's right eye briefly changed its color into gold as Mimir secretly bestowed upon him a divine treasure, which would gradually adapt to his body. At the time Ethan unlocked the 4th level of his origin magic, the divine eye that Mimir passed unto him would show its might. But until then, it would still need to adapt to Ethan's body to make sure that there would be no complications in the future. The eye belonged to a god who thirsted for knowledge in the past. It was the price he paid for the wisdom he gained, allowing him to see the tragedy that would come to pass. And through these revelations, he laid down the seeds to make his comeback at last. But Ethan need not know these things, for that story had long ended. What happened in the past was long over, and it need not burden those who would pave the path of tomorrow. Of course, Mimir had no intention of telling Ethan that he was now in possession of a divine gift, which many beings would want to possess no matter what. For great power corrupts people, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. After the pact was completed, Ethan once again felt drowsy as a flood of information entered his mind. But he forced himself to stay awake as he looked at Mimir, who was smiling at him. "Go, my little salmon," Mimir said with affection. "I pray that your journey against the current of time and space will bear fruit. You have suffered thousands of years of loneliness." A ray of light wrapped around Ethan, making him feel as if he was being protected by someone who was very dear to him. And just as his eyes slowly closed, Mimir's words reached his ears. "May the dreams you hold dearest be those which come true, and the kindness you spread keep returning to you. Laughter to outweigh each care. In your heart a song, and gladness waiting everywhere. All your whole life long. May the winds of fortune sail you. May you sail a gentle sea. And the next time that I will meet you, I promise that the drink will be on me." Ethan tried to force his eyes open one more time, wanting to look at the giant's severed head. But after hearing Mimir's words of promise, his heart felt at ease with his care. Knowing that there would be a reunion between him and this gentle giant that he knew, a promise between two lifelong friends, would someday begin anew. While Ethan was having a chat with the 3 beings whom he needed to choose from and make a pact with, Vincent and his wife Cleodna were doing their best to hide their presence, not wanting to risk attracting the wrong company. But a minute after the ceremony started, Ethan's astral body let out a powerful magic ripple, which spread out for miles on end. Vincent uncontrollably cursed out loud, while Cleodna's face turned pale. They were doing their best to keep a low profile because Ethan's current situation was very delicate. If something happens to his soul, then his real body would become an empty vessel, which was the same as dying. "Vincent," Cleodna said with a serious expression on her face. "I know." Vincent immediately left the invisibility barrier that they had initially erected to hide their presence from the beings of the lands of Sarakale. The magical fluctuation that came from Ethan was simply too strong, alerting the powerful beings in the surroundings. Because of this, some of them decided to investigate the location where the magical fluctuation came from. "Damn, this nephew of mine is such a handful," Vincent couldn't help but complain as dozens of powerful presences started to fly in their direction. *T, he even attracted a Balor. Looks like I'll have no choice but to go all out on this one. The extremely handsome man hovered above the island with his arms crossed over his chest. He needed to bluff his way out of this one, since his wife couldn't join him in battle. She was the only one maintaining Ethan's connection to the astral realm. If the ceremony were to be canceled prematurely, it was possible that the young man's soul would suffer a backlash from. This was something that they couldn't allow to happen no matter what. A minute after Vincent left the invisible barrier, over a dozen beings hovered a few hundred meters from the island where he was. "If it isn't the Conqueror," the Balor said in amusement, "did you purposely release that magical fluctuation so that we could kill you here together?" "Kill me?" Vincent asked in an arrogant tone. "On the contrary, I was getting bored as of late and was looking for someone to kill. But since I'm too lazy to find where you guys are, I decided that it would be easier if you all came to me." The Balor snorted as he looked at the arrogant man in front of him. This wasn't Vincent's first time doing such a thing. He was known in the lands of Sarakale as the eccentric man who did anything he wanted. The only person he feared was his wife, but she usually fought on a different battlefield. 3 archangels hovered on the opposite side of the Balor, eyeing the Conqueror with calm expressions on their faces. The archangels and Vincent weren't foes, but they were certainly not friends either. They didn't actively fight against each other, and there were even times when they even cooperated with each other. The 3 of them just came to check what had caused the powerful fluctuation that they sensed from a distance. 2 archdevils eyed Vincent with smiles on their faces. If Vincent and the angels had a neutral relationship, the devils and Vincent had a eerie close relationship with each other. The extremely handsome man even winked at the 2 archdevils, and the 2 winked back at him. Demons, shadow worlders, fae, elves, beastkins, and fomorians all gathered around Vincent, eyeing him with interest. The man whom they referred to as the Conqueror simply hovered above the island with his hands crossed over his chest. "Since you've already come, who wants to have a go at me?" Vincent challenged. "Come, it has been a while since I killed idiots." The Balor snorted and didn't hesitate to attack the annoying human with his fiery whip. Vincent laughed and casually evaded the attack before flying toward the Balor, who was very eager to fight him. The other onlookers backed away and simply watched the battle as a form of entertainment. But there were some of them who directed their attention to the deserted island, trying to see if there was anything there that might catch their interest. The magical fluctuations they felt were very different from Vincent's aura. Knowing this, they believed that the human had made himself visible in order to prevent others from investigating the island. Sensing that the rest of the onlookers were eyeing the island, Vincent talked to the 2 archdevils and asked them for a favor. "Friends, one of our allies is currently on the island and being cared for by my wife," Vincent said to the 2 archdevils via telepathy. "If possible, don't let him come to harm because he will play an important role in our future battles together." "Understood. We'll do what we can." Since Vincent was part of their faction, they didn't mind helping him out, especially since he had done them a great service in the war in the lands of Sarakale. The mortal enemy of the angels was the demons. The mortal enemy of the devils were the Balors and other denizens of hell. The Fomorians and Shadow Lords were fighting against the fae, elves, and beastkins. As for the humans, they served as mercenaries for all the races. Whoever gave them the best offer would become their employer. Vincent was fighting for the devils, while his wife was fighting for the fae. They usually fought on different battlefields, but whenever they were together, a massacre would take place. Similar to her husband, Cleodna had sensed the presence of her allies, so she also asked them to help defend the island just in case the Balor, the demons, or the Shadow Worlders decided to attack it. Just as the battle was heating up between Vincent and the Balor, the Shadow Worlders detected an anomaly on the island. "There is a barrier of invisibility on the island," one of the Shadow Worlders declared. "It seems that the Conqueror is hiding something inside it." The Balor, who was fighting Vincent, sneered before summoning a giant fireball. "Let's see you dodge this." The Balor laughed as he hurled the giant fireball towards the island. Vincent, who could have easily avoided the fireball, had no choice but to grit his teeth and block it. Summoning his crimson sword, Vincent cut the fireball in half, making it explode in front of him. The blast pushed him back a bit, but when the smoke had cleared, he saw another fireball flying in his direction. **T. Vincent cursed internally as he once again sliced the fireball in half. While this was happening, the demons, the Shadow Worlders, and the Fomorians flew toward the island with the intention of seeing what it was hiding. The two archdevils, whom Vincent had asked for help, blocked their path. The Fae, elves, and beastkins also went to help, resulting in a stalemate. The three archangels, who remained in the air, glanced at each other and nodded at the same time. While everyone was busy fighting against each other, they flew toward the island, intending to uncover the secrets that were hidden within. Cleodna, who was also paying attention to the battle outside, had no choice but to shift a part of her power to erect another barrier. This time, the barrier was meant to prevent anyone from interfering with the ceremony. However, she wasn't confident that she would be able to hold back three archangels for a long time, for their strength was on par with hers. As the three archangels neared the island, they immediately sensed the ripples of magic in the surroundings. It didn't take them a lot of time to pinpoint its location, so they quickly headed there. The archdevils, the Fae, elves, and beastkins, who were holding back the Shadow Worlders, the Fomorians, and the demons could not divert their attention, making them feel helpless. If they went after the three archangels, then their enemies would be freed and would also head toward the island, making the battle more complicated. They could only hope that the three archangels were only curious and would not attack Cleodna, who was maintaining the barrier as well as the ceremony that would allow Ethan to attain an origin magic. The archangels weren't their enemy, but they weren't their friends either. Knowing this, the beautiful lady could only hope that the three wouldn't attack her and simply watch from the side. It didn't take long for the three archangels to enter the invisibility barrier and see the two humans inside another protective barrier. The leader of the archangels glanced at Ethan and frowned. He could tell that the young man was only an astral body and seemed to be undergoing some sort of ritual. "What do we do?" one of the archangels asked. "Are they a threat to us?" Before the leader could answer, a purple flame briefly erupted from Ethan's body, making all three archangels back away at the same time. "We should leave," the leader of the archangels said. "This is not our battle." The two archangels nodded and left the invisibility barrier alongside their leader. Although the eruption was brief, all of them felt the power of a progenitor. This was not a being that they could handle on their own. Seeing that the three archangels left peacefully, Vincent and the others who were blocking their enemies heaved a sigh of relief. But this relief didn't last long because several more demons and Fomorians arrived at the scene. They, too, had felt the magical fluctuations and had come to see what was happening. The moment they saw that their allies were fighting against their enemies, they didn't hesitate to offer assistance, pushing the defenders back. "Vincent, we're sorry, but we will not risk our lives for you." The two archdevils hastily retreated after seeing that they were at a great disadvantage. "Sorry, Cleodna, there's just too many of them," the Fae called out to her ally. "We can't hold them back, sorry." Just like the archdevils, the Fae, elves, and beastkins hastily retreated after the enemy reinforcements had arrived. They were already hard-pressed to defend against the foes they were fighting earlier, and when the enemy reinforcements arrived, they knew that they had no chance of surviving if they stayed. Vincent backed away and stood between his wife and the enemies, who all started to laugh at him. The archdevils, archangels, the Fae, elves, and beastkins watched this from a safe distance with grim looks on their faces. "You will die here, human conqueror," the Balor, who had fought Vincent, declared before laughing heartily. With a wave of its hand, the invisibility barrier that was hiding Cleodna and Ethan dispersed, allowing everyone to see them. "I knew it," the Balor sneered. "The Queen of Banshees is also here. It seems that today is our lucky day. We caught 2 big shots. I'm sure our masters will be pleased." The Shadow Worlders, the demons, the Fomorians, and the Balor all eyed the 3 humans with hostility. Victor and Cleodna were among the humans who were on the top of their kill list, and whoever managed to bring their heads back would receive a generous reward from their respective masters. Vincent glanced at his wife, who was also looking back at him with a determined look on her face. Both of them were now facing a choice. Either they leave Ethan and survive, or they stay and fight to the death. Both choices were hard, and the two didn't want to make either of them. "Just run," one of the archdevils shouted. "Will both of you sacrifice yourselves for a single human child?" "He's right, Cleodna," the Fae cried out from a distance. "You are important to us. Leave that soul alone." "Vincent," Cleodna muttered. "I know," Vincent replied, not even letting his wife finish her words. "I wouldn't be able to face them if anything happened to their child." The Balor laughed when he realized that Vincent and his wife had no intention of escaping. Although many of them would die today, they would make sure that the two annoying pests would accompany them to the afterlife. "Get them," the Balor ordered. Immediately, the demons, the Shadow Worlders, and the Fomorians all attacked at the same time. But just as they were about to descend on the island, countless lightning bolts descended from the sky and vaporized the lesser demons, causing the enemy forces to scatter. "Who?" the Balor shouted as he looked in the distance. There, he saw a woman, who seemed to be in her early 30s, riding on a flying broomstick. Right beside her was a man, who was just as handsome as Vincent. His crimson eyes looked at the Balor as if he were an insect that he needed to crush no matter what. "Catherine," Cleodna shouted in surprise when she saw her sister coming to her rescue. "What took you so long?" Vincent asked in relief as he looked at his brother, whose long black hair fluttered in the wind. "I owe you one," the man replied before glancing at Ethan, who was on the ground. After confirming that his son was safe, his gaze once again landed on the demons, who had raised their guard. If Vincent was hailed as the conqueror, then the man with long black hair in front of them was known as the executioner. After seeing him, the two archdevils, who had decided to play safe earlier, immediately hovered beside Vincent and crossed their arms over their chest. "Don't worry, Vincent," one of the archdevils said. "We got this." "Just rest at the side," the other archdevil commented. "We'll make short work of these small fries." The corner of Vincent's lips twitched because the two bastards had suddenly become brave after seeing his brother arrive on the battlefield. They were like two soldiers who didn't care if they were fighting entire armies and stood there like true heroes who could take on the world together. The Fae, elves, and beastkins weren't as shameless as the two devils, so they decided to stay where they were. "Catherine, look after him," the handsome man said. "Yes." Catherine didn't hesitate and flew toward the barrier, inside of which the astral body of her son lay. Tears blurred her vision, because she didn't expect that she would be able to see Ethan in the lands of Sarakale. She had left him in the human lands to keep him safe. But it seemed that fate had other plans for the young man, who had no idea that a great battle was taking place, while he was talking to the purple mist inside his mind. "Since you dared to hurt my son, none of you will leave this place alive," Ethan's father said coldly. The man's eyes glowed purple, as 4 pairs of purple wings appeared behind his back. A second later, countless black swords appeared on the battlefield, blocking out the light of the sun and covering the world in darkness. "Grand Arya." As soon as the man spoke those words, countless deadly swords descended from the sky with fury. Each blade hummed the song of death, trapping their enemies in a slaughterhouse that would not disappear until all of them had perished. Vincent might be strong and could fight against strong opponents, but his specialty wasn't fighting anyone. He was the conqueror, and his ability was to make a territory become part of his territory. It was similar to real-time strategy games, where people built their bases on territories that were rich with resources. The more bases and resources one had, the more advantage one would have over their enemies in the long run. This would also allow their side to train more troops and, in turn, form bigger armies, for they had sufficient resources to keep them on the battlefield. The realm of Sarakale was like that. Beings from different dimensions and races wanted a piece of this bountiful land for themselves. It was for this reason that everyone constantly battled each other. However, Vincent's role was to capture the territories of others. Only those who had the ability of conquerors could put a territory under their control. But that wasn't all. Whenever conquerors and their allies fought in their own territories, they would gain a boost in physical strength and magic power, similar to the boost gained from the spell Magna Amplifico. For beings who were already powerful, any kind of power-up was a very important factor when it came to wars. Vincent's brother and Ethan's father specialized in fighting. The latter was hailed as the Executioner because he was one of the strongest humans fighting on the side of the devils. This was also why, when the two archdevils saw him, they felt emboldened and immediately returned to Vincent's side, acting like they had been fighting with their lives on the line earlier. Also, since the island that they were fighting on was part of Vincent's territory, the power of the Executioner received a boost, allowing him to fight many opponents without too many problems. Grand Arya. The moment the man with long black hair muttered those two words, the archdevils knew that a one-sided massacre was about to take place. The Shadow Worlders, demons, and Formorians all screamed as their bodies were stabbed, slashed, and cut by the countless black swords that had trapped them inside a slaughterhouse. The Balor, whom Vincent had fought earlier, was resisting with all of his might, but he knew that staying inside the domain was suicide. Knowing this, he put all of his power into escaping by flying in the direction he had come from. He used everything in his power to block and deflect all the black swords that were flying in his direction. After several minutes of desperation, he managed to break through. But before he could even celebrate, his world suddenly spun uncontrollably. "Why you?" the Balor muttered the moment he realized what had happened. The Executioner was standing behind his body, which was now missing a head. Not long after, his body was cut in half and then reduced to ashes, blown away by the wind and never to be seen again. "It's over," the black-haired man declared as he dispersed his sword domain, making pieces of flesh and blood fall into the seawater around the island. As expected of the Executioner, one of the archdevils commented. "Right," the other archdevil sighed. "They never stood a chance." Vincent also felt relieved, knowing that he would get to live another day. He really thought that he was a goner. After all, there was no way he could have fought against that many powerhouses all by himself. After making sure that there were no longer enemies in sight, the black-haired man turned around, about to leave the place. But before he could make a move, Vincent grabbed hold of his wrist, holding him in place. "Aren't you going to stay to greet your son?" Vincent asked. "We will eventually meet once he has proven himself worthy," Ethan's father replied. "Besides, Catherine will be here when he wakes up. That is enough." "Seriously, can't you just let him see you at least once?" Vincent insisted. "When he has proven himself worthy, then yes," Ethan's father replied before prying Vincent's hold off his wrist. "Besides, it's too late for me to act as his father." The black-haired man gave his son a sidelong glance before looking at the two archdevils, who immediately stood in attention under his gaze. "Stay and guard my wife and son. Make sure they are safe. Understood?" "Yes, Your Excellency." Without another word, Ethan's father flew away to fight on another battlefield. The battles were always constant in the world of Sarakale, and the sooner he wiped out his enemies, the safer their territories in the world of Midgard would be as well. Vincent could only sigh as he looked at his stubborn brother from a distance. "Well, I guess they can still meet in the future," Vincent muttered before descending a few meters away from his wife, who was single-handedly maintaining the power of the magic circle. Catherine looked at her son fondly, but held back the urge to hold him in her arms. Right now, his astral body was in a precarious situation, so she didn't dare touch him so casually. "Your husband is so stubborn, sister," Cleodna complained. "He should have stayed behind and shared a word or two with his son." "You know how he is," Catherine replied. "He's not good with words. He has always been like that." Cleodna could only shake her head helplessly because she knew that her sister was right. That person was indeed very unsociable. Even today, she wondered how he had been able to win Catherine's love despite being standoffish. A few minutes later, Ethan's eyebrows fluttered, which was a sign that he was about to wake up. Despite waiting for this moment for a very long time, Catherine couldn't help but feel anxious because she didn't know how her son would react after seeing her. She didn't know if Ethan would be angry or sad. She didn't know if he would scream and blame her for leaving him behind. What she did to his magical circuits was already unforgivable. Because the moment they were destroyed, that person would never be able to use magic again. At that time, it was her and her husband's only way to protect him. But looking at him now, it dawned upon her that even a destroyed magic circuit was not enough to keep him away from his destiny. For a brief moment, Catherine thought of fleeing in the direction her husband had gone because she suddenly got cold feet. But after seeing her sister's glare, she became rooted to the spot. "Even if he becomes angry, I will not run away," Catherine vowed as she prepared herself for being hated by her one and only son. Although it was going to be heartbreaking, she knew that she deserved it for leaving him behind. Just as she was mulling over these negative thoughts, Ethan's eyes slowly opened. His gaze was unsteady, but the first person he saw was Cleodna. A second later, his face moved sideways to look at Catherine, making the beautiful lady with long blue hair almost stop breathing when her son's gaze held her own. "Mother," Ethan asked. The moment that the young man called her mother, Catherine was no longer able to hold herself back. She hugged him, crying loudly. She had waited many years for her son to call her mother, and now that it happened, all the emotions that she had been bottling up since the two of them parted finally rose to the surface. Vincent and Cleodna looked at the crying woman and sighed in their hearts. They knew how much Catherine had suffered due to her separation from Ethan, and now that they had reunited, she would never be the same again. Ethan, who was now being hugged by his biological mother, closed his eyes and listened to her cries of sadness. The moment his eyes landed on her for the first time, he felt a tug on his heart, which prompted him to call out Mother, wanting to know if she had been the one who left him behind on that dark, stormy night. No, that wasn't it. This wasn't the first time that he had seen her. When he went to clear the maze under the Dud Manor, he saw her for the first time. Heck, he even fought against her. He already had doubts back then if the woman he fought against was really his mother, and seeing her now, all the doubts he had disappeared completely. "I'm sorry, I was wrong to leave you behind," Catherine cried as she held Ethan tightly. "I was wrong, I'm sorry." She repeated those words over and over again, asking for forgiveness for the crime of abandoning her child. Ethan would be lying if he said that he didn't feel angry. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't feeling sad. But to his surprise, he didn't feel any hate toward her. Maybe this was due to his upbringing. His adoptive grandparents had raised him with love and care, even spoiling him rotten. They filled the role of his parents and loved him unconditionally. Of course, there were times when he would feel envious of other children, especially those whose families went on trips with their parents or took a stroll together. He couldn't count the number of times he had wished to have his parents with him and feel what it was like to have a family. A complete family. All of these and more were denied to him while he was growing up. But now, as he felt the warmth and wetness of his mother's tears, he realized that he wasn't the only one who had been hurting all those years. This woman, who was his mother, had probably felt more pain than he ever did after their separation. So, Ethan did what he felt like doing at this time. He wrapped his arms around his mother and held her tightly. The young man didn't say anything and simply held his mother, making up for the time that they hadn't been together. Vincent and Cleodna, who thought that Ethan would push Catherine away, glanced at each other and smiled. They then both flew toward the sky, leaving the two behind to give them some privacy. Cleodna flew towards the Fae, elves, and beastkins who had helped them earlier and thanked them properly. Vincent, on the other hand, chatted with the two archdevils, whom Ethan's father had asked to stay behind. all of them distanced themselves from the island, allowing the two, who had never seen each other until now, to use this precious moment to bare their feelings for each other. Nearly half an hour later, Catherine finally stopped crying, but she still didn't release her hold on Ethan, afraid that he would disappear from her sight. Ethan didn't resist and allowed his mother to hug him. No words were spoken between them because they didn't know what to talk about. Instead, they simply held each other close, letting their hearts do the talking. "I think I will be leaving soon," Ethan said softly because he could feel the tug of his physical body. "Will I see you again, Mother?" Catherine reluctantly let go of Ethan and looked at him with reddened eyes. "Of course," Catherine replied, "but I can't visit you anytime soon. It will have to wait until you come of age." Ethan nodded his head in understanding. Emma and his other half told him that he would know more about his background after he went to Midgard to undertake the coming-of-age trial. "Mother, I think I still have some time, so I'll tell you my current situation," Ethan stated. "Right now, I have 5 lovers. All of them are beautiful, kind, and amazing girls. Although there are mishaps in our relationships, we are all doing our best to make it work out." Ethan had included Chloe in the number of lovers he mentioned, because he had no intention of letting her go. F5. Catherine was shocked to hear that her son already had 5 lovers before his coming-of-age ceremony. "Yes, Mother," Ethan nodded. "And I want you to meet them soon. I'm sure they would like to meet you as well. Of course, you also need to meet Grandma Agnes and Grandpa Benjamin. They are the ones who raised me with love and care. I want you to meet them as well." "Of course," Catherine replied in a heartbeat. "I'll meet your grandparents and properly thank them for raising you into a wonderful young man. I will also apologize to them for leaving you behind." Ethan smiled when he remembered the talk he had with Grandma Agnes 2 years ago. The old lady mentioned that if Ethan's real parents were to appear in front of her, she would slap them both with her flip-flops. The young man didn't know how serious his grandma was when she said those words, but he believed that she wouldn't really do that after seeing how sad Catherine was. "I am also studying in Brynhildr Magical Academy," Ethan added. "I recently got the title of Honorary Knight from the King of Eastshire. I am now a small-time noble without any lands to show for it." Catherine giggled before cupping her son's face. "You're not a small-time noble, Ethan," Catherine said with a smile. "As for lands, you don't have to worry about that either. You will know of it once you come to Midgard." Ethan smiled before nodding his head. "Mother, it's time for me to go." "MMM." Ethan's mother kissed her son's forehead and looked into his eyes. "I'll meet you in Midgard," Catherine promised. "Feel free to bring your lovers if you can. I would love to meet them." "Understood," Ethan replied before kissing Catherine's cheek. "See you soon, Mother. Be safe always." "You too, Ethan." Catherine hugged the young man tightly. "Be safe for my sake, my love." A moment later, Ethan's astral body turned into particles of light. The moment her son disappeared from her arms, Catherine once again covered her face and cried. She had just reunited with her baby, and yet they had to part again. It made her feel sad all over again. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands wrapped around her waist from behind, as if showing support to her. Catherine turned around and buried her head in her husband's chest as she cried her eyes out for the second time. But her tears were not just tears of sadness. They were also tears of joy and relief, knowing that her son didn't hate her. After many years of heartache, Catherine felt as if she was given a second chance at life. A second chance to become a mother. With this warm and joyful feelings dancing in her heart, she wished with every fiber of her being for Ethan to come to Midgard soon, so that both of them would be truly reunited at last. Where? Ethan slowly propped himself up from the floor and looked at his surroundings. "Good, you're finally awake," Professor Barrett said with a smile. "That was an awfully long time for you to sleep, Ethan." Ethan yawned. "How long did I sleep, Professor?" "A week," Professor Barrett answered, causing Ethan to look at him in disbelief. "I've been asleep for a week." 8 days to be exact. It seems that I pushed you too hard, eh? Suddenly, something jumped out of Ethan's shadow and leapt onto his chest. Master! Lilith cried out in happiness and relief because she had been feeling very anxious for the past week because her master was showing no signs of waking up. Even Professor Barrett was extremely worried because he never expected that Ethan would sleep that long. At most, he expected the young man to sleep for 2 to 3 days, but not more than a week. His friends from Dud Manor were also worried about him. Because of this, Professor Barrett asked Lillian to tell them that Ethan was just undergoing intensive training, so he would be unable to return for the time being. The young man was quite thankful for Professor Barrett's kindness, because he knew that his lovers would feel anxious if they didn't see him for a long time. Since that matter was already taken care of, he slowly stood up and checked the condition of his body. Aside from feeling stiff after sleeping for more than a week, he didn't detect any other problems in his body. So, can you tell me what happened? Professor Barrett asked after seeing that Ethan had finished doing some light stretches to help the blood flow inside his body. Ethan nodded. Before that, Professor, are you familiar with the lands of Sarakale? Professor Barrett's eyes narrowed after hearing the name of the place that he hadn't heard for a long time. I knew of it, Professor Barrett said. Before Reinhardt became the headmaster of Brynhildr Academy, and I was still active as a magistratus, we decided to hunt a rogue wizard together, someone who had killed one of our closest friends. We chased him to the edge of the Shire continent, all the way to the lands of Midgard. That was when we discovered that the man we were chasing was under the command of a powerful being who wished to eradicate the current head of the Furbolgs in the Shire continent. Professor Barrett decided to not hide anything from Ethan because sooner or later, he would be facing these creatures, who planned to rise up once again and replace the peace they were having at the moment with terror. The wizard we were pursuing escaped through a golden portal, which we believed was a legacy gate at that time. But we were wrong. The place we were taken to wasn't a legacy domain, but the lands of Sarakale where the hidden battles of humanity and other races was being waged. A land so vast that Reinhardt and I believed it was bigger than Midgard, a place rife with conflicts where ordinary mortals would perish just by stumbling into it. However, we didn't know anything about it at that time. All we wanted was to avenge our friends and kill the person who murdered him in cold blood. There we faced demons, devils, shadow worlders, angels, and other races who thought that we were the new forces sent by the human domain to join the battle for dominion. If not for the fact that Reinhardt was able to cast a perfect resonance, I believe that we would have perished at that time. Of course, I wasn't a pushover either. I had fully mastered my origin magic back then, and the chained paragon made its debut in the lands of Sarakale. A month later, we finally cornered our target, but little did we know at that time that it was actually us who had been cornered. Deep inside, we already had a hunch about who he was working for, but until we saw them, we thought that we were just overthinking things. Although we knew they existed, we, at that time, believed that they were no longer a threat to the world. But we were wrong, very wrong. The man who killed our friend was working for the Fomorians and the Ballers. At that time, we thought that both of us were goners, but due to an unexpected twist of fate, both of us were saved by a person whom we thought had died in battle hundreds of years ago. Professor Barrett closed his eyes as he remembered that moment in time. The person who had saved us was not a hero. No, he was far from that. You could even say that he was the greatest villain who ever lived. So you can imagine our surprise to learn that, despite hundreds of years passing, that person was still alive. A faint smile appeared on Professor Barrett's face, as if he found the situation back then quite amusing. The person whom many heroes had fought together, alongside the founders of Brynhildr Academy, was there in the lands of Sarakale. Ethan, who was listening to Professor Barrett's tale, felt his blood stir. At the same time, he heard his other half laugh inside his sea of consciousness. That person was so famous that you can see portraits of him in the magical museums spread across the Shire continent and in Midgard. The prestigious wizarding families also had his portrait in their own homes because they both respected and feared him. Some ancient families even worship him to this day, for he was a person who had shaken the very foundations of the world. In our eyes, he was the enemy. In his people's eyes, he was their hero. It's funny because the way we view things differs depending on which side we were on. But on that day, I have to admit that I became a fan of that person. His strength was the real deal, and his confident smile, which seemed to look down at the entire world, brought chills down my spine. Reinhardt and I were very tempted to form good relationships with him back then. But due to the fact that he was meant to become the next headmaster of the academy, which was founded by the people who defeated that person, made our situation awkward at best. It even made us wonder if he was really defeated during that great battle hundreds of years ago. For if he had been, then why was he in the lands of Sarakale and standing on the side of humanity, protecting our realm from those who wished to descend upon our world? That was when we realized that the entire world had been tricked by a conspiracy that the man himself had spun, in order to end the senseless wars that were happening during that era. Professor Barrett shook his head helplessly before looking at the young man, whose heart was beating wildly inside his chest. Ethan didn't know why, but his bloodline was reacting to the professor's words, which was something that never happened in the past. That person's name was Balthazar Azil, Professor Barrett's words, which carried a tinge of admiration and respect, echoed inside the room. He holds many titles, but the most popular of them all was Demon Lord Balthazar. Yes, the one that saved Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett was none other than the same Demon Lord, whom everyone believed had been defeated by Fortis Dud and his comrades, who had founded the Brynhildr Academy of Magic. Professor Barrett sighed after speaking the name of the legendary figure, whom he hadn't seen for the past few decades. To this day, the name of the Demon Lord was held in high regard by the descendants of the heroes that fought against him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Balthazar's name had made a mark in the pages of history and would forever be remembered in the wizarding world. I don't know if he is human or not, Professor Barrett stated. He is already hundreds of years old, but when we last saw him, he only looked as old as a middle-aged man who was still in the prime of his life. Even now, I still believe that the tales of him being defeated were nothing more than a lie to quell the masses, as well as put an end to an era of fear. Perhaps he knew that as long as he was in Midgard, people wouldn't be able to move on. So, he chose to go to the lands of Sarakale and safeguard our realm from the enemies who came from other dimensions as a form of atonement for the time he terrorized the world, which the historians lovingly named as the era of the great demon Lord Balthazar. Ethan's other half had a smug smile plastered on his face, as if he was saying, "I was the one that raised that child." But since Ethan wasn't looking inside his sea of consciousness, he was unable to see the smugness on his other half's face. Sebastian, who was very interested in these kinds of stories, listened quietly. He was also familiar with the lands of Sarakale, for that was the place where the Tidebringer was born and raised. Of course, he didn't mention this to Ethan because he believed that the time wasn't ripe for such revelations. "What happened next, Professor?" Ethan asked because Professor Barrett stopped talking and seemed to have been taking a nice, quiet stroll through memory lane. "We managed to kill the wizard that we'd been chasing and stored his corpse inside a bounty ring used by bounty hunters," Professor Barrett replied as he reluctantly returned to the present. "But we stayed in the lands of Sarakale for half a year in order to see just what kind of world we had stumbled upon. During that time, the Demon Lord explained the different factions that were currently reigning in that land. But since this is too early for you, I will not explain it in detail. However, during our stay, I had the opportunity to be trained by him. That is also when I perfected my own resonance. Although I would love to brag that the Demon Lord Balthazar was actually my master, I dared not talk about it out loud. For, even if I did, no one would believe me. They'd probably think that my age had finally caught up to me, and that I was starting to grow senile. So make sure to not spread this information around, Ethan. We don't want people thinking that you've been kicked in the head by a donkey during your training." Professor Barrett chuckled, making Ethan smile as well. "So that is all I know about the lands of Sarakale." Professor Barrett ended his tale. "Did you perhaps see it while you were sleeping?" Ethan nodded. "My astral body appeared in the lands of Sarakale, and that is also where I discovered the source of my origin magic." Of course, the young man couldn't possibly tell Professor Barrett about the things that happened there, so he just focused on the topic and spoke about his origin magic. "My origin magic isn't combat-based," Ethan explained. "It plays a supporting role. Instead of strength, I gained wisdom instead." "Wisdom?" Professor Barrett was pleasantly surprised because he originally thought that Ethan's origin magic fell under the combat category. "What does it do exactly?" Professor Barrett inquired. "Of course, if you are not comfortable sharing this information, you may stay silent. I understand that not everyone is ready to share their secrets with people." Ethan shook his head. "It's fine, Professor. Actually, I don't mind sharing the information about my origin magic because I will also need your and the headmaster's help in the future." While he did think that the side effect of his magic was troublesome, he believed that as long as he made preparations beforehand, it could easily be dealt with. For that to happen, he would need the assistance of Professor Barrett and Professor Reinhardt, who were both the figures of authority inside the academy. "My origin magic is called Mimir's Wisdom," Ethan stated. "It allows me to read, write, and understand any language in the world." Professor Barrett's interest was immediately piqued after hearing this information, because they had a lot of ancient text in the forbidden section of the library, which remained undeciphered to this day. If Ethan's claim were true, then these ancient texts could finally be deciphered. Whatever secrets or ancient arts were written in them would, without a doubt, send ripples through the entirety of the wizarding world. I am also immune to any kind of mental attacks. My ability to learn, as well as memorization, have also improved, so it will be easier for me to learn spells, as well as other things as long as I put my mind to it. I have gained the ability to shapeshift into a wolf, a raven, a mouse, and a salmon. I am also able to gain the information of any creature that I see for the first time. Last, but not the least, this origin magic has a side effect. During the first night of the new moon, I will randomly transform into either a wolf, a raven, a mouse, or a salmon for an entire day. During that time, I would like you or the headmaster to take care of me." Professor Barrett nodded his head in understanding. "Such a fascinating ability. It seems that you're now an all-rounder, Ethan. Your legacy allows you to fight, while your origin magic turns you into a scholar. I think it's a good combination. The only problem is your random transformation on the day when the moon cannot be seen in the sky." "Indeed, Professor," Ethan replied. "Although it is a bit troublesome, I believe that things will work out eventually." Professor Barrett also agreed with Ethan's statement. So, after talking for a few more minutes, he decided to let Ethan return to the Dud Manor so that he could reunite with his friends. He also needed to see his friend, Professor Reinhardt, to discuss Ethan's origin magic. The professor believed that the headmaster would happily allow Ethan to enter the forbidden area of the library in order to decipher the ancient texts, which both of them believed contained ancient magic. Dud Manor. Since classes were still being held, the manor was empty, aside from Ethan and Lilith, who had decided to accompany her master so that he wouldn't feel lonely. For the time being, Ethan decided to return to his room in order to digest the information that was currently flooding inside his mind. Mimir's wisdom also allowed him to gain a lot of information about the Shire continent. He understood the culture of the Beastkins, the aesthetic sense of the elves, the craftsmanship and stubbornness of the dwarves, the playfulness and cunning of the Fae, and the tenacity and adaptability of the human race. He also became aware of the Furbolgs, who had learned to mingle with the people of the Shire continent, which they now called their second home. It took Ethan several hours to absorb all of this information inside his head. He only stopped when he heard someone knocking on the door of his room. "Ethan, are you finally back?" Luna's voice sounded from outside of the door. "I happened to see Professor Barrett earlier, and he told me that you were back here in the manor." Ethan, who had missed listening to Luna's voice, opened the door and invited his lover in. But to his surprise, it wasn't only Luna who was there. Lily, Lillian, and Emma were also standing before him, and all three of them had worried looks on their faces. "Come in," Ethan said as he made a gesture for everyone to enter his room. As soon as the door was closed, he gave each of his lovers a hug and kissed their forehead, kissing their worries goodbye. After some intimate moments with the four of them, he shared the events that happened inside the lands of Sarakale. This made the four ladies, especially Emma, look forward to accompanying Ethan to Midgard, where they would get the chance to meet their lover's biological mother, who was still shrouded in mystery. A sweet sigh escaped Lillian's lips as she laid on top of Ethan's bed. "Be more gentle," Lillian said softly as she tried to hold back another sigh, but failed miserably. Ethan was making her feel good. Really good. Her smooth and radiant skin was flushed red as the young man's touch caressed her back. The young man smiled as he continued to explore his lover's body, enjoying her reaction. Luna, who was also on the bed, was fast asleep with a satisfied look on her face. It had been a while since she felt that good, so even now, her sleep was so peaceful and deep. And soon, Lillian would be joining her, for Ethan's touch was simply too much for her. "Face this way, Lillian," Ethan whispered in the young lady's ears. She obeyed and turned around to face him, bearing her everything to him. "You're beautiful, Lillian," Ethan said before planting a kiss on his lover's forehead. His hands then slowly caressed the side of her neck, shoulder, and moved downwards to her chest. Perhaps feeling mischievous, the young man gave her right breast a gentle squeeze before moving his hands towards her thigh. Lillian had never felt something this good in her life, so the only thing she could do was one-sidedly accept the sweet and soothing sensation that her lover brought to her. "Does it feel good over here?" Ethan asked as his hands moved across her thighs and legs in a steady rhythm. "It feels good," Lillian replied. "Everywhere you touch feels good, even though this is my first time I'm loving it." "I'm glad," Ethan replied as he continued to give his lover a massage. Mimir's wisdom allowed him to learn many things, including the various pressure points in the body. He also learned of a good way to help promote proper blood circulation inside the body through massage. Because of this, he didn't hesitate to try it out on Luna and Lillian, who had decided to sleep beside him tonight. Soon, Lillian's sleeper breath reached Ethan's ears, making the young man smile. The young lady had fallen asleep before he could even finish his massage, but it didn't matter. Seeing her like this was enough to make him happy, because he was certain that the massaging technique that he learned really worked. A few minutes later, he finished giving his lover a massage. Currently, Lillian was only wearing underwear on her lower half, while her top remained bare for Ethan to see. The two of them were already lovers, but they still hadn't progressed to doing the deed. Lillian told him that she didn't mind making love to him, but doing so might complicate things with her family. They were a bit old-fashioned, so for them, a lady's purity was very important. Unless Ethan met with them first, he couldn't go all the way with Lillian, despite her being willing to surrender her heart and body to him. But that was fine with him. He wanted to do things properly. Lillian was fine with hugs, kisses, cuddles, and even skinship. If not, she wouldn't allow anyone to see her naked body, which she was protecting for the man she was going to marry. After lightly wiping the massage oil from her body, Ethan laid between her and Luna, intertwining his hands with their hands. Perhaps sensing what he wanted to do, the two young ladies briefly opened their eyes and moved their bodies closer to him, kissing his left and right cheek to bid him goodnight. Ethan returned the gesture, and soon the three of them fell into a deep and dreamless sleep until the sun rose in the morning. Nicole, who woke up an hour before sunrise, went to the training grounds to do her usual daily routine. Holding her rapier in her hand, she started to dance a sword dance as a warm-up exercise. Today was Saturday, so there were no classes. At this time, the students would usually sleep till noon or head to Limburg town to shop and have a change of pace. Nicole could have done that too, but she preferred to use her time to train her body. The air wars of the Astaf family would resume in a few weeks, and she needed to be in peak condition to ensure that he would be successful in overcoming the challenges that the patriarch had prepared for all the surviving candidates. She knew that the next challenges would be tougher than the last. But she wasn't worried. Her two teammates, Samantha and Ethan, would definitely help her succeed. Nicole had no doubt in her mind that she chose the best teammates for the air wars. So, even if he faced the two prodigies, Vladimir and Constantine, she was certain that they would not lose against them. As the final stances of her dance was about to finish, she saw someone enter the training ground from the corner of her eye. Long silver hair and eyes that were as cold as ice. "It has been a while since I've seen her," Nicole thought as she thrust her sword forward before moving it in a circular manner and sheathing her rapier back in its scabbard. Alice, who had also seen Nicole, glanced at her direction and eyed her coolly. The two beautiful ladies, who were considered as two of the most powerful witches among the first years, stared at each other without blinking. Alice then raised her wand and pointed at Nicole, while the latter smirked and unsheathed her rapier. Half a minute later, both fighters unleashed a barrage of spells from each other. The entire training ground was covered in a layer of ice because the two of them were using ice magic. Nicole's specialty was water and fire, but she was hell-bent to master ice magic for a very important reason, and that was to control the power that was inside of her body. Alice, whose specialty was ice magic, easily broke Nicole's ice domain and replaced it with her own. Countless icicles rained down on the two combatants as both of them targeted each other from a distance. But this stalemate didn't last long. As if reading each other's mind, the two closed the distance and fought each other in close combat. Nicole was surprised when Alice charged at her, holding an ice sword in her hand. The moment their swords collided, Nicole instantly knew that Alice had improved a lot since she last fought her. "Wonderful," Nicole said softly. "Just what kind of rock have you been hiding under these past few months?" Instead of answering, Alice summoned another ice sword and took a fighting stance. Although the latest sword she summoned was half the size of the one she was holding with her right hand, her stance didn't look the least bit awkward with it. Professor Ophelia, who happened to feel Alice's magical power on the training ground, watched the battle from a distance with a smile on her face. She had trained her niece in her personal domain, so she was also looking forward to how she would measure up against Nicole, whom Alice had considered to be one of her rivals among the first years in Brynhildr Academy. The two combatants stared at each other for nearly half a minute before both of them took a step forward at the same time. A second later, the sound of countless glass crystals breaking reverberated in the surroundings, as the Ice Queens fought toe-to-toe with each other, turning the entire training ground into a winter wonderland of snow and ice. Countless icicle shards clashed with each other, creating the sounds of glasses breaking. Both ladies were starting to increase the frequency of their magical exchange, while exchanging blows at close combat. "You trained her well, Ophelia." Professor Ophelia turned around and saw Professor Barrett and Professor Reinhardt hovering behind her. The one who spoke was none other than the headmaster of Brynhildr Academy, making the lady professor smile. "But this is getting too dangerous, Ophelia," Professor Barrett commented. "I can understand if they fought in the stadium with all the safety locks in place, which would prevent either of them from seriously getting hurt or dying. However, the two of them are going all out in the training ground without even stepping into the arena to battle. The least you can do is make sure that both of them are safe, yes." Professor Ophelia blushed because she had been so immersed in the magical battle between the two ladies that she had forgotten that they were only supposed to spar with each other. At least, that was Alice's original intention. However, the more the two of them fought, the more they were getting carried away, even using powerful spells, which wouldn't normally be seen in a sparring match. Should I put a stop to it? Professor Ophelia asked with a face tinged with embarrassment. No need for that, Professor Reinhardt. I already activated the magical formation inside the training ground. Both of them will be fine. Thank you, Headmaster. Just remember this lesson in the future. While the three professors chatted, Nicole managed to successfully bypass Alice's defenses and landed a kick on her abdomen, sending her opponent flying backwards. Alice winced, but she managed to coat her body with a layer of ice, mitigating most of the damage that she received from Nicole's kick. Gladius Glaciae, Alice said with determination as a 10-meter sword appeared above her head. The silver-haired beauty then made a slashing gesture with her wand, making the giant ice sword slash her opponent. Alice only took a second to materialize her giant ice sword, not giving Nicole enough time to evade its slash, which was aimed in her direction. Just before the sword was about to hit Nicole, the color of her eyes turned crimson. A loud explosion sounded as the sword created a 20-meter-long fissure in the training ground, missing its target by a meter. The two ladies held each other's gaze and were about to fight again when 3 people landed between the two of them. Okay, that's enough for morning exercises, Professor Barrett stated. Both of you did well. I'm glad to see that the Academy has produced 2 exceptional witches who are worthy to be hailed as the pillars of the first years. Alice and Nicole exchanged a glance with each other before lowering their weapons. Although it was a shame that their battle was interrupted midway, they had no choice but to cease all fighting because the headmaster and Professor Barrett was already at the scene. Professor Ophelia, make sure to fix the damages here in the training ground before you have breakfast later, Professor Reinhardt said as he looked at the fissure on the ground, which was the result of Alice's sword strike. Oh, of course, Headmaster, Professor Ophelia replied. I will handle it right away. Professor Ophelia could feel her cheeks burning as she used earth magic to repair the damages to the training ground. Alice, feeling a bit sorry for her aunt, also helped with the repairs, which made Professor Ophelia thankful. Nicole, on the other hand, gave a respectful nod to Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett before leaving the training ground to return to Equus Manor. Her clothes were drenched with sweat due to the intense battle she fought with Alice a few minutes ago. But she wasn't feeling hot or anything. In fact, she was feeling cold. Very cold. Even the blood flowing inside of her veins had lost their warmth. I accidentally used it earlier, Nicole thought as she felt the side effects of using her untamed legacy. Usually, when this happened, she would have no choice but to tough it out until it receded. The only problem was that this coldness would not go away for a few hours, which was why she usually locked herself inside her room whenever this happened. But after remembering what happened in the royal palace, she decided to see if her side effect fatting away wasn't a fluke. I'll go look for Ethan after I take a hot shower, Nicole thought. Still, Alice has grown very strong since I last fought her. I think even Lily will struggle facing her again. When Alice had challenged her to represent Equus Manor in the Clash of Manners, Nicole didn't fight her seriously and allowed her to win. Because of this, Alice faced criticisms from their manor after she lost to Lily. Everyone said that things might have ended differently if the one who had fought in the tournament had been Nicole instead of her. Since then, Alice no longer hung around Equus Manor and would only return when it was time to sleep. She didn't mingle with her manor mates, nor talk to any of them. Her routine was simple. Go to class. Eat. Train. Sleep. Rinse and repeat. I guess I better not slack off, Nicole muttered. I'm sure that she is back with a vengeance. Will she perhaps challenge Lily for her position as pillar of the first years, or will she challenge the bigger fish instead? Currently, Ethan held 2 of the first-year pillar titles within the academy. After Langston lost to him, all the privileges that Langston used to have as a pillar of the first years were all transferred to Ethan. Because of this, many were very eager to try their luck and challenge him to a battle. However, after seeing his duel against Cedric, those who wished to fight him changed their minds. They weren't really worried about losing to Ethan in a duel. No. They were more worried that Ethan would accept their challenge and fight them without his shirt on. None of the boys, especially the single boys, wanted to make all the ladies fall in love with the handsome young man, who also had a drop-dead gorgeous body, making all the girls fawn over him. This was also the reason why no one dared to fight the double pillar holder, making Ethan the unspoken leader among the pillars of the first years. Alice versus Ethan now, that is a matchup I'd pay to see, Nicole said softly as her flying broom landed in front of Equus Manor. But I need to see him first. I don't want to feel cold all day long. With these thoughts inside her head, Nicole entered her manor. At the same time, in Dud Manor, Ethan woke up on his bed, wrapped up in the loving embrace of his 2 lovers. After a few hugs and kisses, the 3 of them decided to change their clothes and head to the dining hall together. Today was the day that Ethan would visit the library to see if he could decipher the old tomes and ancient texts that were securely locked up in the forbidden section of the library, waiting for someone to discover the secrets that they held for thousands of years. Luna and Lillian looked at the pink-haired lady, who was currently resting her head on Ethan's shoulder, with a look of relief on her beautiful face. Ethan, who was being used as a pillow, quietly turned a page from the book he was reading, not minding his current situation. After breakfast, Nicole approached him and told him that she needed his help. Of course, Ethan was more than willing to help her, so he agreed right away. He just didn't expect that the help that she needed was to keep herself warm by sticking close to Ethan like glue. The 4 of them were currently inside the forbidden section of the library after getting permission from Professor Barrett. Originally, Ethan was the only one who was supposed to go. But since the professor understood that today was the weekend and the young man's rest day, he decided to make an exception and allow the 3 ladies to accompany him. Of course, there were some conditions. No one was allowed to hold the ancient tomes and texts aside from Ethan, but they were granted permission to look at it if they wished. "So, what's really happening to you, Nicole?" Luna asked, because she could tell that Nicole didn't approach Ethan in a romantic way. "Are you hurt somewhere?" "No, Luna," Nicole replied, while she continued to lean her head on Ethan's shoulder. "I just want to feel warm. My body is very cold right now. Want to touch my hand and feel it for yourself?" Nicole extended her hand to Luna, and the latter placed her hand over it out of curiosity. A few seconds later, the angelic beauty's eyes widened in shock when she realized that Nicole's hand was indeed as cold as ice. Lillian, who saw Luna's surprised expression, also went to hold Nicole's hand and had the same reaction. "It is indeed very cold," Lillian stated. "Just how are you able to function properly with that kind of temperature in your body?" "Correction, I can't function properly when I'm feeling cold like this," Nicole replied. "It hurts, and I usually have no choice but to endure it for several hours until it fades away." Ethan, who was about to flip the page of the book, reached out to hold Nicole's hand. The moment his hand touched her, Nicole suddenly felt the cold fading away, making her sigh in relief for the umpteenth time. Since her arrival, Ethan could feel the coldness that was emanating from Nicole's body. However, for him, the coldness was like a refreshing breeze that filled up his magical reserves slowly. This was the first time that he experienced something like this because usually, he only gained magical power if someone kissed him. Since he was gaining magic and helping his friend at the same time, Ethan continued to hold Nicole's hand while reading the tome in front of him. He didn't even mind the icy mist that was rising up in the air where their hands were joined together. Luna and Lillian, on the other hand, found this situation quite interesting. Nicole, who was finally beginning to feel relief, could feel the intensity of the coldness in her body subsiding. However, it wasn't as fast as the time when Ethan hugged her, nearly making all the coldness in her body disappear in just 2 minutes. Unfortunately, she felt that it wasn't right to ask Ethan for a hug, especially in front of his 2 lovers. Because of this, she settled for the slow and steady comfort that she was feeling, and frankly, she didn't mind that the absorption process took a little while longer. "Can you really read this tome?" Lillian asked as she moved her chair to sit beside Ethan, just like what Nicole did, so that she could lean her body on him. "Yes," Ethan replied. "Actually, this tome is a diary of sorts from a traveler that journeyed through Midgard in the past. It's actually quite funny because he has written about everything he experienced on a daily basis, including mundane things like taking a bath with monkeys in a hidden spring in the mountains." "That does sound interesting," Luna commented. "Did you find any other interesting things in his diary?" Ethan nodded. "Yes, actually I found something very interesting. This person was also a wielder of moon magic." Luna's eyes widened in surprise, because she didn't expect that the owner of the diary was someone who had the same power as her. "It's a bit disorganized, so let me finish reading everything first." Ethan looked at his lover with a knowing smile. "I'll tell you everything once I organize the information I've gained from reading his diary. He has invented some unique spells like removing stains from clothes using magic, as well as using moon magic to find someone or something that you have lost. I will explain the theory behind it to you later. I'm sure that once you grasp how it works inside your mind, you will be able to cast these spells as well." Luna nodded her head in excitement because her knowledge about moon magic was very limited. Most magicians who had this power had to discover how to use it through trial and error. Having a record of someone who managed to create their own spells using moon magic was a great boon for Luna, who was now able to use her magic for an entire week. She didn't know how it happened, but after she and Ethan embraced each other, her magic power had become more powerful and lasted longer than usual. Just as Ethan was reading the book, he saw something move in the corner of his vision. Raising his head to look in the direction where he saw the thing that moved, Ethan found nothing but an old bookshelf. Thinking that he was just imagining things, Ethan shifted his attention back to his book. However, something once again moved in his peripheral vision, making him look at the bookshelf again. But just like what happened earlier, he once again saw nothing. However, when he started reading again, the same thing happened. This time, Ethan devised a plan. He pretended to read the book for a few seconds before turning his head. Luna, Lillian, and Nicole, who didn't understand what Ethan was doing, looked at the bookshelf at the same time he raised his head and saw a boy's head pop out of it, making Luna and Lillian scream at the same time. The forbidden section of the library was in a separate room in the library, which was protected by countless magical formations. Entering it was near impossible, unless the person entering had received a token from the headmaster himself. Because of this, even though Luna and Lillian screamed loudly, their voices didn't reach the other sections of the library, so they did not disturb the students that were reading there. The boy laughed after hearing the two ladies scream, making Ethan frown. "Relax," the boy said as his entire body moved out of the bookshelf. "I mean all of you no harm. I was just curious about you guys since it has been a while since I have seen someone enter the forbidden section of the library." The boy, whom Ethan believed was around 6 to 8 years old, placed his hands on his waist and eyed his visitors. The most unique thing about him was that his body was nearly transparent, making Ethan think he was some kind of spirit or a ghost. Since he had already seen the will of Fortis Dud, as well as the will of the Sword of Light, he was thinking that maybe this boy was also a will that was left behind by his original body. "Let me introduce myself first," the boy said as he made a bow like a gentleman. "My name is Eilefer Equus. Since my name is a mouthful, feel free to call me by my nickname Lyle." The boy named Lyle had short hair and a chubby figure which made him look adorable. But since his body looked pale like a ghost, it was impossible to tell his hair and eye color. Ile for Equus? Nicole eyed the chubby boy with great curiosity. Are you the Ile for Equus who founded the Equus Manor? Yeah, that's me, Lyle nodded. But just call me Lyle, that is what my friends call me. The chubby boy then floated towards Ethan's group and sat cross-legged on top of their table. I saw your battle earlier, Nicole, Lyle said as she eyed the magic knight with great interest. Truth be told, I am looking for a successor. However, I still couldn't decide between you and Alice. The two of you are promising witches, and both of you are worthy to obtain the treasures that I have left behind. However, I can only choose one of you, which leaves me in a dilemma. Ethan, who had an idea about what Lyle was talking about, couldn't help but think of the golden egg that he received from Fortis Dud. After sucking his magic powers for several hours, the egg was finally satisfied, so it entered Morgan's ring on his finger on its own. Since then, it would pop out from time to time, usually at night to leech his magical powers, while he was sleeping. As if knowing what he was thinking, the chubby boy winked at Ethan and placed a hand over his lips. Ethan nodded in understanding, which made Lyle give him a thumbs up. It would have been easier for me to choose one of you if the professors hadn't stopped your battle earlier, Lyle sighed. It is quite unfortunate, especially since the good part was about to start. The chubby boy then rested his chin over his intertwined hands as he looked at Nicole with a solemn look on his face. Tell me, Nicole, do you want to become my successor? Lyle asked. Am I worthy? Nicole asked back in all seriousness. Ile for Equus, the founder of the Equus Manor, was the greatest magical knight during the era of Demon Lord Balthazar. His mastership over his sword and magic was second to none, making him one of the strongest wizards of his generation. Looking at the current Lyle, no one would think that the chubby boy would grow up to become such an expert who had left his mark on the pages of history. Yes, you are worthy, Lyle nodded firmly. You and Alice are both worthy, but there can only be one. You said that your successor will receive your treasures, right? Nicole inquired. What kind of treasures did you leave behind? Make a guess, Lyle replied with a smirk. Swords and shields. I knew you'd say that, but no, my treasures aren't magical weapons or shields, it's something else. I'll give you 2 more guesses. If you guess one of them, I'll give it to you. If not, then I'll go find Alice and make her guess as well. If neither of you are able to guess my treasures, then the 2 of you will have to fight another duel. This time, you have to see it through to the end. The one who wins will obtain my treasures. Lyle smirked because he found this idea to his liking. If Nicole really managed to guess one of his treasures, he would give it to her and just think of it as fate. After that, he would give Alice a chance to guess the other treasure, and give it to her if she guessed correctly. Although only one was supposed to obtain his treasure, he thought that it wouldn't be bad to split it between 2 exceptional witches who had gained his recognition. What do you think, Ethan? Nicole asked. Can you make a guess? Ethan shook his head. I think it will be best if you don't ask for outside help on this one. If I guessed correctly, Lyle here might not give it to you because he would think that you didn't earn it. Exactly. The chubby boy pointed at the handsome young man and gave him another thumbs up. It's a good thing that you understand. As expected of the person chosen by Fortis, oops, my bad. Lyle scratched his head, and yet there was a mischievous smile on his face. This was the perfect example of the phrase, sorry, not sorry, which made Ethan smile wryly. Now, let's go back to the subject. Lyle clapped his hands together. Although he was a spirit, he actually managed to create a clapping sound, which broke Nicole out of her daze. Remember, you only have 2 opportunities, Lyle said while raising 2 of his fingers. So, make sure to think carefully before you give an answer. Given this kind of opportunity, Nicole thought long and hard about what kind of treasures the greatest magical knight in history would have. Since a sword and shield were not part of the choices, she was leaning on saying that it was armor. But her instinct was telling her that the treasures that Lyle possessed weren't the obvious equipment that belonged to a magical knight. Still, since there was a chance that it was an armor, Nicole steeled herself and decided to use one of her opportunities to test her theory. "Armor," Nicole stated. "Sorry, no armor," Lyle chuckled. "I knew you'd say that. Okay, one last opportunity, make it count." Since she only had one chance remaining, Nicole thought long and hard on what kind of treasures someone like Lyle could have left behind. A few minutes passed in silence as everyone waited for her answer. Luna and Lillian wanted to join the guessing game. But since they were not part of the Equus Manor, the chubby boy wouldn't give them anything. Finally, after 10 minutes, Nicole took a deep breath and gave her answer to Lyle. "A mount," Nicole said, earning another chuckle from Lyle. "Good," Lyle nodded. "You guessed right, it is indeed a mount. But do you have any idea what kind of mount it is?" Nicole shook her head, which made Lyle's smile widen. "Pick a color, Nicole," Lyle ordered. "Any color." Nicole's eyes widened in shock, because if her guess was right, the color she would pick would decide what kind of mount she would be having. There were a few magical creatures who used colors to define their identity. But among them all, there was one race that stood at the apex of the world, and it was none other than dragons. Nicole didn't know if Lyle was just messing with her or not, but if what she thought was true, then she needed to carefully think about what color she was going to say. Not all dragons were equal, and she would like to pick a dragon that would perfectly match her elements, further boosting her effectiveness in battle. "Instead of a color, can I ask for an element instead?" Nicole inquired. "An element?" Lyle pondered for a while, then nodded his head. "That works too, but take note, if the element you desire is not available, we will return with you choosing colors, okay?" Nicole nodded. "Then Lyle, I want the element of ice." Lyle rubbed his chin. "Ice, huh? Those folks are quite stubborn, and I don't know if they will honor their promise. But since a deal is a deal, here, take this." Lyle placed something on top of the table, making Ethan arched an eyebrow. It was a golden token, but it wasn't made from gold. No. It was actually a golden scale, with ancient symbols written on it. It had one big symbol at the center and smaller ones below it, which resembled written text. Now that Ethan could decipher any kind of language in the world, he immediately recognized the message written on the golden scale, which made him look at Lyle in disbelief. "Oh, you can read it." Lyle looked at Ethan with genuine interest. "But then again, you wouldn't be here in the forbidden section of the library if you couldn't do at least this much." Nicole, who had no idea what Lyle was talking about, took the golden token and gave it a closer look. "What does it say?" Nicole asked Ethan after looking at the golden scale in her hands for nearly half a minute. "That is an ancient draconic language that only dragons understand," Ethan replied. "This big runic symbol at the center means Dragon King. The text written below goes something along the lines of, I, the Dragon King, Tezcatlipoca, hereby give my decree to all dragonkind to have their bravest warrior form a contract with the holder of this token. The world needs our strength once again, and the chosen one has come to choose one of our bravest to fight alongside them in the battle. I pray that even if I am long gone, the dragons will still honor this oath, for it is this oath that will keep the world from the brink of destruction." Nicole looked at the token, and then at Lyle, who had started clapping after Ethan deciphered the message correctly. "This token is an oath the old Dragon King had given to me hundreds of years ago," Lyle stated. "Because he knew that a day would come when the peace of the world would once again be threatened. He hoped that his race would rise once more to defend the world one last time. But know this, even when you have this token, it doesn't guarantee that the dragons you're going to visit will honor it. You will have to convince them and prove yourself worthy. Since you chose ice, then you should go to Northshire, where the ice dragons live alongside the dwarves. Good luck in convincing them. Not only do they treat strangers coldly, but they are also an arrogant bunch. You might have a hard time convincing them to honor the Dragon King's decree." After saying those words, Lyle did a few stretches from on top of the table before jumping off it. "Well then, I'll go and visit Alice," Lyle declared. It would be unfair if I only gave Nicole a chance to get one of my treasures. Oh yeah, before I forget, come back to me after you've succeeded in convincing a dragon to become your partner. It doesn't necessarily have to be an ice dragon. That token works for the entire dragon kind, so if the ice dragons don't want to honor it, you can look elsewhere for them. See you all later. The chubby boy then ran toward the bookshelf and disappeared from everyone's view. If not for the fact that Nicole was still holding the golden dragon scale in her hand, all of them would have thought that they had just experienced what was commonly known as mass hallucination. "Well, are you going?" Ethan asked the young lady seated beside him, who was busy looking at the dragon scale in her hand. "I am," Nicole replied firmly. "But I won't go there alone. I want you and Samantha to come with me." "Okay." Ethan rubbed his chin for a few seconds before giving the young lady some advice. "Just remember that we will be going on a mission with Lord Edmund in a few weeks. We don't know where we'll be going, plus we might need permission from the dwarves to enter Northshire. Maybe you should discuss this with the headmaster or Professor Barrett. Maybe they can talk to some people to allow us to enter the Dwarven Kingdom. If not, I'm sure that Lord Edmund can find a way. After all, he is the right-hand man of the King of Eastshire." Nicole nodded. "This is a good plan. I'll go find them later." After carefully storing the golden scale in her storage ring, Nicole leaned on Ethan's body once more, allowing him to absorb the rest of the coldness that had taken hold of her body. Meanwhile, in the Equus Manor. "Who are you?" Alice asked, pointing the ice sword in her hand in the direction of the chubby boy, who suddenly jumped out of the bookshelf in her room. "I mean you no harm, Alice," Lyle replied with a helpless smile as he raised both of his hands in the air as a way to tell the girl that he didn't come to fight her. "I just want to give you an opportunity to receive my treasure. But let me introduce myself first. My name is Eilefer Equus. Since my name is a mouthful, feel free to call me by my nickname, Lyle." Alice frowned after hearing the boy's words. She then eyed him from head to foot, trying to understand if he should believe the boy's words or not. "What do you want?" Alice inquired, her blade still pointed at the chubby boy, ready to strike the moment he did anything funny. "As I said earlier, I want to give you an opportunity to receive my treasure meant for my chosen candidate for the Equus Manor. Nicole already got one of them from me, and I'm here to give you a chance to receive the last treasure in my possession." "You said that you gave one of your treasures to Nicole," Alice stated. "Does this mean that she is your chosen candidate?" Lyle pondered a bit before shaking his head. "The answer is yes and no," Lyle replied. "While I did give her one of my treasures, that doesn't mean that she is the candidate that I have chosen as my champion. If you manage to guess my final treasure, then that will put the two of you on equal footing. Of course, that would mean that you also have the right to become my chosen one. So, how about it? Would you like to take a guess and get the chance to get the treasure that I have kept since the era of the great demon Lord Balthazar?" Alice didn't even need to think and lowered the sword in her hand. "Speak," Alice said. "What is this opportunity that you are talking about?" Lyle smirked because he finally got the young lady's attention. "I will give you 2 chances," Lyle declared as he raised 2 of his fingers. "My treasures aren't magical weapons, shields, or armor. It's something else. I'll give you 2 opportunities. If you can guess the treasure that I possess, then you will have it. So think carefully and think hard." The chubby boy crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Alice with a smirk on his face. While getting a dragon as a mount was indeed a treasure, the last treasure in his possession was priceless. It was worth more than a dragon mount, and if Alice could guess it, her power would increase by several folds, making her the closest to becoming the chosen champion of Equus Manor. Ethan flipped the pages of his book, occasionally patting the black cat sitting on his lap. He had managed to get the permission of Professor Barrett to take the diary of the adventurer back to Dud Manor, on the condition that he wouldn't show it to other people. The young man was fascinated with the record of the eccentric wizard who traveled the world of Midgard. Although most of the records written in his diaries were rants and complaints about the people and other races whom he met along his journey, they still contained very useful information about moon magic, as well as other things. Truth be told, Ethan could use the magic of the witches whom he had kissed. If he kissed Luna, then he would be able to use moon magic without any penalty. This was why he was also very interested in the spells that the old man had written in his diary. Magic was the power of imagination. The heart gave it strength, while the mind gave it form. The reason why people chanted spells was to empower the word of magic inside their heads, allowing them to better visualize what the spell that they were about to cast would look like. If they could envision the magic properly, it would manifest and take form, creating what people called miracles during ancient times. Yes, the power to shoot flames, create ice, make trees grow, and call out the rain from the sky used to be considered miracles. And these miracles would be later known to the world as magic. The more Ethan read the diary, the more fascinated he became. Even Lilith's purring as he patted her didn't make him lose his concentration as he flipped one page after the other, voraciously reading the life story of the eccentric adventurer. "Master, it's already 2 o'clock in the morning," Lilith reminded. "Please, get some rest. You can continue reading tomorrow." Ethan glanced at the clock on the wall and saw that it was indeed 2 in the morning. Recalling that he promised Emma that he would go on a date with her tomorrow in Limburg town, the young man reluctantly placed a bookmark on the ancient tome before closing it with a sigh. "I'll just shower tomorrow," Ethan thought as he headed towards the bed in order to sleep. "Lilith, please wake me up at 8 in the morning." Lilith nodded. "Understood, Master." His date with Emma was scheduled for 10 in the morning, and 2 hours was plenty of time to prepare for it. It didn't take long for him to fall asleep, which prompted Lilith to jump on the bed and snuggle up against his chest. A moment later, she too fell asleep without a care in the world. Somewhere in Grandshire. While the eastern side of the continent was asleep, it was noontime in Nightfall Academy. Cedric had a frown on his face as he read the letter that came from his grandfather. In the letter, his grandfather apologized and told him that the people he had sent to Oswald Barony as his representatives failed in their mission to convince Luna's family to agree to an arranged marriage. According to his grandfather, he could personally go and visit them, but the chances of him convincing them were very low. He knew what kind of people Philip and Rhea were since they had served him loyally through his younger years. His grandfather also added that he had received the information he had requested about Ethan and everything that happened during the ballroom party. He then advised his grandson to look for other partners because right now, the newly appointed honorary knight was someone whom the kingdom didn't want to antagonize at this point in time. Cedric had read the letter 3 times already, hopping beyond hope that he had missed an important detail hidden between the lines. But after reading it for the 3rd time, a sigh escaped his lips before he returned the letter inside its envelope and placed it inside his drawer. "Give up," Cedric muttered. "How can I give up?" The moment he saw Luna, he fell in love. It was his first time falling in love with someone, and it pained him to know that he would be unable to realize the feelings inside his heart. He knew why his sister had decided to transfer to Brynhildr Academy, and surprisingly, he didn't hate her for it. Cedric loved his sister and wanted her to find happiness. He had also recognized that Ethan was a very strong wizard. The 2 of them had battled twice. He lost against Luna's lover the first time, and their second match was a draw. That was more than enough for Cedric to understand how strong his opponent was, and frankly, if not for the fact that he was Luna's lover, he would have wanted to become his friend. Right now, he was feeling torn. A part of him wanted to let go, but the other part wanted him to persist. It was during this time, when he didn't know what to do with his life, that someone knocked on the door of his room and called out to him. "Cedric, the headmaster wants to see you. Please come to the headmaster's office as soon as possible." "Understood," Cedric replied as he forcefully took control of his emotions. "I'll be there in a few minutes." After giving his reply, Cedric went to wash his face in order to calm himself down. It had been months since he last saw Ethan, and he was very tempted to visit Brynhildr Academy to convince Luna one last time. He already knew that his chances were nearly non-existent, but he had to do it, so he could live his life without regrets. At least, he would know that he had done his best until the very end. Even if he failed, he would be able to move on easier. He understood that he would be heartbroken, but he had done the same to countless ladies who had confessed their feelings to him over the years. I guess this is what it feels to be heartbroken, Cedric thought as he left his room. It's not a very good feeling, not good at all. The handsome teenager's footsteps echoed down the quiet halls of Nightfall Academy. If one were to listen to them properly, one would be able to hear the sadness in each of his steps, revealing the feelings in his heart. Limburg Town. Several students from the academy frequented this place every weekend, since it was the nearest town to Brynhildr Academy. It also had a railway station that would allow them to travel to other towns in the span of a few hours. Students whose villages and towns were near the academy would often take the train to visit and stay with their families during the weekends. Today, Ethan was also in Limburg Town to have a date with Emma, who was currently wearing a disguise using a magical artifact. Since she belonged to Schwartz Manor, which Langston was also part of, she couldn't afford to be seen in public with Ethan. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Ethan was Langston's most hated person in the academy. This was especially true after he lost his pillar title to the person whom he ridiculed and called a good-for-nothing dud in the past. Now, no one dared to look down on Ethan. Even now, people still thought that he no longer belonged in Dud Manor and should be transferred to the Equus Manor instead. However, Professor Reinhardt was firm in his decision to let Ethan remain in Dud Manor for reasons he only knew about. Currently, the young man was waiting for Emma inside a cafe located on the west side of Limburg Town. It was quite far from the most popular shops and attractions, so not a lot of people visited it. Ethan sipped the lemon juice he had ordered while looking at the people passing by the cafe. It had been a while since he last felt this laid back, especially after returning from the capital city of Wisteria. More than half a year had passed since he accidentally rode the wrong train that brought him to Brynhildr Academy. If he hadn't picked up Alice's ticket back then, his life would have been very different from the one he was living right now. He would probably be in St. Clair Academy, trying his best to fit in with the normal people, who would definitely tease him as a country bumpkin. Ethan would probably remain oblivious to the secret world, which was hidden from the eyes and ears of those who didn't know the existence of the magical world. While the young man was thinking of the what-ifs and might-have-beens, someone talked to him, breaking him out of his daze. "Sorry, did you wait for a long time?" A young lady with long brown hair and brown eyes asked with worry written on her pretty face. "No, I just got here," Ethan replied as he made a gesture for Emma, who was wearing a disguise, to sit on the chair beside him. "You look beautiful today." Emma pouted after hearing Ethan's compliment. Since she was wearing a disguise to hide her true appearance, in her ears, it sounded like Ethan was praising the pretty girl whose features she had copied for disguise. "I'll let her know your words when we visit Midgard," Emma replied with a pouting tone. "I'm sure she'll be happy to know that you said she looks beautiful." The face that she was currently using was the face of one of her friends back in her hometown. This was the face she usually used whenever she went out of the academy to do some missions so that no one would discover her true identity. Of course, the person whose face she was using had also been informed about this and even gave Emma permission to use her face anytime she wished to do so. Knowing that his teasing had gone too far, Ethan smiled and held Emma's hand, giving it a light squeeze. "I'm sorry," Ethan replied. "I shouldn't have teased you like that. Instead of saying sorry, you should treat me to something good." "Of course, what do you want?" Emma mischievously smiled before whispering something to his ear. "Sounds like a plan," Ethan nodded. A few minutes later, the two of them flew into the sky, riding Ethan's wind dancer. Emma sat behind Ethan's back and hugged him from behind. 2 ravens flew beside them. One was white and the other black. They were none other than Dantalion and Emma's raven, Dawn. Both ravens accompanied their masters and served as scouts, watching over their surroundings. This was to ensure that no one would disturb their date, which the young man had promised to take Emma on some time ago. Soon, they arrived at their destination, which was a flower field that was an hour away from Limeberg town. Spring had arrived, and although not all the flowers in the field were blooming as of yet, there were still enough of them to make the scenery worth seeing. Landing beside a tree, Ethan dismounted his broom, took out a picnic blanket, and laid it down on the ground. Emma also got down and took off her shoes. Ethan placed his hand on the tree and transferred his secret tree house to it. The 2 of them entered the tree before Emma took a basket of her own out of her storage ring. The reason why she was late was because she was making sandwiches for their lunch. Emma didn't have many opportunities to go on a date with Ethan because he was always surrounded by Luna, Lily, and Lillian. Since she had accepted her role as a concubine, she had no plans to take center stage and get in the way of her future mistresses. Ethan had also noticed that Emma was willing to take a step back whenever his other lovers were with him. It was because he noticed this that he readily accepted her invitation for a date, and he wanted to spend some quality time with her as well. "Emma, I know that there are still many things that you can't tell me," Ethan said after eating a sandwich. "But my astral body has traveled to the lands of Sarakale where I met my mother, Catherine. Can you tell me more about her?" Emma pondered a bit before nodding her head. Her master had already told her, as well as his other lovers, about the time when he was at the lands of Sarakale. Through his story, they realized that Ethan's mother, Catherine, was still alive and was waiting for them in Midgard. Ethan had also talked in passing about meeting Vincent and Cleodna, whom he believed had a connection with his family. Since that was the case, Emma had more leeway in telling her master a few things that were within her power to divulge. "Lady Cleodna and Lady Catherine are sisters by blood," Emma stated. "Lord Vincent and your father worked together to make these 2 ladies become their wives. Your father was not very good at expressing himself through words, so he had a harder time wooing your mother. He isn't like Lord Vincent, who was very good at talking to the ladies and chasing their skirts. There was even a saying in our town that all the mothers and fathers should hide their daughters when Lord Vincent takes a stroll through town. If they were seen by him, the chances of them getting pregnant were high." Emma chuckled after recalling her childhood memories. Vincent was being treated like the boogeyman to scare the children, especially the girls, making them more obedient to their parents. Ethan couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this information about the person whom he had confirmed to be his uncle. "Lady Catherine was beautiful and loved by everyone," Emma continued her tale. "She had many suitors, and your father was one of them. However, since your father was intimidating, the suitors who were trying to woo your mother decided that getting on his bad side wasn't worth it. Also, Lord Vincent was a good wingman, always giving your father a push, so he could spend some time with Lady Catherine. After many years, the 2 of them finally became a couple. My mother said that when they found out that Lady Catherine was pregnant, all the Protector clans rejoiced. However, the peaceful and happy times didn't last long. A cult." Emma winced before raising her hand to touch her forehead. "Are you all right?" Ethan asked as he rested his hand on Emma's shoulder and worriedly looked at her face, which had become as pale as a candle. "I'm sorry, Master," Emma replied. "That is the only information that I can tell you right now." There was a very powerful ancient magic that was placed on the members of the Protector clans, preventing them from divulging too much information about Ethan's background before he had completed his coming-of-age ceremony. This was done not only to protect Ethan, but to protect his protectors as well, just in case they were captured by those who wished to find out the young man's whereabouts. "I should be the one apologizing to you," Ethan said while embracing Emma in his arms and patting her head. "I got too greedy for information. I'm sorry." After making sure that Emma had recovered a little, He carried her like a princess and brought her to the master bedroom inside the treehouse so that she could rest properly. Since she wasn't feeling good, he decided to give her a massage. This was his way of apologizing and rewarding her at the same time, which the young lady gladly accepted. However, before she took off her clothes, she made sure to remove the mask from her face, making her revert to her original body. The mask allowed its user to completely change their appearance to that of another person's, down to the smallest details of their body. However, the mask could only record one appearance at a time. Also, the owner of the mask could only change the saved appearance after a year had passed. Only those from the Meredith clan could use this artifact, so even if it was stolen by someone, they wouldn't be able to abuse its effects. This wasn't the first time Ethan had seen Emma's naked body, but he once again had to admit that, among his lovers, she had the most voluptuous body. It was as if she was born to make men fall under her charms in exchange for the most pleasurable experience in the world. Unfortunately for them, Emma's heart and body belonged to Ethan, for she was his promised one. The beautiful lady laid down on the bed and allowed her master to massage her back, making her feel good. This was the first time Ethan was giving her a massage, and she was loving every second of it. Half an hour later, he ordered her to face him so that he could massage the front of her body. As soon as she turned around, Ethan lowered his head to kiss her forehead before moving down to kiss her lips. The two of them shared a few sweet kisses before Ethan returned to massaging her body. With such a temptation presented before him, Ethan found it hard to stop himself from looking at Emma's curves, which she would gladly give him if he wished for it. However, Ethan did his best to endure and continued massaging her. Unfortunately, his endurance only lasted for a few minutes. He lowered his head to kiss her right breast and started to massage it with his hands. A muffled moan escaped Emma's lips as her master started to eat her up, while his hands caressed her body. She had asked Ethan to make love to her only after he completed his coming-of-age ceremony, and Ethan promised that he would wait until then. The most that the two of them had done was sleep together in a literal sense. But now, the young man's lips were busy suckling her breast and planting kisses on them, which she loved very much. "Master," Emma said as a shiver ran down her spine. "Don't worry," Ethan replied before leaving a kiss mark on her cleavage. "I'll keep my promise." After that few minutes of intimacy, Ethan reluctantly pulled back and continued massaging Emma's body. However, he noticed that her body had started to heat up, wishing to find release. In the end, he took it upon himself to give her what she wanted, using his hands and lips to calm her down. Half an hour later, the young lady slept peacefully on the bed while being held by her master in a loving embrace. "It's a good thing that I left Lilith behind," Ethan thought as he planted a lingering kiss on Emma's forehead. "It would have been awkward if she was here." Inside Ethan's room in the Dud Manor. "Lucky her," Lilith sighed as she stared outside the window of Ethan's room. Since Ethan was going to Limeberg Town with Emma, Lilith did the sensible thing and stayed inside her master's room while he was away. Both of them were members of the Protector clans, so the Black Cat was aware that Emma had the means to protect Ethan, which was the snake armlet that their master had given to her. Also, she had a feeling that Emma would take this opportunity to strengthen her bond with their master, making Lilith very envious. "I think it's about time to tell him the truth," Lilith muttered. "Yes, I should let him see my true form. I believe Master would like a mature woman like me very much." Although she said that she was a mature woman, Lilith was actually only 21 years old. She was still a young lady, especially in the eyes of the Catkins, who lived longer than humans. Her figure wouldn't lose Emma's in the slightest, and she was confident that if Ethan saw her, he would definitely consider making her his lover as well. "Now is the perfect opportunity since Chloe is out of the picture," Lilith thought. "Don't blame me for eating the bird that you left behind. It's not my fault that you decided to distance yourself from Master." Lilith, who was hyping herself up, suddenly heard a knock on the door, making her glance in its direction. "Lilith, are you there?" Luna's voice sounded from the other side of the door. "Can we talk?" The black cat had no idea what Luna wanted to talk about, but since she already knew about her existence, she decided to open the door to let her in. The first to enter the room was Luna's carbuncle, Selene, who was still in her beast form. Luna followed behind and closed the door firmly before looking at the black cat, who was looking at her with curiosity. "Is there something you need, Luna?" Lilith asked. "Yes," Luna replied. "I'd like to talk to you about something. It's about Ethan's trip to Northshire with Nicole." Lilith was there when Lyle made his appearance, so he knew that her master would be accompanying the pink-haired beauty to meet the ice dragons. Truth be told, she was also worried about this expedition. Not all dragons like to have a chat with humans and mostly hunted the latter for food. Only the silver dragons, and a few others, liked to converse and socialize with the other races. "When you go to Northshire, can you look for a crystal rose?" Luna asked. "A crystal rose? Ah, you mean that rose." Lilith nodded her head in understanding. "Very well, if I see one, I'll get it for you. However, what will you use it for?" "Chloe," Luna replied. "She is looking for one, but they're not being sold in any of the places she visited. It seems that she needs it for something very important, and the crystal rose only grows in the snowy mountains of Northshire." Remembering Chloe's name made Lilith almost spit on the ground. However, since she got along well with Luna, she decided to control her emotions and reluctantly nodded her head. "Okay, if I see one, I'll get it for you," Lilith replied. "But why are you asking me this? If you asked Master, I'm sure that he would not leave until he found one for you." "I know," Luna smiled bitterly. "But she needs it to prepare a gift for Ethan's birthday in a few months. This is supposed to be a surprise, so she doesn't want him to know about it." Lilith sighed in her heart before nodding her head for a second time. "Fine," Lilith nodded a second time. "I'll see what I can do, but that flower is rare to begin with, so I will not make any promises, okay?" "Thank you, Lilith. I owe you one." Since Luna was one of Ethan's future wives, the black cat didn't mind helping her. Having a good relationship with her future mistresses was important. So even though she didn't like Chloe, she was still willing to help the girl prepare her birthday present for her master, whom she had distanced herself from. A few days passed since Ethan and Emma had gone on a date. The young man's schedule was consistent. He would attend his classes in the mornings until the early afternoon, after which he would head to the library and read the ancient tomes in the forbidden section of the library. He was almost done with the diary of the eccentric adventurer, and he felt a bit sad, knowing that he only had a few dozen pages to read before the tale was completed. Ethan had already shared the moon magic spells that the old man invented with Luna, and both of them were looking forward to testing them on the night of the full moon, which would be happening in a week's time. Although he was a bit worried about what might happen on the day of the new moon, when he would randomly transform into an animal, he had already informed the headmaster and Professor Barrett, as well as his lovers, about the side effects of his origin magic. If something were to happen, they would be there to support him, so this lessened his anxiety considerably. Whenever his lovers were not around, Lyle would pop up and chat with Ethan from time to time. "So, spill the beans," Ethan said before closing the ancient tome in his hand. "Did Alice succeed in guessing your last treasure?" "You've been asking me the same question over the past few days," Lyle smirked. "You're really persistent." "Just tell me already." Ethan crossed his arms over his chest. "Although I am not from Equus Manor, I was chosen as the champion to represent Dud Manor. Since all the champions will be on the same side, wouldn't it be nice if I knew who my future teammates are going to be?" Lyle pondered for a bit before nodding his head. "Well, I suppose you're right," Lyle relented. "Fine, I'll tell you." Ethan listened, as the founder of the Equus Manor admitted that Alice succeeded in guessing the last treasure in his possession. "So, who will you choose as your champion between Nicole and Alice?" Ethan asked. "I decided not to choose and make both of them my champions. Lyle answered with a smug smile on his face. Aren't I amazing? Is that allowed? Ethan tilted his head in confusion. We didn't set any rules that said we could only choose one champion, Lyle replied. But everyone agreed that if one person received all our inheritances, they would become very strong. Because of this, we had an unwritten agreement that having one champion per manor was the ideal. But it's not against the rules to have more than one. Actually, I think having 2 champions from Equus Manor is a brilliant idea. Since Nicole and Alice are both talented, choosing between the 2 of them is very hard. Since that is the case, why settle for one when you can have 2? Frankly, I think that this is the better choice. Ethan didn't know if he should applaud the founder of Equus Manor for being open-minded or shake his head, because it was obvious that Lyle was simply too lazy to choose between Nicole and Alice. Well, it really isn't my problem who he chose between the 2 of them, Ethan thought. Still, I didn't expect that he would consider Alice to be one of his champion candidates. Ethan had only seen Alice in the Academy's dining hall. But aside from that, the 2 had never had an interaction with each other. The young man knew that Alice hated him because he stole the glory and prestige that was rightfully hers. After all, Alice was supposed to be one of the pillars of the first years, not him. If they hadn't switched tickets at the train station, Ethan wouldn't even be in Brynhildr Academy. So, in a way, he was thankful to Alice for introducing him to a brand new world, where he learned many valuable lessons, as well as met many important people who changed his life in more ways than one. There were many times when Ethan wanted to talk to Alice and thank her for the incident. But he thought that doing this would only make her angrier, so he didn't make any move to bother her. Say, Lyle, between Nicole and Alice, who is stronger? Why the sudden question? Are you perhaps planning to start chasing their skirts as well? Ethan shook his head because he had no intention of doing such a thing. He was just genuinely curious about who among the 2 witches was stronger. The young man knew how strong Nicole was, and he understood that Alice was strong as well. Before the clash of manor started, Alice challenged Nicole for her spot in the tournament. Nicole had lost that fight, but Ethan was sure that his sparring partner simply didn't fight Alice seriously. However, for Lyle to choose Alice as another champion candidate could only mean one thing. The current Alice might be as strong if not stronger than Nicole. Do you want my honest answer? Lyle asked in a teasing tone. Yes, please, Ethan nodded. Nicole is still stronger, Lyle answered in a heartbeat. But after a month, Alice will leave her in the dust. That is how powerful the treasure that she received from me is. Aren't you curious about what it is? I am, Ethan replied. Lyle chuckled before he placed his hands on his waist. Then make a guess. If you are right, I will also give you something. Although it is not as precious as the 2 treasures I gave Nicole and Alice, you will still find it useful. It is something I won from my comrade, Schwartz, during one of our bets hundreds of years ago. You really like to play guessing games, huh? But of course, Lyle nodded. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Ethan met Lyle's mischievous smile with a smile of his own. Actually, he already had an idea what the chubby boy's last treasure was. Although he wasn't certain that this answer was correct, his gut instincts were telling him to go for it. I think the treasure you gave Alice is none other than your battle experience, Ethan stated. Right now, she needs time to digest the information that you passed to her, allowing her to use your technique in battle. If she really gained the fighting prowess of one of the most powerful magic knights in the previous generation, then she might really leave Nicole in the dust, just as you said. The smile on Lyle's face stiffened because he never expected that Ethan would successfully guess what the treasure was that he passed to Alice. The young man was right. Alice had inherited his experience, allowing her to use Lyle's battle style as if it were her own. The moment she mastered all of his techniques, the young lady would experience an explosive amount of growth, making her one of the most, if not the most, formidable existences among the seeds of the current generation. It's truly a shame that you're not from Equus Manor, Ethan, Lyle said in a pouting tone. You and I would have been unstoppable, you know? I'm a weapon master, so I can use all kinds of weapons, including spears and tridents. I guess it's not meant to be, Ethan shrugged. So, where is my reward? Lyle clicked his tongue before tossing something to the young man who had won their bet fair and square. What is this? Ethan looked at the object in his hand that looked like a compass. A compass, Lyle answered. I know it's a compass. I mean, what can this compass do? Make a guess. Ethan scratched his head helplessly. Lyle really liked to make people make guesses. In the end, he decided to humor the founder of Equus Manor and gave him an answer. It's a compass that points to whatever I want the most, Ethan answered. What's this? You suddenly think you're some kind of pirate or something, Lyle chuckled. You think that compass points to treasures? Well, sorry to disappoint you, but you're way off the mark. Ethan was very tempted to smack the chubby boy, who was making faces at him, for giving the wrong answer. Then what is it? Ethan inquired. Where does this compass point to? Lyle chuckled and spun around Ethan thrice, as if he was about to play some kind of prank on him. This compass is really special, Lyle said. Instead of pointing at the thing you want the most in the world, it points to the thing you fear the most in the world. You see, my friend, Agmunder Schwartz, was a genius among wizards. While I was the strongest magic knight, he was the strongest wizard. His hobby was creating various magical artifacts, and the compass in your hand was one of his creations. He created it on a whim because he was curious to know what thing he feared the most. However, his curiosity almost got him killed. This was why, when I asked him to have a bet with me, the item he passed to me was this compass. He hoped that I would seek out what I feared the most and lose my life in the process. That comrade of mine has a really bad sense of humor, but he was still nicer compared to the other backstabbers of our generation. After hearing Lyle's explanation, Ethan looked at the compass in his hand, which was currently pointing in a northwest direction. Ethan was curious about what was waiting for him in the direction that the compass was pointing. A part of him wanted to check out what it was, but the other half was cautioning him to not risk facing it head-on. Lyle, did you use this compass in the past? Ethan asked. I did, Lyle replied in a melancholic tone, and I regretted it. Ethan looked at the chubby boy, who had a sad expression on his face. What did you see? What else? Lyle smiled bitterly. The thing I fear the most, but it is not what you're thinking. It didn't lead me to any monsters or any horrific creatures. What I had seen was a vast emptiness, and it made me feel cold inside. Lyle sighed before closing his eyes. Ethan, remember this, Lyle said softly. He who fights with monsters must take care lest he thereby becomes a monster. And if you gaze for long into an abyss, the abyss also gazes into you. There was a profound sadness in Lyle's tone, which made Ethan decide to not pry any longer. It takes great courage to face your fears, Ethan, Lyle added. However, there are times when you need to embrace your fears and understand that being afraid is part of being human. After saying those words, Lyle flew toward the bookshelf and disappeared completely. Ethan, who was left alone, continued to stare at the compass in his hand. The tip of the needle was still pointing in the northwest direction, making him fall into deep thought as he tried to think of his greatest fear. A few minutes later, he heard a voice inside his head, which broke him out of his daze. Ethan, I'm curious about something, Sebastian commented. Will this magical artifact work if I take over your body for a while? I want to know if there is something I fear in this world. Ethan pondered a bit before nodding his head. Sure, give it a try. Thanks. Sebastian then temporarily took control of Ethan's body. Ethan, Sebastian, and his other half all looked at the compass, whose needle started to point toward the south. Interesting, Sebastian muttered. It's pointing southwest, so I'm guessing the thing I fear the most is in Midgard. What a unique magical artifact we have here. Do you have any idea what it is that you fear the most, Sebastian? Ethan inquired because he, too, was curious about the thing that the guardian of Zentris feared the most. I do, Sebastian replied. The thing I fear the most is knowing whether the Tidebringer has really died. Perhaps this compass is pointing to his final resting place, somewhere out there in Midgard. The Guardian's voice was calm, and yet Ethan could feel the sad emotions that were whirling inside his chest, which were currently being affected by Sebastian's mood. Let me try next, Sebastian. Ethan's other half decided to join in on the fun. I want to know what I'm afraid of the most. Sounds fun, Sebastian replied. I'm also curious to learn what you fear the most. When Ethan's other half took over the body, the compass spun counterclockwise, making 3 complete revolutions. The compass then flew out of Ethan's hand and hovered at the same level of his chest. The needle was pointing south, which made Ethan's other half narrow his eyes. Before Ethan and Sebastian could ask any questions, Ethan's other half moved to the left side of the compass. To their surprise, the needle moved to point at Ethan, specifically at Ethan's chest, where his heart was located. Ethan's other half moved to the right side of the floating compass to see what would happen. Exactly as what happened earlier, the needle moved to point at Ethan's chest, making Ethan's other half sigh. So that's what I fear the most, huh? Ethan's other half muttered before surrendering the control of Ethan's body back to its original owner. The thing you fear the most has something to do with Ethan, huh? Sebastian rubbed his chin as he looked at his partner in crime. What are you afraid of, partner? Nothing important, Ethan's other half replied. He couldn't bring himself to say that what he feared the most were the changes that would happen to Ethan in the future, which might result in him taking the wrong path and hurting all the people whom he held dear in his heart. A few days later, Ethan was called by Professor Barrett to train his origin magic in battle. This time, the professor chose a different battlefield, so Ethan wouldn't be able to fight using his Tidebringer's powers. The battlefield that the professor chose was a grassland, wanting Ethan to learn how to fight in a different environment. Although he understood that Ethan's origin magic, Mimir's wisdom, mainly played a supporting role, he wanted to better understand how it worked so that he could give the young man some pointers. While the two were facing off against each other, Ethan's other half told him something interesting. Ethan, try using X-Vision, Ethan's other half proposed. With Mimir's wisdom, I believe that the mental strain it puts on you will disappear completely. The last time Ethan used his X-Vision was when he fought against the Bronze Giant in order to help his head prefect, Henry, obtain its legacy. His X-Vision had 3 modes. The first one was the ability to see through clothes or objects like walls. The second one was similar to having a telescope that allowed him to see from great distances. The third one was the ability to see the weakness of the things he looked at. Whenever he used one of them, the color of his eyes would change color, representing the ability he was using. When he used the ability to see through objects, his eyes would turn green. When turning his vision into a telescope, his eyes would glow in a bluish hue. When he was looking at the weakness of his opponents, the color of his eyes would turn golden. He could also combine all 3 abilities at once, allowing him to see through his enemies even from far away and find their weaknesses outside and inside their bodies. It was a cheat ability, but Ethan was unable to use it previously because he didn't have the mental strength to control it properly. But all of those issues were solved after gaining Mimir's wisdom, which was now his first origin magic. The only offensive abilities that Mimir's wisdom possessed were rune magic and his ability to transform into 4 animals. Rune magic was an entirely different concept to Ethan, but after countless hours he spent on meditation, digesting the wisdom that Mimir had left behind in his consciousness, he was able to learn 5 basic runes of power: fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. Fighting using rune magic wasn't hard, but Ethan understood that it worked wonders if he had enough time to write as many runes as he could. In short, if he could write countless runes on the battlefield, he would be able to unleash a spell that would be as powerful as his grand aria. But there was a downside. Rune magic required resources like mana crystals, beast cores, and other sources of magic. Of course, Ethan could also use his own magic to empower the runes, which was why Professor Barrett wanted the two of them to fight. That way, he could guide Ethan on how to effectively use his newfound magic in battles. "Let's start," Professor Barrett said as he stood with his wand at the ready. Ethan wasn't using any wands right now, because he wanted to see if he could fight the professor using his origin magic alone. The young man took a deep breath before he opened his eyes. His eyes had turned golden, allowing him to see Professor Barrett's weakness, or at least, that was what was supposed to happen. "Wow, the professor has no weakness." Sebastian chuckled inside Ethan's sea of consciousness. "Keep your X-Vision activated," Ethan's other half ordered. "Even if your opponent doesn't have any weakness, you need to train yourself to keep this ability active during battles." Ethan nodded in understanding, before using his hand to write a rune in front of him. "Ignis!" Ethan shouted, and a fire bolt erupted from the symbol that he had created. Professor Barrett casually waved his wand, and a red chain appeared to split the fire bolt in half, negating its effects. The young man already anticipated that this was going to happen, so he moved both of his hands and wrote two different symbols at the same time. "Glacies." "Fulgur." Ethan fired a ray of frost with his left hand, and a lightning bolt with his right. Professor Barrett used a blue and golden chain to stop the two spells, but before his chains could make contact with them, the ray of frost and the lightning bolt merged together, causing an explosion that created a charged electric mist, which forced Professor Barrett to take a few steps back. "Interesting," the professor smirked before waving his hand to disperse the icy mist that had an electrifying effect. When the mist cleared, the professor couldn't help but arch an eyebrow because Ethan was nowhere to be seen. Since Professor Barrett was aware of the young man's abilities, he remained completely still and waited for his opponent's next move. Minutes passed in silence, but the professor remained in place, looking forward to whatever Ethan was cooking for him. Finally, after nearly half an hour of waiting, the professor waved his wand to his right side, sending a black chain towards a patch of grass. Just before the chain hit its intended target, the grass started to move as something small ran through it. "You little mouse," Professor Barrett chuckled before casting a spell with his wand. "Magna Fragor." The tip of Professor Barrett's wand exploded, summoning a giant fireball that immediately incinerated the area where he pointed. But before his attack could hit, a black raven flew towards the sky, dodging the explosion that followed afterward. The grasslands were set ablaze, and the flames spread like wildfire. But Ethan did something that the professor didn't expect him to do, and that was to transform back into a human as he fell from the sky. "Ignis Aversor," Ethan shouted, making the fire runes he had inscribed around Professor Barrett activate at the same time, creating an explosion that was 3 times stronger than the giant fireball that the professor had summoned. Since Professor Barrett was surrounded by the explosions, he had no way to escape the blast, which was part of Ethan's plan. After casting his rune magic, Ethan transformed back into a raven and flew high in the sky, watching the destruction on land. But before he could even feel proud of his achievement, a white chain suddenly wrapped itself around his body, holding him in place. "I forgot about Professor Barrett's dimensional chain," Ethan bitterly thought after being captured by the professor. Down below, a giant ball made of countless chains piled around each other rolled out of the inferno, making Ethan sigh in his heart. He still had a long way before besting one of the most powerful magistratus in the wizarding world. However, he still found his new magic very flexible because he could detonate it whenever he wanted. "Well, that wasn't too bad," Professor Barrett said after he emerged from the metallic ball. "You did well, and I'm happy to tell you that if you were fighting someone who had no idea what you could do, they would have definitely felt a world of pain after being trapped in that perfect setup." Hearing the professor's praise, Ethan knew that Professor Barrett was just being nice. As if any of his enemies would just really stand in place for 30 minutes and not do anything, allowing his spell to work. Ethan knew that if he were fighting against other wizards, they would definitely become impatient and leave or use Widaria spells in order to find him. It took him nearly half an hour to create that setup while he was in his mouse form. The reason why it worked was because the professor wanted to know what he was planning to do and remained standing in place. I need to find a way to make this magic more effective in combat, Ethan thought. I wish I could use it instantly instead of wasting a few seconds to write runes. While he was deep in thought, Professor Barrett lightly tapped Ethan's shoulder, planning to propose an idea. I think I have a way to maximize your rune magic, Professor Barrett stated. Are you interested? Ethan, who wanted to maximize the power of his rune magic, nodded with a serious expression on his face. Okay, Professor Barrett smirked. It will never hurt to have a few trump cards in battle, so this is my suggestion. After hearing the professor's suggestion, Ethan couldn't help but scratch his head. Why didn't I think of that? Ethan thought. Even Sebastian and Ethan's other half were surprised to hear Professor Barrett's recommendation. It was a very simple method that would maximize Ethan's rune magic, allowing him to use his new ability in battle. But there was one downside. Ethan would have to undergo a training regimen in order to become proficient in using this new method of fighting. Fortunately, Mimir's wisdom allowed him to learn everything faster, so he believed that it shouldn't take him a long time to have another trump card up his sleeve. The next day, after classes ended, Ethan went to Limeberg town and visited a shop, which he believed would be able to make the things he wanted. Professor Barrett's suggestions opened up countless possibilities for his rune magic, and he was very excited to give it a shot. To his surprise, he found Lily and Nicole shopping together in one of the stores near the establishment he was about to go to. Since he didn't want to disturb the two of them, he walked past the store without greeting the two of them and headed straight to the magic shop called the Cheating Cloak. This particular store specialized in magic tools that magicians use to create party tricks to entertain people. Not everyone in the wizarding world could use magic. Even in the Shire continent, there were many ordinary people who lived their lives in peace and quiet. And for people like them, stores like the Cheating Cloak were very popular because it allowed them to use fake magic, which they could use to make the children happy. Good morning, my boy. The owner of the store, Ms. Laverna, greeted Ethan with a smile. It has been a while since I last saw you. Have you been very busy as of late? Yes, Ms. Laverna, Ethan replied. I'm so busy that I feel like I need to have a clone of myself so that I can take a breather. The beautiful lady with long green hair chuckled after hearing the young man's complaints. Ms. Laverna was someone in her early 30s, and her most noticeable feature, aside from her beauty, was the small mole near her right eye. She called this mole her beauty mark, and Ethan had to admit that her birthmark did make her more exotic in the eyes of others. So, what can I do for you today? Ms. Laverna asked. I want to buy playing cards, Ethan replied. But if possible, I want these cards to be blank on one side. Cards, Ms. Laverna smiled. You mean these cards? Holding her hands together, Ethan watched in amazement when a deck of playing cards appeared in her hand. Ms. Laverna then shuffled the deck of cards before tossing them high in the air. The pictures of the kings, queens, jacks, joker, and the other symbols of the cards popped out of their bodies and started to dance together. It was as if these colorful people had come to life, which was a wondrous sight to behold. The beautiful lady then raised her right hand, as if asking for someone's payment. All the cards then flew towards the palm of her hand and arranged themselves on top of the other. The dancing kings and queens, as well as the other card symbols, all flew towards the ceiling of the shop, where they all disappeared completely. That was amazing, Ethan said in awe as he clapped his hands together. Bravo, Ms. Laverna. The owner of the store made a curtsy, as if thanking the audience after finishing a performance. Here you go, a set of cards without drawings on the front. Ms. Laverna smiled as she placed the deck of cards inside a card holder and handed it to Ethan. Do you need anything else? I'd like to have 100 more decks, Ms. Laverna, Ethan replied. I love people who buy in bulk. Ms. Laverna clapped happily before going behind the counter to prepare the young man's order. After his duel with Professor Barrett, the ex-magistratus suggested to Ethan that if he wrote the runes beforehand on a playing card and threw them like a shuriken, they would manifest the runes written on them and activate their magic. The wonder of this battle style was that Ethan could write multiple runes in a single card, creating a combination magic that was similar to the lighting charged icy mist that he used against Professor Barrett in their duel. The lightning mist could cause the target or anyone that would be covered by it to be electrocuted, which could cause them to get paralyzed or experience great discomfort. Also, Ethan could stack the effects of a single magic spell on a single card, making him able to cast powerful spells, like Fireball, just by simply throwing a card at his enemies. But since rune magic required a source of magic to work, he would need to imbue his magic power into each card that he created. Of course, he could also channel his magic power into the card when he used it in combat, but Ethan thought that it would be wasteful to do that. It would be better if he could store magic power inside the cards and have it ready to be activated anytime and anywhere. All he needed to do was kiss the fairies in the academy or kiss his lovers to gain enough magic power to empower a deck of cards. Ethan subconsciously shuddered at the thought of throwing an entire deck of cards at his enemy. He didn't know whether it was possible, but there was a chance that this all-out attack would be as strong as his grand aria, where he called down countless lightning bolts to descend from the heavens. "Here is your order, Ethan," Ms. Laverna said as she placed a box of cards in front of the counter. "That will be 200 gold coins." Ethan nodded and paid the exact amount. If he bought ordinary playing cards, they would have definitely been cheaper. But Ms. Laverna's cards were special. When one held it, it didn't feel or look any different from an ordinary deck of cards. However, the moment it was thrown, the card would harden midair, becoming sharp enough to embed itself in wood, but unable to pierce through flesh or cut through them. This was a safety measure that Ms. Laverna had imbued on her playing cards to ensure that they wouldn't be able to hurt people. After making his purchase, Ethan left the store, only to find Lily and Nicole waiting for him outside the shop. Since he had already been discovered, he decided to treat the two girls to an early dinner before the three of them returned to Brynhildr Academy with satisfied smiles on their faces. Ethan had spent an entire day writing runic symbols on the cards he had bought from the cheating cloak store, owned by Ms. Laverna. But he didn't draw symbols on all of them. He deliberately kept one deck free from any writing, because he planned to practice throwing these cards properly. Thanks to Mimir's wisdom, he would learn to incorporate this fighting style faster and add it into his arsenal. No one had seen him using cards in battle before, and he planned to let it stay that way. He would practice in secret so that his trump card would remain a trump card until the day he had to put it to use. Seated beside him on the bed was Lillian, who was ready to kiss him so that he could imbue her magic power on the cards in his hand. Ethan knew that he couldn't kiss Lillian repeatedly to drain her magic power, knowing that if he did that, she would enter a lethargic state. Naturally, he didn't want that to happen. Right now, he was simply experimenting with how much magical power a deck of cards needed, until all of them were ready for use. "Are you ready?" Ethan asked. "More than ready," Lillian replied, as she happily wrapped her arms around Ethan's neck and gave him a sweet and long kiss on his lips. Ethan enjoyed the kiss very much, but he knew that he should focus on the task at hand before he got carried away and pinned Lillian on the bed. As soon as the kiss ended, Ethan closed his eyes, channeling the magic he received into the deck of cards in his hand. The magic transfer was smooth, and yet, even after emptying his reserves, he only managed to charge a quarter of the deck in his hands. "One more kiss," Ethan asked. "I'll kiss you as many times as you like," Lillian replied before giving Ethan another smooch, which made Lilith, who was seated on top of the table, look at the two of them with envy. She already made up her mind to confess her true identity to Ethan and was only waiting for Lillian to leave the room. However, knowing that her master was doing something important, she decided to patiently wait until he was done with his experiment. It took Ethan 3 kisses before the deck of cards was fully charged with magic power. However, he could tell that Elyon was showing signs of tiredness, so he no longer asked her to recharge his magic power. Instead, he kissed her forehead and gave her a hug before thanking her properly. The two then cuddled for a while before a tired, yet satisfied Elyon left the room to rest in her own room. Ethan was also very tired. Before he knew it, he also fell asleep after lying on his bed. He was so tired that he didn't even remember to take off his wizard robe. The black cat sitting on top of the table sighed, seeing that her plan had to be unexpectedly put on hold for the time being. "Master, what am I to do with you?" Lilith shook her head before jumping off the table. However, the moment she landed on the floor, she transformed into her catkin form and walked toward the bed. She then carefully removed Ethan's robes, shoes, and socks. For a brief moment, Lilith was tempted to remove everything, but she knew that this was very inappropriate. In the end, she blew out the lamps inside the room, leaving only the moonlight from the window to illuminate the surroundings. She then unceremoniously laid down beside Ethan and gave him a hug. Lilith knew that her master was a deep sleeper whenever he was inside the academy or any place that made him feel safe. It was only in missions when Ethan slept lightly, ready to wake up the moment he felt any danger in his surroundings. This wasn't the first time that Lilith had transformed into her catkin form to hug Ethan to sleep. She had done it a handful of times when she was certain that the boy wouldn't wake up. But right now, she didn't really care if he woke up or not. In fact, she hoped that he would. However, listening to his sleeper breaths, Lilith knew that her master was out like a light, so she did the next best thing and wrapped her arms around the back of his neck and pulled his head to her chest, where Ethan snuggled comfortably. Just like she expected, Ethan wrapped his arms around her body, holding her like how he did his lovers whenever they slept together. It was already a muscle memory for him, so as long as a lady slept beside him, he would cuddle them automatically. This was also the reason why Luna usually snuck into his bed at night. But now, she could not sneak alone because Elyon would accompany her whenever they were in the mood for it. Fortunately, tonight was not one of those nights, allowing Lilith to monopolize the warmth of her master, whom she loved dearly. She was not aware that outside of the Dud Manor, a silver-haired lady was staring at them from afar. Alice, who had taken a night stroll, found herself staring at the manor, where the person who had changed her life was currently sleeping. In the beginning, she hated Ethan because she believed that he had stolen what was rightfully hers. But now she thought differently. The anger she felt in the past had already vanished like the fleeting clouds in the sky. She now recognized Ethan as one of the most powerful first years in the academy, and she wished to have a duel with him. But that duel would not be now. Perhaps not even after a month or two. She was still in the process of digesting Ilefer Equus battle experience, allowing her to learn his fighting style as if she had been using it since birth. However, before she fought Ethan in a duel, there were 3 people whom she wanted to fight first. The first one was Nicole, who was in the same manor as her. The second one was Lily, who had soundly defeated her in the Clash of Manors. The last one was someone whom she didn't recognize as a potential rival in the past. But according to the chubby boy, Lyle, Alice should fight her first before she fought against Ethan. That person was none other than Chloe, whom Lyle had praised more than once during his chat with her. According to him, Chloe was currently undergoing 3 kinds of training regimens. The first one was with Professor Nicola. Alice already knew that the professor was a very powerful witch, who was often compared to her aunt, Professor Ophelia. There was a time when her aunt said that Professor Nicola had been invited thrice by the Magic Association to become a magistratus, but she declined them each time. This proved her high level of talent, so Alice didn't dare underestimate her. Chloe's second trainer was none other than the founder of Jaeger Manor, Magni Jaeger. Lyle was certain that Magni's original choice was Lily. But he changed his mind at the last minute when he noticed Chloe's true potential. Chloe's third mentor, or mentors, were the overlords of the Great Eagle Forest. The chubby boy didn't go into much detail about what kind of training she was receiving from them, but he did mention that the Cheshire cat, Chessie, also favored Chloe. To this day, Alice didn't know why Ethan's cousin had suddenly distanced herself from him. But she was starting to think that Chloe had decided to focus her attention on getting stronger rather than fighting for Ethan's affection and sharing his love with his other lovers. Of course, this was only an assumption on Alice's part. She didn't care whether Ethan and Chloe really loved each other. The only thing she wanted to do was to challenge the strongest first years in the academy and prove to her father that she could finally stand on her own without his support. When Ethan opened his eyes, he found himself snuggling into something soft and warm. Although he was still half asleep, his mind understood what was happening. Luna and Lillian would often sneak inside his bed in the middle of the night, and when he woke up in the morning, he would find himself comfortably snuggling in their bosom. No wonder I was able to sleep comfortably all through the night, Ethan thought before closing his eyes and further burying his face on the voluptuous chest in front of him. But a few seconds later, he suddenly realized something. The size was wrong. Luna's shapely breasts fit Ethan's hand perfectly. Lillian's, on the other hand, was slightly smaller than Luna's, but bigger than Lily's. By now, he was already familiar with the bust size of all his lovers, because he would often bury his head in them and enjoy their softness. Slightly smaller than Emma's, but still bigger than Luna's, Ethan thought as he quickly eliminated his promised one from the list of candidates. Also, he didn't believe that Emma would be bold enough to sleep with him overnight in Dud Manor, because it would definitely be bad if others were to discover it. Bracing himself, Ethan reluctantly pulled his head back to look at the face of the person who was sleeping beside him. His gaze landed on the beautiful lady, who was looking at him with a smile on her face. "Good morning, Master," the young lady said, making the gears inside Ethan's head start to move. Ethan's mouth opened wide in shock, which made the young lady with short black hair and purple eyes giggle. The most eye-catching feature of the young lady was the two cat ears on top of her head, which gave Ethan the strong urge to touch them. "Lilith?" Ethan asked with uncertainty. "Yes, Master," Lilith replied. "It's me, Lilith." Lilith no longer had any intention of hiding her true identity from Ethan because she wanted to bridge the distance between them. "You're a catkin." "Yes, I'm a catkin." Ethan blinked once, then twice, before he raised his right hand to pinch his left arm, which earned him another giggle from the beautiful lady beside him. "This isn't a dream, Master," Lilith replied. "I've always wanted to show you my true form, but I only gained the courage to let you know about it now." "I see." Ethan finally regained his calm, but his calmness once again disappeared when he noticed something else. Lilith, who was lying on the bed with him, was completely naked. 5 out of 5, Ethan muttered absent-mindedly as she stared at Lilith's chest, which he had used as a pillow a few minutes ago. Lilith smiled before he reached out to touch the back of Ethan's neck and pulled him close to her. "Master, I will not beat around the bush," Lilith said with a solemn expression on her face. "I like you very much. I'm sure that you're very surprised and probably confused right now, but I want you to know that I see you as my potential mate. If possible, I want you to consider making me one of your lovers." Beastkins often called their significant other their mate, which Ethan already knew due to his relationship with Lily. "I don't care if I don't become your wife. I am fine with that, but I hope that you won't push me away. I'm fine with being your bed warmer or your concubine. So please, consider my proposal seriously." Lilith knew that Ethan took relationships seriously. This was one of the reasons why she seriously considered making her feelings known to him. If Ethan was a playboy, he would have already done the deed with Lillian and Emma. But since the two girls were still maidens, it proved just how much Ethan cared for and respected the two ladies, whom he had recognized as his lovers. Lilith didn't plan to skip the line. She was willing to wait until Ethan had made his decision. So, until then, she wanted him to know that she was serious and that her confession wasn't done without much thought for the future. Seeing that her master had finally regained his calm, Lilith moved closer to whisper something in his ears. "If you agree to make me your lover, you can hold me every night," Lilith said in a seductive tone. "I'll make sure that you get a good night's rest and guard you at the same time. Not a bad offer, right?" If not for the fact that he had a high resistance to beautiful women, Ethan might have already nodded then and there, sealing the deal. But he was in full control of his senses and took Lilith's words seriously. "Are you sure about this?" Ethan asked calmly, his gaze staring into Lilith's eyes, making sure that this wasn't some kind of prank to tease him. "Yes, master," Lilith replied. "I am sure of it." Ethan nodded in understanding. "Understood. Then I will think about it seriously. For now, can you put some clothes on?" Lilith nodded before transforming into her black cat form. She then sat on the bed and looked up at Ethan before bowing her head. "Please look after me from now on, master," Lilith said before merging with the young man's shadow to hide her embarrassment. She made sure to show Ethan her assets so that her offer to become his lover would be more enticing. However, it took a lot of courage for her to do that. Now that the adrenaline rush had passed, she could no longer look Ethan in the eye, which was why she decided to make a strategic retreat into his shadow. She didn't plan on coming out until she had regained her composure, which benefited Ethan, whose heart was still beating inside his chest. Lilith had been with him for several months and had served him faithfully. Seeing her true form made him more conscious of her, especially when he remembered the times when he petted her fur and took a bath with her. While the young man was at a loss, the two beings in his sea of consciousness were all smiles because they had known about Lilith's true form for some time. As to whether Ethan would accept Lilith's confession or not, only time would tell. After being confessed to by Lilith, Ethan went to the dining hall to have breakfast with Luna and Lillian. He didn't know whether he should tell them about what had happened earlier. However, after careful consideration, he decided to not say anything for the time being. Once he finished eating breakfast, he headed to the training room that Professor Barrett had allocated to him. The only one who could access this room, aside from Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett, was Ethan. This time, his instructor wasn't the retired magistratus, but his other half, who had momentarily taken over his body. "I will show you the basics on how to properly throw a card," Ethan's other half said as he gripped the edge of a card between his index and middle finger. "Since you wish to use cards as a weapon, you need to understand its strengths and weaknesses. The first thing you need to know is your maximum range. Depending on your level, your effective throwing range varies. It might only be around 2 to 6 meters if you are a beginner. Let's not talk about accuracy first, because there are a few things that you can do to make your throws more accurate." After saying those words, Ethan's other half casually threw the card in his hand, making it fly in the air. "One of your origin magics is the domain of trickery and trickery and sedation." Ethan's other half coughed lightly before continuing his explanation. "So basically, these kinds of tricks fall under that category. Imagine throwing a single card, but those cards multiply into 100 copies, making your opponent unable to tell which among the cards is real and which are not. But since you didn't choose that origin magic, I will just teach you ways on how to most efficiently throw your cards." Sebastian gave his partner a knowing smile, because the latter changed the last words of one of Ethan's origin magic. Knowing that he almost made a blunder earlier, Ethan's other half focused on the topic at hand and demonstrated one of the basic grips used to throw a card. "Just so you know, Ethan, it's easier to cast a spell than to throw a card with accuracy. I suggest that you don't use your cards unless you have run out of magic," Ethan's other half suggested. "Of course, you can use it too as an opening act to catch your enemy by surprise. However, you must make sure that whenever you use it, you must make it count. The way I see it, Your cards can be used in 3 different ways. The first one is to throw them like so. Ethan's other half threw a card a second time. You can activate its effects midair and make the rune magic you imbued in it manifest. The second one is to simply activate the rune while you are holding the card in your hand like this. Ignis. The rune of fire that was inscribed in the card activated, summoning a fire bolt that flew in the direction the card was facing. Basically, you don't have to throw a card to make it work, Ethan's other half explained. Using it in this method is more accurate than throwing a card. The last method is to surround your enemies with cards and activate them at the same time, creating a synergy effect. This is similar to the trick you used against Professor Barrett when the two of you fought against each other. By surrounding your target with runic symbols, you can create a trap that would detonate at your command, leaving your enemies with no time to escape or react. Ethan and Sebastian nodded their heads in understanding, because the explanation was simple and easy to understand. These are the only methods you can use right now, Ethan's other half explained. However, once you unlock your second origin magic, you will be surprised with how powerful your rune magic will become. Just like what I told you earlier, you can casually throw a card and have it multiply into 100 clones, making it difficult for your enemy to know which one is real or not. But it doesn't end there. Whatever rune magic you have placed in the card you have thrown, the domain of trickery will copy its effects to the illusions of the cards, manifesting their effect as well. A single fire bolt spell could multiply into hundreds, and depending on your mastery of your second origin magic, you can even create thousands of them. Perhaps it is only a coincidence, but your origin magics seem to complement each other perfectly, augmenting each other's power and effects. All right, let's put your Mimir's wisdom to work and master how to properly throw a card first. Ethan's other half returned the control to Ethan's body, allowing him to practice his accuracy and range. There was a training dummy in the training room, so Ethan used that as the target of his card throws. Since the cards he was using were magical in nature and were harder than regular playing cards, the distance of how far he could throw them was farther. After throwing the cards 100 times, Ethan found his throws getting more accurate, as if he was developing some kind of muscle memory each time he threw a card. This was the first time he was putting Mimir's wisdom into practice, and its ability to help him learn a technique faster was more efficient than he originally expected. After 3 hours of practice, Ethan's other half nodded his head in satisfaction, because Ethan could now hit the training dummy 6 out of 10 times from a distance of 10 meters. This progress was incredibly fast, especially since he had just learned how to properly throw cards a few hours ago. He had only taught the young man the basic throw, and had yet to teach him the power throw, which could send his card flying over 60 meters. While Ethan was getting in the groove of throwing cards, he suddenly entered a trance-like state. In that state, he didn't just throw one card, but 2 cards at the same time, which flew in the air as if they were boomerangs, hitting his target with great accuracy, even cutting off the head of the training dummy from its body. Sebastian was just about to whistle because of Ethan's achievement, but Ethan's other half hurriedly covered his lips so that the young man's trance-like state wouldn't be broken. Although it was faint, he had sensed the influence of the domain of the trickster temporarily manifesting itself to help Ethan with his training. He didn't find this strange at all, since his existence itself was part of Ethan's second origin magic. Since he could manifest his existence, it also meant that Ethan could also use his God-given powers that had been lying dormant inside his body since the day that his magic circuits were destroyed. In fact, if Ethan's magic circuits hadn't been compromised, the magic that he would have specialized in from the start would be the domain of the trickster, because it was the first magic that awakened inside his body. So this is what it means to be thrice blessed, Ethan's other half thought. Now I understand. Ethan had 3 types of origin magic inside his body. 2 of them were from his bloodline, and the last one originated from his soul. Mimir's magic originated from his soul, while the domain of Trickster belonged to his father's side of the family. As for the last origin magic, it was passed down from his mother's side of the family, which would be the last origin magic that Ethan would unlock after his magic circuit was fully healed. But the current Ethan was capable of using his bloodline origin magic in small quantities, which synchronized with his current level of power. Sebastian and Ethan's other half watched with great interest as the young man, who was currently in a trance, made his throwing cards fly and dance in the air as if they had a life of their own. 2 days later, Ethan and Nicole each received a letter from Lord Edmund, telling them that he would come and pick them up in 2 weeks for the expedition that he had told them about. He didn't specify where exactly they would be going, but he did mention that they would be visiting a place somewhere in Westshire, where the elves and the fae lived. Because of this, the 2 honorary knights decided to meet up and discuss a few things. Since we don't know how long our expedition will last in Westshire, maybe we should tell Lord Edmund in advance that we will also be visiting Northshire after we complete our mission, Nicole proposed. What do you think? I think it's a good idea, Ethan commented. But there is no guarantee that Lord Edmund will help us get to our destination. Just to be safe, I think it will be best if you write him a letter now and let him know that we plan to go to Northshire. Since we are technically nobles of Eastshire, we might need some kind of permission or authorization to enter the domain of the dwarves. Nicole nodded. Very well, I will write him a letter after this. Since we are about to face ice dragons, I'm counting on you to help me convince them. And what if I can't convince them? Ethan arched an eyebrow. Then we'll find another way to convince them, Nicole replied. But just in case they decide to attack us, I'm counting on you to watch my back. Just watch your back. I can do that. Tusk. Nicole shook her head helplessly because she knew that Ethan was only teasing her. Truth be told, she was feeling a little anxious about meeting with the ice dragons because they were arrogant in nature. Perhaps due to their icy powers, they treated others coldly, not even bothering to listen to anyone, and attacked without warning. The dwarves, who lived alongside them, were tolerated to a certain extent, but they still weren't on friendly terms. There had been a few incidents when a young ice dragon would eat a dwarf who was wandering in the mountains, which would also cause it to die at a later time. The dwarves might not be masters in armed combat, but they specialized in creating weapons, and some of those weapons were magical in nature. Because of this, they would not hesitate to retaliate, using their advanced weaponry to kill even the most powerful magical creature on the continent. This was the main reason why the other races didn't want to make the dwarves their enemies. Their strongholds, which were deep inside the mountains, were very hard to invade, and their defenses were impeccable. Even if all the ice dragons were to attack the dwarven kingdom, the ones who would be standing at the end would be the dwarves, not the dragons. Having known this, the leader of the ice dragons had offered a non-aggression pact between the dwarves and the ice dragons. Any ice dragon who broke this agreement would be handed over by their kin to the dwarves in order to prevent an all-out war between the 2 races. The 2 races still didn't like each other, but they had learned to live side by side in the frozen mountains of Called Boar. Have you heard? Ethan inquired. Alice succeeded in getting Lyle's last treasure. I did, Nicole answered. Lyle personally told me about it, and he also said that he decided to choose me and Alice as the champions of Equus Manor. Then, do you know who the champion of Jaeger Manor is? Ethan asked. Lily, Nicole replied. Ethan shook his head. Lyle said it was Chloe. Nicole arched an eyebrow after hearing that Ethan's cousin was chosen to become the champion of Jaeger Manor. According to Lyle, there were strict requirements in choosing the champion of their respective manors, who would inherit their treasures and legacies. The first and most important criterion was potential. The person whom they deemed with the highest potential would be given the opportunity to inherit their treasures. Since the founder of Jaeger Manor, Magni Jaeger, chose Chloe to be his champion, it meant that her potential surpassed Lily's. The second requirement was loyalty to Brynhildr Academy. This meant that as long as Brynhildr Academy was in danger, the champions were duty-bound to protect it. "I did see your cousin's great improvement in our spell casting classes," Nicole stated. "Truth be told, I never expected her to be that gifted. In fact, several of the nobles among the first, second, and third years are now eyeing her to become their potential partner. I guess being praised highly by Lord Edmund made her stand out from the crowd. So, are you sure you want to continue this Cold War with her? Who knows? While the two of you are distancing yourself from each other, someone might wiggle themselves into her heart." Nicole was about to tease Ethan more, but seeing his gaze suddenly turn sharp, the words that she was about to say became stuck in her throat. "I'm just joking, you know." Nicole tried to calm down the young man, whose killing intent suddenly oozed out of his body. "But still, the two of you should talk. Even if you are not always together, you must let everyone see that you and Chloe are still joined at the hips." Ethan took a deep breath because he knew that Nicole was right. It had been a while since he last talked to Chloe, and truth be told, he missed her company dearly. "I'll ask Luna to set a meeting for the two of us," Ethan said. "I'll meet her before we leave for Westshire." Nicole nodded. "You do that." The young lady changed the topic and listed several things that Ethan should bring on their expedition to Northshire. Since it was a very cold place, he needed to prepare adequately. Otherwise, he might freeze to death due to the extremely harsh weather conditions near the mountain peaks where the dragons lived. Half an hour later, their meeting concluded, and Ethan returned to Dud Manor to look for Luna, intending to ask her to tell Chloe that he wanted to talk to her. Luna was very happy that Ethan decided to break the ice between him and her best friend, so she didn't hesitate to go to Jaeger Manor in order to find Chloe and pass Ethan's message to her. Beads of sweat trickled down Chloe's forehead as she panted for breath. She was kneeling on the floor while keeping her wand pointed at Professor Nicola, who was standing a few meters from her with a satisfied look on her face. "Let's end our training here," Professor Nicola said. "You did well, Chloe." The moment she heard that their training was over, a sigh escaped Chloe's lips as she lowered her hand holding the wand. She was aching all over because their training was more demanding than it used to be. Professor Nicola was teaching her how to effectively conserve her magic reserves during combat. Most wizards and witches failed to do this because once they were threatened, they would instinctively use their strongest spells in order to defeat their opponent as fast as possible. Because of this, their magic reserves would be drained at a rapid pace, especially when they were casting high-level offensive magic that could cause damage to a wide area. Professor Nicola walked toward the panting first year, who was still kneeling on the floor and dropped a hand towel on her head. "Make sure to lock up properly," Professor Nicola ordered before walking toward the exit. "I'll see you again in 3 days. There's something that I need to handle, so I will not be in the academy for a while. But even though I'm gone, feel free to use this room to practice." "Thank you, Master," Chloe replied before wiping her face with the towel given to her. "Have a safe trip." Professor Nicola gave her disciple one last glance before leaving the room. She was very happy with how fast Chloe was progressing in her training. The professor was also very thankful that she had found a rough gem, whom she could polish, to take in as her disciple. Truth be told, she had no intention of taking in a disciple in the past because there was no one who met her standards. Who would have thought that, after using the Grand Archmage as the target for a silencing spell practice, she would discover someone whose potential had been under the radar since the school year had started. If not for the fact that something important came up, she would continue to train Chloe until the weekend, pushing her to the limit and awakening her potential that was now starting to awaken fully. Chloe was exhausted, and if not for the stamina potion that Professor Nicola had given her before their training started, she would not even have the strength to stand. After drinking the potion, she waited for nearly 5 minutes before it took effect, allowing her to regain the strength to stand. She left the training room and made sure to lock it before dragging her tired body to Jaeger Manor. "I want to take a shower before having an early dinner," Chloe thought. "After that, I'll sleep early. Tomorrow, I need to meet Coco and the others in the Great Eagle Forest to train in the afternoon. Chloe felt like a gladiator who was forced to fight battle after battle. But even though she always found herself physically, mentally, and emotionally drained every time, she didn't feel bad about it. In fact, she welcomed the harsh training because she could feel herself getting stronger. She even believed that if she and Langston were to fight against each other, she would no longer be at a disadvantage. Still, it would take a while for me to beat Ethan, Chloe thought with a faint smile on her tired face. He doesn't stop improving, so I need to hurry and catch up to him. Back then, she felt like a damsel in distress, forcing Ethan to stand and protect her from those who wished to bully her. Even though he was a dud, he didn't hesitate to face Langston, which made her very anxious at that time. However, to her surprise, Ethan won the duel by using a partial resonance, which was an incredible feat among wizards and witches. Chloe was very happy back then because Ethan could finally use magic, and he would be able to stay with her in Brynhildr Academy. But unexpected things happened. Before she and Luna could confess their feelings to him, the one he loved was forced to enter a nexus with Lily in order to escape the rogue bandits, who wished to capture them. When he returned, he was no longer the naive and weak-willed young man whom she knew. Ethan had grown from a boy to a man, and all of it happened while he wasn't by her side. She didn't dislike the changes that happened to him. In fact, she loved them very much. Chloe thought that she couldn't love Ethan more than she already did. But when she saw his long blue hair, his mature aura, as well as the confidence oozing out of his body, she felt her heart skip a beat. His boyish smile had turned into a princely smile that could make the hearts of the ladies beat wildly inside their chests. Also, his body, which had been trained in the lands of Alastair, had also become very manly, making even those who disliked him in the past change their opinion of him. But his changes also brought other changes. Lily had become his lover, and he intended to marry her. Then, there were others like Emma and Lillian, who also made their feelings known to him. Among these ladies, Chloe was the most ordinary. She was the least impressive among the group of ladies who had tied their destinies with Ethan's. Although Luna could only use her magic on the days of the full moon, that didn't change the fact that she was extremely powerful whenever she could use her magic. Lily was a strong fighter and witch at the same time. Her battle prowess needed no introduction. Emma, who had introduced herself as Ethan's promised one, was a mature beauty, hiding her true appearance from the masses, only showing it to Ethan and them. Lillian was powerful in her own way, for she had the legacy of the rivers and lakes. As for her, she was nobody. When the students talked about her, they would always refer to her as Ethan's cousin or Ethan's childhood friend. In their eyes, she was just an accessory for the young man, whose good looks and exceptional fighting prowess made him stand out from the students of the academy. But what made her feel truly heartbroken was when Ethan fought against Lily's brother, Kanal. During their duel, Kanal targeted them as they were watching from the stands of the Colosseum. This forced Ethan to push himself to the limit and drag the werewolf inside his domain, protecting them with everything he had. It was on that day that Chloe truly understood how weak and helpless she was. If she wasn't weak, Ethan wouldn't have to save her all the time. So, when the Cheshire Cat, the Lords of the Forests, Lord Edmund, and Professor Nicola recognized her ability, she decided that she couldn't keep on being a damsel to be protected. No, she wanted to be strong so that Ethan no longer needed to worry about her. This was also the reason why she decided to distance herself from Ethan. She wanted some time for herself without getting distracted by his current relationships. She didn't want to feel jealous and envious of all the talented ladies who would stay by his side forever. Chloe didn't want to remain average. She wanted to change from an ugly caterpillar into a butterfly who could go wherever she wanted. For that, she needed the power to protect not only herself, but also the people who were important to her. When she finally arrived at the Jaeger Manor, she found Luna talking with Lily in the common room of their manor. Luna was well loved by the wizards and witches of Jaeger Manor, so she was given permission to enter at any time she wanted. "You look terrible," Luna commented as soon as she saw her best friend. "Tell me something that I don't already know," Chloe replied, as she allowed Luna to help her climb the stairs so that she could return to her room. "Ethan wants to meet and talk to you," Luna said. "Can you spare him some of your time tomorrow?" Chloe's body stiffened after hearing her best friend's words. For a brief moment, she hesitated, but after pondering for a while, she reluctantly nodded her head, which made Luna smile happily. "Tomorrow at midnight," Chloe stated. "Tell him to meet me on the island at the center of the lake." She didn't know why Ethan wanted to meet her, but since he took the initiative to ask Luna, she thought that it must be very important. "Should I wear something nice tomorrow?" Chloe thought while removing her clothes to take a bath. "I wonder what he is going to tell me." Chloe didn't know at that time that her meeting with Ethan would trigger a series of events, which would make the two of them realize how much they truly cared for each other. Ethan stood on the small island at the center of the lake, waiting for Chloe's arrival. Their meeting time was set at midnight, and yet he was there an hour early. He was unable to sit still, so he decided to just go to the meeting spot earlier than the promised time. Also, there was a possibility that Chloe would arrive before midnight, and just in case, he didn't want her to wait. This was the first time that they were going to talk face to face since the day that they agreed to have a cool-off period in order to better understand how they truly felt towards each other. Ethan might seem like he was fine with it, but in truth, he was not. Chloe was the first girl in his life, and if possible, he wanted her to always be with him. There were times when his grandma Agnes would tease him that if he didn't find anyone before he reached 20, he should just marry Chloe. Whenever this happened, Ethan would just stay silent because he didn't mind the thought of him and his cousin being married to each other. He had already had feelings for her for a very long time, and he also felt that she felt the same way back then. Those were the days when Ethan was still too ignorant and too innocent of the world around him. The only world he knew about was the countryside, a peaceful place where the air smelled fresh and where life was slow. A lifestyle without many problems, making him feel that he could laze around for life. But his grandma didn't want him to leave that kind of life. She made plans to send him to St. Clair Academy, where he was supposed to study alongside rich and noble ladies, hoping that one of them would be smitten with his handsome face and ignore his childishness and stupidity. Agnes had planned everything well, but life didn't always follow the plan one had in mind. Instead of going to St. Clair Academy, he arrived at Brynhildr Academy, where he reunited with Chloe and began his journey in the world of magic. Ethan allowed himself to reminisce and think back on the hardships that he faced at Brynhildr Academy. How he managed to become a member of Dud Manor. How Luna unlocked his ability to use magic. How Chloe stood up against Langston for his sake. And the events that happened afterward. If someone asked him if he was happy, then he would answer yes. If someone asked him if he was sad, then the answer would also be yes. Just like everyone else, Ethan learned how to hide his true feelings behind a mask of calmness. He learned this in the lands of Alistair, the same place where he shed his innocence and where he first had his hands covered in blood, the same place where he grew from a teenage boy to a young man, from a powerless individual to one of the most powerful first years in the academy. Ethan had come a long way, but the more he became powerful, the more he understood that there were still many people who were stronger than him. The more he knew, the more he realized that there were still many things he didn't know. And with each secret he uncovered, more secrets would reveal themselves in front of him. Sometimes he wished that he could just return to his lazy days in the countryside. But he also understood that if he did that, the happiness that he currently possessed would disappear completely. Anyone who stopped moving would become stagnant. The world wouldn't stop turning just because one person decided to quit. Just as absolute as the seasons would change and the sun would rise from the east, Ethan knew that even if he stayed in the countryside, his protectors would find him sooner or later and introduce him to the world of magic, where his true identity was waiting to be uncovered by him. As Ethan pondered about these things, he felt two slender arms wrap themselves around his body from behind. Ethan didn't move or turn around. Instead, he closed his eyes and rested his right hand over the slender arms, holding them in place. He could feel that person's warmth being transmitted on his back, and it made him remember many wonderful and painful things. For a second, he wished that this moment would last forever. But he knew that the world would not listen to his wish. So he simply stood there and savored this feeling in his heart. No words were exchanged between them, and this lasted for several minutes before Ethan lightly pried away the arms that held onto him and turned around. Looking at Chloe, who was looking up at him, Ethan wasn't able to stop himself from raising his hand to cup her face. The two stared at each other for nearly half a minute before Ethan lowered his head to kiss her cheek. After that kiss ended, he then wrapped his arms around her body and held her close to him. Chloe didn't resist and buried her head in his chest, taking in his fragrance and warmth, which she missed terribly. Just like what had happened earlier, the two of them didn't exchange any words. Ethan even felt like breaking this silence would be a very grave crime, which he found quite funny. He asked Luna to ask Chloe if she would come to meet him so that they could talk. And yet, the two of them felt that talking would just break this dream that they were having. A dream that they didn't want to end. The two of them held each other for a few more minutes before Chloe raised her head and stared at Ethan's eyes. The young man understood and lowered his head to kiss her tenderly on the lips. The kiss was sweet, but it only lasted for a few seconds. Perhaps, thinking that it was not enough, Ethan kissed her 3 more times before Chloe once again buried her head in his chest. Both of their hearts were beating faster and communicating in ways that were more straightforward than words. Ethan sighed and closed his eyes as he continued to hug the young lady in his arms. He didn't see that at that moment. 3 fluffy tails protruded from Chloe's backside, which she also didn't notice due to the sweet feelings that were swirling in her heart. From beginning to end, Ethan and Chloe didn't exchange any words. Keeping the same position, they stayed on the lake for an hour before the young lady reluctantly pulled back to fly back to Jaeger Manor in order to rest. Ethan watched her go before sighing in relief. He felt what she wanted to say through her touch, through her kiss, and through her heart. That was enough for him to know what he needed to know. Although she still needed time, she wanted him to know that she still cared for him just as much as he cared for her. "Oh, look, someone is smiling," Sebastian said in a mischievous tone. "Too bad he's a hopeless romantic," Ethan's other half commented. "If not, he would have pinned her down." Now, you know our Ethan likes to nurture these kinds of relationships. The only thing he needs to nurture are his kids after his lovers give birth to them. Since Ethan was feeling happy right now, he decided to ignore the 2 noisy guys in his sea of consciousness. Sebastian and Ethan's other half exchanged a knowing glance with each other and nodded their heads at the same time. They saw what Ethan didn't see, and what they saw shocked the 2 of them very much. Neither of them expected to make such a discovery, but they had no intention of sharing it with Ethan. Just like how the boy wanted to nurture his relationship with others, they also believed that there would come a time when Chloe would tell him everything. And since both of them were gentlemen, they decided to keep Chloe's secret. They wanted to see Ethan's reaction once he discovered that his cousin was not an ordinary girl like he and his 2 critics had originally thought. A few minutes later, the young man arrived at Dud Manor, only to find that Luna and Elyon were on his bed, sleeping together. The 2 wanted to know how Ethan's and Chloe's talk had ended, but after laying on the bed and smelling Ethan's scent, the 2 felt safe and secure, making them fall asleep. Lilith, whom Ethan had asked to stay inside the room, was lying on top of the table and was sleeping peacefully as well. Ethan shook his head helplessly before summoning his wand. "Leviticus," Ethan softly chanted as he pointed his wand to Lillian, making the young lady float a meter above Ethan's bed. He didn't want to wake his two lovers, so he decided to just lay between them just like how they usually slept together. When he was finally in place, he slowly guided Lillian's body to descend slowly on the bed until she was lying beside him once again. But to his surprise, the young lady opened her eyes and looked at him with amusement. "Thank you for the thought," Lillian said, "but I wouldn't have minded if you woke me up." Lillian then snuggled close to Ethan's chest and hugged his body. Perhaps, due to their movement, Luna was somewhat awakened, and she sleepily hugged Ethan. "Let's talk tomorrow," Luna kissed Ethan's right cheek. "Good night, Ethan." "Good night, Luna," Ethan replied and kissed the young lady's forehead. A few seconds later, Luna was once again asleep, making Lillian smile. "Good night," Lillian said before kissing her lover's lips. "Tell me everything tomorrow." Just like Luna, she too fell asleep almost instantly, leaving Ethan holding the two beautiful ladies in his arms. "How can I say anything when we said nothing at all?" Ethan mused, but he decided that it would be better for him to sleep as well. He wasn't aware that, when Chloe returned to Jaeger Manor, someone else was waiting for her in the common room. Common room of Jaeger Manor. "Welcome back," Lily said as soon as she saw Chloe enter the door of their manor. "Lily," Chloe frowned before closing the door. "Did you wait for me?" "I did," Lily replied. "Why?" Chloe inquired. "Is there anything you need from me?" Lily smirked before walking towards Chloe. "Let's go to my room. There is something I want to ask you," Lily said before walking toward the staircase that led to the female dorms. Since Chloe sensed that what they were going to talk about was important, she decided to follow behind her. This wasn't the first time that she and Lily had a private talk with each other. Although Luna was her best friend, her relationship with Lily had also become closer because she was one of Ethan's lovers. After entering Lily's room, Chloe was asked to sit on the chair on the table. "Tell me, Chloe, are you hiding something from Ethan?" Lily asked. "Yes," Chloe replied. "Why are you asking me this?" "No particular reason," Lily replied. "I was just curious because I only confirmed my suspicion just now. You know, beastkins are very sensitive to smell. Although I am only a half-blood, my bloodline is purer than most, so I have the senses of a pure-blooded wolf." "I see," Chloe nodded in understanding. "Are you going to tell Ethan?" Lily shook her head. "It is not my secret to tell. I was only worried about you since you were originally just a normal human girl. Well, not exactly normal. You are a witch after all." Chloe smiled because what her friend said was the truth. She was only normal in the eyes of others. For most of the outsiders, she was just Ethan's cousin and childhood friend. That was her identity, and that was how the people in the academy labeled her. But she stopped being normal a few weeks ago. After discovering a secret that she wouldn't have discovered on her own, Chloe had embarked on the path of explosive growth, surprising those around her. "Well, I just want you to know that if you have problems or questions, feel free to ask me," Lily stated. "I've been a beastkin longer than you, so you can ask me for advice, especially if things get a little troublesome." Chloe smiled bitterly because she understood what Lily meant about things getting troublesome. "Thank you, Lily," Chloe said. "Now I need to go. I still have a lot of things to do tomorrow." "Thank you for your time as well," Lily replied before giving Chloe a hug. "Do things in moderation, okay? Luna, Ethan, and I will always be here for you." Chloe nodded. After some parting words, Chloe left Lily's room and went back to hers. When she arrived at her own room and locked the door behind her, a sigh escaped from Chloe's lips. Within the darkness, her eyes turned golden and shone faintly. She was very happy because she understood how Ethan truly felt about her, and that was enough to keep her going. Although things might get troublesome in the future, Chloe decided to talk about the path she chose and see things through until the very end. The days passed swiftly as Ethan studied and trained diligently at Brynhildr Academy. With his newly gained origin magic, Mimir's wisdom, His training in martial arts and card throwing progressed at a rapid pace. Even his other half was quite impressed, because Ethan could now throw 2 cards with great accuracy, as long as the target was no more than 15 meters away from him. Nicole had also been training very hard in order to control her powers, and would often visit Ethan whenever she was feeling cold. The young man didn't hesitate to help her because, for him, Nicole was one of his closest friends as well as his sparring partner. Soon, the day when they had to accompany Lord Edmund to Westshire finally arrived. They still had no inkling as to what their mission would be, because the Grand Archmage was being secretive about it. "He's here," Professor Reinhardt said, making the 2 honorary knights look at the cloudy sky above them. The flying ship that the Grand Archmage often used broke out from the clouds and descended on the Academy grounds, where Ethan, Nicole, Professor Reinhardt, and Professor Barrett were waiting for him. Lord Edmund had arrived 2 days early, because he planned to rest and resupply at the Academy before they headed to Westshire. He also had some very important things to talk about with Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett. "Did you have a smooth journey, Edmund?" Professor Reinhardt asked with a smile. "I've seen better days," Lord Edmund replied, returning his friend's smile. "It looks like it is going to rain tonight. I'll be happy to spend the night in a comfortable and warm room instead of flying during bad weather." Professor Barrett chuckled after hearing the Grand Archmage's words. With the power that Edmund wielded, it was a mere child's play to prevent the wind and rain from affecting his flying ship. However, he didn't point that out because he also wanted to spend some time with his friend, who was often cooped up in the royal palace. "Is it just me, or is there something different about you, Ethan?" Lord Edmund narrowed his eyes. "You feel stronger than before." "It might just be your imagination, Lord Edmund," Ethan commented. "Oh," the Grand Archmage eyed Ethan from head to foot before chuckling. "Well, if that's how you want to play it, then let's have it your way." Lord Edmund then shifted his attention to Nicole, who had sent him a letter about going to Northshire after their mission in Westshire ended. The young lady didn't mention the real reason why she planned to go to Northshire, and the Grand Archmage planned to get to the bottom of it before he gave her a permit to enter the territory of the dwarves. "Let's talk about your trip to Northshire later, Nicole," Lord Edmund stated. "Your request is a bit tricky, so I need you to tell me everything." "Understood." Nicole sighed in her heart, but in the end, she still nodded her head in understanding. Since Lord Edmund might offer them assistance, she agreed to tell him why they were going to Northshire on the condition that the Grand Archmage kept it a secret. The young lady had already informed Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett about her trip to Northshire and the reason behind it. The 2 professors were more than happy to help Nicole because she was chosen as one of the champions of Equus Manor. Because of this, they had lent her a few protective artifacts just in case the ice dragons decided to harm them. After Lord Edmund disembarked, Professor Reinhardt guided him to his personal villa in the Academy, where he usually stayed during his visit. Since what they were going to talk about was confidential, he decided to have lunch with Ethan and Nicole in the villa, away from the hustle and bustle of the Academy. The food had already been set on the table when they arrived, and it was still freshly cooked. "Let's talk after we eat," Professor Reinhardt stated. "I'm starving because I skipped breakfast this morning." This earned him a chuckle from the Grand Archmage, who also didn't eat breakfast on that day, because he knew that he would be eating something delicious when he arrived at the Academy. After the meal ended, Lord Edmund finally told Ethan and Nicole the reason they were going to Westshire. "A legacy gate has appeared," Lord Edmund stated. "But it is no ordinary legacy gate. It is an epic legacy gate." Ethan didn't know what an epic legacy gate was, but the look of surprise on Professor Reinhardt's, Professor Barrett's, and Nicole's faces was enough to tell him that it was a big deal. Seeing that Ethan seemed to not understand the importance of this news, Lord Edmund decided to explain what an epic legacy gate meant. "An epic legacy gate is a tomb," Lord Edmund explained. "The final resting place of a being powerful enough to match the demon Lord Balthazar, Although they weren't born during the primordial era, they were the second oldest generation in the world. During the chaotic time when powerful monsters walked these lands, they were the overlords that stood above the rest. They existed before humans even knew how to wield magic, and some of them were known to be bringers of calamity. Lord Edmund paused in order to give Ethan some time to digest what he had said. A few minutes later, he continued his explanation, elaborating the mission that they would be doing in Westshire. Your mission is to enter this epic legacy gate and destroy its gatekeeper. The elves don't want this power to resurface in the world, so they asked for our help to ensure that the epic legacy gate will not open again. Wait, Your Excellency, there is something I don't understand, Ethan commented. Why must we destroy it? Wouldn't it be better if someone obtained the legacy instead? The Grand Archmage shook his head. Absolute power corrupts, Lord Edmund stated. And absolute power corrupts absolutely. There have been no instances where someone was able to control the power of an epic legacy. Those who tried were consumed by its power from within, becoming the puppets of the power they sought to get. These people turned into walking calamities, and the other races had to join hands in order to bring them down. All suffered countless casualties before the wielder of the legacy was killed. This led to a joint agreement between the different races that, if ever an epic legacy gate appeared, all the races would work together in order to destroy it. Everyone will keep each other in check to ensure that no one dares to take the legacy as their own. If they were to do that, those who entered the legacy gate would also work together to destroy that person before they were consumed by the legacy from within. Professor Reinhardt nodded before adding a few words to the discussion. Ethan, you have to understand that not all legacies are the same, Professor Reinhardt stated. Some are more powerful than the others, and an epic legacy is something that can give birth to another demon lord, which could potentially destroy the peace and balance of the world. Sebastian and Ethan's other half smirked from inside Ethan's sea of consciousness. When the Grand Archmage mentioned that there had been no instances where someone was able to control the power of an epic legacy, the two of them almost laughed out loud. Lord Edmund didn't know that the Tidebringer's legacy was actually an epic legacy. Aside from that, there were two other epic legacies that were waiting to be unlocked by Ethan. Neither of them was worried that the young man wouldn't be able to control them, because it was a power that he had already had since birth. They were all compatible with him, so Ethan wouldn't be consumed or corrupted by their powers. Of course, since the two didn't want any unwanted attention turned toward Ethan, both of them kept mum about it. He was blessed with 3 kinds of powers, which was why he was called thrice blessed. If one epic legacy was enough to make someone become as powerful as a demon lord, then what kind of being would be born if Ethan was able to unlock the power of the 3 epic legacies inside his body? Even Sebastian and Ethan's other half didn't know the answer to this question. The only thing they did know was that, no matter what happened, they would not allow Ethan to fall into corruption and make the entire world his enemy, just like what had happened to his grandfather in the past. How strong is the gatekeeper? Ethan asked. Is it as strong as the legacy it's protecting? Lord Edmund didn't answer right away. Instead, he glanced at Professor Reinhardt as if asking him to answer Ethan's question. There have only been 2 instances when an epic legacy gate has appeared in the Shire continent, Professor Reinhardt explained. The strength of the gatekeeper varies depending on the nature of the power it is protecting. The gatekeeper of the first epic legacy gate that appeared in the Shire continent was an Ifrit, an ancient fire elemental. It is truly powerful. But the irony of it all is that the one who had greedily taken the epic legacy transformed into an Ifrit. The subjugation force had been wiped out, forcing the Elven King, Fairy King, Dwarven King, Beast King, and the Human King to personally take action and work together to destroy it. After countless sacrifices, the Ifrit was finally killed, and its legacy was forever erased from the face of the world. The second epic legacy that appeared was easily handled because the gatekeeper was a satyr who could only charm women. In that expedition, there were only 4 women participating in the conquest, so they were easily subdued before they could attack their allies. The satyr didn't stand a chance against the full might of the remaining warriors, so it died without killing anyone. After the satyr was killed, the legacy tome that contained the epic legacy was destroyed, preventing another tragedy from taking place. Lord Edmund nodded. And now, after 400 years, a third epic legacy gate has appeared in Westshire. All the kingdoms are going to send their representatives to ensure that the epic legacy is destroyed in order to prevent another tragedy from happening. Ethan, who had listened to the explanation from beginning to end, asked another question. If this expedition is that dangerous, then why are Nicole and I being included in the expedition? Ethan inquired. Wouldn't it be better if only the powerful adults go and handle it? Lord Edmund sighed after hearing Ethan's question. Truth be told, he understood why the young man was asking such a question. However, the answer to this was really simple. It's because this time around, the Epic Legacy Gate only allows those below the age of 25 to enter its domain, Lord Edmund said in a solemn tone. So, we are gathering the best among the younger generation to participate in this expedition. Your head prefect, Henry, and Rowan Oswald from Schwartz Manor will also come with us. There are also others who are already on their way to Westshire. Among them are Cedric Raylight, Vladimir Estat, and Constantine Estat. Lord Edmund sent an apologetic look in Nicole's direction, knowing that she didn't get along with the two prodigies of the Estat family. However, the patriarch of the Estat family declared that if they were able to help the expedition succeed, they would be allowed to skip 2 trials from the air wars. This was an opportunity that Nicole, Vladimir, and Constantine didn't dare to miss. Excellency, isn't this dangerous? Ethan couldn't help but feel worried about the lineup of people that would go on the expedition. All of us are young. What if one of us gets tempted by the power of an epic legacy? Wouldn't that turn into a disaster? Lord Edmund's face turned solemn as he looked at the young man, who wielded a powerful legacy of his own. This is another reason why I am sending you and Nicole to participate in this expedition, Lord Edmund stated. These young geniuses and prodigies are all proud and arrogant, and some of them might indeed be tempted by such powers. If anyone were to dare to take the power of the epic legacy, you are to kill them without mercy. This is an absolute order. No matter who that person is, no matter what race, background, or reason, they must be killed at all cost. The Grand Archmage's expression was fierce, highlighting the real reason why Ethan and Nicole had to go on the expedition alongside Henry and Rowan. The students of Brynhildr Academy could be trusted, and he believed that they wouldn't fall into temptation. Promise us, Ethan, Nicole, Professor Reinhardt said softly, that no matter what happens, neither of you will allow yourselves to be greedy and take something that might potentially destroy not only your future, but also the future of everyone in the Shire continent. Ethan and Nicole nodded at the same time, because they both had no intention of taking the legacy with them. Nicole was already suffering from the legacy, which she still hadn't tamed inside of her body. If she were to take the power of the epic legacy, then she was certain that she wouldn't have the willpower to survive its corruption. Ethan, on the other hand, believed that he didn't need another legacy. After all, he already had 3 of them. Adding one more would just make him too greedy, and it might also cause irreversible repercussions to his mental state. The discussion lasted for another hour before Ethan and Nicole left Lord Edmund's villa to return to their own manors. Ethan still needed to make a few final preparations and say a proper goodbye to his lovers. They already knew that he was going to Westshire, but they didn't know the reason behind why he was going. Of course, Ethan was not allowed to tell them because this was confidential information. When he arrived at Dud Manor, he happened to see Henry chatting with George in the common room. Reminded that the head prefect was also coming with them to Westshire, Ethan decided to discuss a few things with him before they set out on their journey. "Sir Henry, are you free right now?" Ethan asked. "There is something I want to ask you in private."